This is what happens when we don't give away. That's how you can tell that this show is not scripted.
Because we've just done the most basic connect too. They both played sevens. We could try and get a deeper connection. Well, the US beat the Aussie girls in the final. Well, then you just go from Aussie to Aussie. So, yep, it's done. Connected.
Done. Connect one.
What are we looking forward to before we go? Got anything?
Oh, I'm going to the Mark Hughes Foundation ball this weekend.
Are you getting all ball gowned up? I thought your friends were coming down for your birthday.
Oh, that's next weekend.
Okay, cool. And you're looking forward to your birthday too, right?
I am. It'll be my birthday.
Are you getting gowned up? You got a gown?
No, I haven't thought that far ahead yet. It is tomorrow, so I really need to get sorted.
That far ahead.
But yeah, it'll be nice to do something for the Mark Hughes Foundation that doesn't involve losing a toenail.
That's great. What's toenail count? You're 9?
7.
7? You've lost 3 now?
Yeah.
Well, you didn't mention that. That's happened between us having podcasts.
Yeah. Oh, no. I've lost both my big toes and then my second toe on my right foot.
Real cute. That's going to look good on a ball.
And that's been foot time.
How are you going to do that in a ball?
We've got enclosed shoes.
All right, I'm just looking forward to getting back to normal sport watching life. So NRL is coming to an end. We've got the last 3 rounds in the men's. Panthers v Stormers last night, and the AFL 2 to go before finals. So everything on the line. You'll hear it all on ABC Sports, so make sure you keep it locked on the ABC Listen app. Lav, good to be back.
Good to be back.
Sport and Spice with Declan Byrne and Lavender Bye.
ABC News, good evening, I'm Yvette Gray. Musicians at the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra have expressed a vote of no confidence in the managing director after a pianist's performance was cancelled over comments he made about the conflict in Gaza. Costa Haratos reports.
The musicians say an overwhelming majority supported the no confidence vote against the orchestra's managing director and chief operating officer. They're calling on the pair to stand down and conduct a full investigation after Jason Gillam's performance yesterday evening was cancelled. Mr. Gillam made comments about the killing of journalists in Gaza during a solo performance last Sunday. The Melbourne Symphony Orchestra has since said it made an error in cancelling the performance, but maintains the concert was not an appropriate place to express personal views. The Melbourne Symphony Orchestra has been contacted for comment.
The Victorian opposition have accused the state government of weakening youth justice laws. Labor's contentious youth justice bill passed the upper house last night. The government legislation raises the age of criminal responsibility from 10 to 12. It also creates a new bail offence and paves the way for electronic monitoring of youth offenders. But Shadow Attorney General Michael O'Brien says the laws have taken the state backwards.
As I said, this is 3 steps backwards and half an inch forwards. If the government expects a pat on the back for weakening Victorian bail laws, they're not going to get it from me.
The director of the Doherty Institute says the recent outbreak of Mpox is a big problem. It follows the World Health Organization declaring the outbreak in Africa as a global health emergency. It's since confirmed cases in Sweden and Pakistan. The Institute's Professor Sharon Lewin says resources including vaccines should be mobilised to limit the spread. She's told ABC Radio Melbourne about the types of symptoms to look out for.
This is a new variant of an old disease, and traditionally what the disease does is that you get it by very close contact with secretions or an infected lesion, and the person becomes unwell with a fever, maybe swollen lymph glands, and then develop a characteristic rash.
The Israeli army has ordered a fresh evacuation of areas in southern and central Gaza. It says areas north of the southern city of Khan Yunis and in the eastern part of Dar el-Balah are being used by Hamas as a base for firing rockets towards Israel. These parts were previously designated as a humanitarian safe zone. Israel's military says the advance warning is being issued in order to mitigate harm to the civilian population and to enable them to move away from the combat zone. Protests are expected to continue across India this weekend in response to the rape and murder of a female doctor while at work. South Asia correspondent Ellie Grounds reports.
Tens of thousands of people have marched through streets across India in nighttime protests this week after a 31-year-old trainee doctor was brutally raped and murdered last Friday in the medical college she worked in Kolkata in the country's east. She was sleeping after a 36-hour shift. A police volunteer volunteer stationed in the hospital has been arrested. Doctors across the country will strike this weekend, with the Indian Medical Association declaring a nationwide withdrawal of non-essential medical services for 24 hours from Saturday morning.
A woman has been caught allegedly driving 111 kilometres per hour outside a primary school in Melbourne this morning. Police say the driver was immediately intercepted and returned a positive drug test result. The 49-year-old Elsternwick woman is expected to be charged on summons with dangerous driving, driving with a suspended licence and driving under the influence. Her vehicle was also impounded. To sport now, retiring Geelong forward Tom Hawkins has been ruled out of the rest of the home and away season and won't get the chance to play a farewell match at Cardinia Park before finishing up his career. Geelong face St Kilda on Saturday night at Docklands, and a win in that game would help shore up a top 4 finish for the club. Coach Chris Scott says Hawkins has been doing everything he can to be back on the field for the finals, but the timeline for his return remains unclear.
The unfortunate answer is we don't know how it's going to play out, but we're optimistic. So optimistic doesn't mean we're sure it's going to happen. Like there's enough uncertainty there that I shouldn't even speculate, but when it becomes more of a pessimistic situation, we'll let you know, but we're miles away from that.
To the weather for the state, areas of rain and isolated thunderstorms in the east clearing later tonight. Scattered showers and thunderstorms elsewhere, mainly in the south. For Melbourne, showers tomorrow a top of 15 after an overnight low of 10. Sunday, a possible shower 17. Monday, partly cloudy 19. It is currently 14 degrees. ABC News.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for.
Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, side-bottom, launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. God, what a practice!
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Something's in the air. Listen to the roar.
Feel a different energy. The pressure's certainly gone up. Feel it on your skin.
Punches the air with the right hand.
Feel the electricity.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs, fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps, goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
This guy wants to add home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Walks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best.
Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, to bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punch is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
After a 13-1 start to the season, the Swans had lost 5 of their last 6 leading into last week. It was soon
to become 6 of their last 7, if not for a pulsating final quarter led by Heaney and Warner. As a result, the Swans get out of there with the victory. If they win tonight, they will all but lock up the minor premiership. While for Essendon, there's no farewell game for Dyson Heppel, but it could be farewell to their season if they can't upset the Swans tonight. Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of Friday night footy. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It is my joy to be here tonight for the Bombers and the Swans. There is no late change. Jai Menzies is the sub for the Essendon Football Club, and for the Swans, Corey Warner is the sub tonight. The whole crew's here back together. Thanks to Matt Clinch for holding it down the last couple of weeks for our crew here in Melbourne. Kelly Underwood is here as always on a Friday night. Hello, Cal.
Hello, Corbin. Welcome back from your Olympic coverage. We've been glued to our television sets on the couches, Lingy, Mick and myself for the last couple of weeks, just loving every moment of it. Was there a sort of favourite highlight for you as you ensconced yourself in this Olympic coverage?
I did all the cycling personally, so Saya Sakakibara winning the BMX was pretty cool. As a family story, and the injury that her brother sustained doing the exact same sport, and she suffered a horrific injury herself in Tokyo, put it all behind her, comes out. She's the best in the world at what she does. So
she executed it to perfection.
Amazing.
What was it, 4 or 5 times? It was like instant replay, and that scream across the finish line.
What about you?
That guttural scream I absolutely loved. I loved that, and I loved Naomi Fox.
Yep.
I just love the surprise ones.
Yep.
Also love Cam McAvoy. I thought that. Oh, look, I'm going to keep going, and I wasn't even there. So, welcome back to footy. It's hard to believe it's the penultimate round. There's been what you've missed is August anarchy, because Carlton, Essendon, and Collingwood are fading fast. The Interstaters in Port, the Giants, the Lions are soaring, and the Swans, if they win here tonight, as you just mentioned, should lock in. In fact, Sydney's the only team locked in for finals with 18 games to go. Can you believe that? I mean, that's extraordinary. Next Sunday night will be the end of the home and away season, and only the Swans are the only team locked in. If they win tonight, they will claim that minor premiership just about. Although, when they've won the minor premiership in recent years, 96, 2014 and 2016, they've lost those grand finals. So I'm not sure whether that is a good omen for them. 5 grand finals in the last 20 years for this side. They're up there with Lingy's Geelong as the 2 outstanding teams of the last 25 years. I just feel like your team might cause an upset tonight. But anyway, we'll wait and see.
Okay, we'll watch that space as the night progresses. The Bombers and the Swans. No late change. Jai Menzies is the sub for Essendon, and Corey Warner is the sub for the Swans. There's no Chad Warner tonight. He's missing out with injury. There's no Dyson Heppel, despite announcing his retirement earlier on the week. We'll get to all of that. But firstly, Cameron Ling's here, the Premiership captain, 3-time Premiership player, and of course legendary cat now in the Geelong Hall of Fame. Hello, Lingy.
Hello, Corbs. Hello, Cal, Mick, Hodgie, and to everyone out there. Hope you're having a great night. Yeah, this will be a good game of footy. The Swans just found something last week. It looked like they were going to continue that spiral down, but they found that terrific win. Amazingly, these two teams, Mick and I were just looking, haven't played since March, almost mid-March, where the Swans won by 30 points. In that game, the combination of Warner, Heaney, Goulden kicked 5 goals and Tommy Papley kicked 4. Well, good news for Essendon. Warner's not playing and Papley's not playing. So at least a couple of those goals are removed from that. It's still going to be a big ask for the Bombers. That was awful last week. They threw that opportunity away. They had it. They had shot after shot, chance after chance, and wasted it. And maybe they're not going to play finals because of it, because this is a big ask to try and knock off the Swans tonight. They've been a tortured fan base, the Essendon supporters, and particularly the Swans over the years. So that game you mentioned earlier in the year was the Peter Wright, Harry Cunningham incident. It was a pretty hot game of footy. Tom Papley, I think in an interview with you, Lingy, on the Channel 7 coverage, basically came out in the aftermath and said, look, it's all well and good to be tough, but you've got to be tough for 4 quarters. So they've had all these kind of quirky things happen against each other in recent times, and they'll renew it again tonight. But as much as we want to call it a rivalry, can it be a rivalry when one team wins so often against the other team? It hasn't felt like it's gone back and forth too much over the years, the Swans and the Bombers. The coaching icon, Mick Moldhouse, is here. Hello, Mick.
Good afternoon, good evening, Corby. I'm sorry about that. Just see, without you here, I can't even push the right button. G'day, Cal, Lingy, Timmy on the bench, and all our listeners. It's quite remarkable at this time of the year. I think you already said it, Cal, but I don't know whether I'm hoping for a turn-up, not because I don't like Sydney, but I like Brad Scott, because they've just seemed to have done all the work, and it just hasn't happen for them, but there's generally reasons, and I'm trying to go through the losses to Sydney over the last 2 months and find out, in my mind, what caused that. There was a couple of really close ones, then it started to blow out a bit, so something's happened there. Whether that can be exploited by the Bombers, if this side is as good as what Essendon hope it to be, they've kept out Heppel, who's clearly already said it's his last year, and my surprise is Peter Wright. I don't think he's been the same player since that particular game, quite frankly. He seems to be very loath to be on the big lead where he might cannon into people, and I'm not saying he's scared. I'm just thinking he just, the ramifications were bad for him 3 weeks. But I seem to think they need that sort of player against Sydney, because someone who leads up at the football, they don't have players to go with him. So I'm surprised that if they think they're better than that, well, that makes them a pretty good side. 1-9 last week by players that in front of the sticks looking for the big stage. I'm talking about Stringer and players like that. Yep. You just have to knock those over. That is 6.6 metres, just in case anyone's not aware of it. And when you're in front, it looks like it looks only like a metre apart. Then you've got psychological problems, and I think Essendon seem to have had that. But this is when they've been written off, and we've seen Essendon through this year all of a sudden bounce back because they've got this exciting game, and if they can hold Heaney, I reckon they can win.
The last 2 weeks of last year, it ended horribly for them. They lost their last 2 games by a collective margin of 196 points to completely fade out of the year in an absolute tailspin. So I'm sure that'll be in the back of Essendon supporters' minds after that soul-crushing defeat to the Suns last week and the kick after the siren. 25 minutes away from the bounce, Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling. Tim Hodges on the boundary. There's no late change. Jai Menzie, the sub for the Bombers, and Corey Warner for the Swans. The big talking point from coming into tonight is clearly Dyson Heppel's absence. So he announced his retirement during the week. Basically, the Bombers, through Dan McPherson, their footy boss, speaking a short time ago, said, look, if we're out of contention for the finals, he'd be playing. Would be quite happy to give him a farewell game in those circumstances. But given the fact that the season is on the line, he's not there tonight, and the Bombers haven't picked him. It's a bit of a farewell match all round when you consider the announcement that Kevin Sheedy's standing down from the board. So his long time, incredible association with this club officially comes to an end. I know it's at the end of the season, but the announcement today around Adrian Dodoro as well is stepping away from his long-time role. So he's on indefinite leave. They have set up a handover period which is going to be fast-tracked with Matt Rosa. So Rosa will basically lead them through the trade period coming up. But those two guys who have been at the footy club for a whole lot of... I think Dodoro's been there 36 years. Incredible. Time. So it feels like the end of an era. It feels like there's an upset brewing. But I'm really interested in Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, your opinion on Dyson Heppel. I sat down today for 20 minutes and watched his farewell speech, and it's hard to watch. I mean, the tears were there. He really struggled to get the words out at times, and it was mentioned once or twice. I think Brad Scott might have mentioned it after. You've got to be in the right... There's a bit of luck in football, isn't there? You've got to be in the right place at the right time. Yep. And for him, he hasn't had a lot of luck. And then he's sort of been the heart and soul of this club through the most tumultuous times, more than any other club. And I thought, surely it's inspiration to pick him. You've got to win. Whose position is he going to take? Is that going to be such a huge issue? To me, it's like he had so much respect in that room. They were hanging off their every word. He put so much emotion out there. If he was going to run through and break through the banner, I feel like I would be playing. I'm being more inspired out there tonight if he played.
Yeah, and that's a fair call. But, I mean, physically, if he can't do the job out there, then that's the decision of the coach. I agree with you. Dyson Heppel's one of the good people in footy, one of the terrific blokes in footy, has had a really good career, has gone through hell along with a lot of other Essendon supporters. Now, I've recently been on record as saying that, and now it happened, and hopefully this isn't going to be too controversial, but given the Olympics was here and given there are athletes competing at that Olympic Games who tested positive to performance-enhancing drugs, and there was enough doubt in those to allow them to compete, and it was overturned, everything like that. Tainted meat was involved, or tainted food, should I say. I am now of the belief that I, through the AFL Players Association, want the Essendon players' situation they had through CAS to be retested. I believe there's enough doubt that those players should not have that. Dyson Heppell should not have that black mark hanging over his name for the rest of his life. You telling me that if there's so much doubt that you can let different athletes compete at the Olympic Games because of 23 of them tested positive, 11 of them were competing at these Olympics because of tainted food and therefore they're allowed to, well, show me why isn't there enough doubt for these Essendon players to have it retested. I don't like the fact that Dyson Heppell and Jobe Watson and all of those 34 Essendon players carry that mark against their name for the rest of their lives. I am now in that camp that I want the AFL Players Association to find out if there's an avenue to retest that based on the amount of doubt that I believe exists in that case. So therefore, I know I've gone into a different thing, but I think Dyson Heppell is one of the good people, one of the good leaders, was a good footballer, still carries that over his name, and I don't like that about that.
If you were Essendon, would you want that opened up again?
I don't know. Probably not. They don't want to go and revisit that. They don't want to live in the past. But you know what? As an individual, 100%. If I had that carried next to my name and I'm 80 years old and I'm telling my grandkids and they Google it and that's sitting there, I don't care what the club wants at that point in my life. I want my name cleared if there's any doubt, if there's anything that could, if I believe strongly that I didn't do anything wrong, I would like that tested again.
Mick, if Dyson Heppell is fit and you're Brad Scott, would you have picked him this week?
I would pick the best side. If Brad thinks that the side that runs in the race, that 23, are the best 23, he's got an obligation to pick the best side. If he can't find a spot for Dyson Heppell, I'm surprised, but that's looking from outside. I always got to give the benefit of the doubt to people inside the club. They know things that are happening. He may be carrying something that he just can't get the best out of himself. This might go down to the wire. It might be a fingertip over the line, those little 1%ers that he can't get to because he may be carrying something. We don't know.
Is there anything in an emotional lift?
Yeah, emotional lift, Kel, and you blow the roof off the club rooms and you belt the walls going down the race, and then the siren goes and everyone goes into it, it's forgotten. Let me tell you, unless someone does something miraculous, goes back in flight and takes a great grab against all the odds and it stops a goal, you get a little drive for about a minute to 2 minutes, then you're back in play, because then you got to live the moment in football because it's your turn to come. You're not thinking about Dyson Heppell, you're thinking about that ball, that contest, that man, that what do I do with the football, blah, blah, blah. Then you'll think about those things.
When you're talking about performance of Essendon, the more important question to ask, and you could ask it to the group, is which players in this group have had a better year than last year? Which players have improved? Which players have tried to drag their teammates and themselves to a new level that's going to play finals and win finals? There's only a couple of players who you can answer yes to there. Zach Merritt clearly is the captain, continues to elevate his game and his leadership. Jai Caldwell, yes. Yep. Sam Durham, yes.
Draper, I reckon.
Draper, Kyle Langford probably again. I know he had a terrific year last year, but at least he's returned to that level. All right, find another one beyond there.
Yep.
I think it's very, very hard. Jordan Ridley's probably one who's good enough but continues to get injured.
Yeah.
But I can't find many more. There's a lot who've taken a big step backwards.
And the problem is a lot of those young kids in particular, the high draft picks that they've had in recent years, they haven't come on in the way I think that they would have hoped for. With the Heppell thing, I feel like they're on a hiding to nothing there at Essendon. So they pick him, and then you listen, they'll, I'm sure, get criticism from the outside saying they should be trying to play finals, you've got to pick your best team. They've decided to fall for sentiment rather than picking their best outfit. They don't pick him. And they're a soulless club, and they don't, send their champions off the right way. It feels like they're on an absolute hiding to nothing, whichever way that they'd gone with it. And at the end of the day, we're going to find out in 3 hours' time as to whether they made the right decision or not.
And I'll know for next week.
Yep.
Because a loss, if it falls out that, let's say, Hawthorn, Bulldogs and Fremantle all win,
yep,
or Carlton even win, you're going to go, we'll play, we'll bring back anyone from Essendon they can play in the last game, because it's not going to mean anything. But
yep.
I look at him the way he was playing, and I think what gets blokes like that It would have got Lingy the same. I remember Wayne Carey the same. I mean, how great he was. It's the ability to get over the ground quick enough to get there before your opponent or by your opponent when you're getting there. So it's the speed factor, and it catches everyone. And that's the reason why we talk about Scott Penalty playing his 400. Yeah. He hasn't dropped a lot of pace. So he's still really smart. He might be kicking as well, blah, 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 but he still gets there. What gets the other blokes got 400 games was their speed. When their speed went, they went.
Yep. The other thing with Heppel too is how far do you extend the sentiment? So you could argue that in 2022, it was probably just about done. They decided, look, he's a former captain, we'll keep him another year. And then he had a really good year in 2023, plays again this year, but you can't keep extending that sentiment over and over again.
No, you can't.
You've got to win games of football.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what you owe your members.
Yep.
You owe your members. I'll tell you the regrets you have, Corby. Down the track as a coach, you look back and you can't even remember what the game was. I've got a stack of regrets. One, Murray Rance, 99 games. Why didn't I get him his 100th game? I can't remember the circumstances, but right now it eats me. Why didn't I get him his 100th game? Yet, I had one of my favourite players say to me, even over grand finals, he said, Mick, to get that 200th game was the greatest thing of my life, more than better than... Because he went out with Chris Mainwaring went out with both knees being reconstructed. And I got him over that line. So why did I get him over and not Murray Rance? And why didn't I play Mitchell White in one of the finals? And why do you do this? So you live in these regrets. But at the time, you pick the side to win.
Does that make it easier to live with then, looking back, saying, look, every team I picked the best side available?
That's unless we're right out of it, and I can't remember really that often being in a position, even when we're out of it, do I need to play someone? So... look, the older you get as a coach, the wiser you get. Make no mistake about it. So a lot of my eras, early days, Footscray early days at West Coast, you just, because you were just young, aggressive, and you just wanted to win every game of football, and then you thought about it.
Yep.
So, but let's say my last year, you got to win every game of football, then you think about it. So there's not a lot of difference, except that you probably just get a little bit wiser with what's happening in front of you.
15 minutes away from the bounce. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Corporate Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling. Tim Hodges with us on the boundary. There is no late change. John Menzies and Corey Warner are the subs for the Bombers and the Swans. You were just hitting on, Lingy, about the improvement and the year overall for the Bombers. So they got 2 games to go. They find themselves outside of the 8 on 11.5 wins. What's a pass mark for Essendon? Is there a chance they get to the end of the year, and even if they don't ultimately play finals or win a final, can it still be a tick?
No, it can't be a tick.
No.
No, it can't, because of the point I just made about the improvement of the players. Now, I know you made this mention, Corbs, as the Swans are running out onto to Docklands at the moment. You made this comment about the fact that young players haven't come on quite as much yet. I'll push back on that a little bit. I'll say I don't put this completely on their shoulders. Archie Perkins hasn't quite jumped yet, but he's a 78-game player. Yeah, I want a bit more from him. I'm looking now at that 78, 80-game mark, looking for him to go. But Ben Hobbs, 45 games, do I expect him to be able to influence games completely now? No, not yet. Sardis, 11 games? No, I'm not looking for him. Nick Cox the same, Harry Jones, those types of players. Their best footy is really going to start rolling in 2 years' time. But I also want to see a trajectory from those players.
Yep.
I want to see not this perfect lineal improvement, but just little jumps. And in moments, last week was a great test. The last quarter's happening. It's not going to plan. Missing shots at goal. So, okay, the young players have maybe been caught up by the moment a little bit. Step up, experienced players. Mick used the name before. Jake String has been paid a lot of money to have a really nice highlights reel. In a moment like that last quarter, that's when he's needed. I'm not going to put that onto a guy who's played 10 or 15 games.
Yep.
I'm going to put that onto Jake Stringer.
Have we seen the incremental improvement, though, with those young guys?
Not perfectly, no.
Yep.
No, absolutely not. And that's why I can't give it a tick.
Yeah.
I'm not giving the year a tick because of that reason, but it's also... I'm also more patient with them a little bit. But I mean, point to so many others. The Gresham move, has it worked? No. Dylan Shield coming back into the team over the last month or so. Do we really want that? No, I don't think so. So there's little ones. Darcy Parish leapt to that true level that he was going to play at? No. So therefore, all these things add up. Push aside the win-loss for a second. No, I can't give it a tick, and I refuse to give it a tick, even if they win the next 2 games and scrape into finals. It's not where they need to get to as a group.
It'd be interesting to see what their hierarchy, the club level now, thinks. When we had an interview here 7 or 8 weeks ago, and I think Essendon would have been. I think they lost a couple and won one back to get back in the top 4. I mean, they've been in the top 4 for most of the year.
We had Dave Barham, their president at the MCG, going back.
Oh, it was MCG, it wasn't.
Yeah, and they beat Collingwood, and it looked certain that they would play finals.
Yep.
Well, the same can be said about Carlton. So stuff. There's a lot of influences, and one is injuries, one is form, one is how far they've come on, one is the draw. Make no mistake about the draw. But it's going to be. I did something over did an article, but it was over the last 10 weeks. It's quite extraordinary. Outside of Brisbane, 9-1, and Giants, I think, last 5. It's been so patchy. Everyone is patchy. They look good, bang, they lose something. It's like the Dogs last week. I mean, the Dogs, fair dinkum. I mean, can you believe their form? Even GWS going to Brisbane, getting 11 shots against them in the first quarter and losing the game by 3 goals. So there's nothing given at the moment.
Mick Malthouse alongside Cameron Ling on ABC Sport, Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood calling the footy, and Tim Hodges on the boundary. There is no late change. You can hear the Bombers have made their way out in the background. High fives and hugs with Dyson Heppel before they ran out. He is not playing, despite announcing his retirement during the week. So last home game of the year for the Bombers. No Dyson Heppel. Brad Scott has spoken on that a short time ago. We'll bring it to you next, plus the full preview from Mick and Lingy. All still to come. Friday Night Footy right here on ABC Sport.
Hey, it's Sana Kadar here. And if you like to ponder life and the human condition, the ABC Listen app has all the podcasts. Explore the mental with All in the Mind.
Much more abstract than hypnagogic hallucinations.
Or get a little provoked by big ideas.
Media moguls abuse their power.
Pollutes our democracy.
And figure out the big stuff with Life Matters.
Children will start to distance themselves from their parents.
Load up a podcast and think deeper with the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday Night Footy.
Footy's back now.
Oh, footy's back, baby.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang.
'Cause here it comes.
AFL. This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Something big is coming, I know.
There are 18 games left in the 2024 home and away season, and just about all of them have a fair bit riding on it, including tonight. Essendon, it's win or go home for them, while for the Sydney Swans, if they win, they can lock up the minor premiership. Two teams that have a spiteful recent history, the Swans and the Bombers, under the roof at Docklands for Friday Night Footy. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood for the call. The coaching icon, Mick Malthouse, the legendary cat, Cameron Ling, and Tim Hodges on the boundary, your call team. There is no late change. Jai Menzies is the sub for the Bombers. And for the Sydney Swans, Corey Warner is their sub. Dyson Heppel, a long-time leader at the Essendon Football Club, announced his retirement during the week. He hasn't been afforded a farewell game. He was down in the rooms a short time ago, dapping it up with his teammates before the boys ran through the banner, and he will be presented to the home crowd shortly before the opening bounce, but he is not in the Essendon 23 tonight. He was on Fox Footy a short time ago, or his coach rather, was on Fox Footy a short time ago, and this is what Brad Scott had to say about that.
It's always incredibly difficult, but I've met some unbelievable people in footy, and there's a lot of luck in our game, unfortunately, because you can be right place, right time. But Dyson Heppel's led our club through a really tumultuous period, and it speaks to him again that he was very explicit about the fact that he knew it would be time for him to call time on his career when there were players ready and able to take his spot in the team. So he's still available for selection. We're still right in the hunt. So he's training as hard as ever, but he's really explicit with the fact that there's a player that's performing in his spot, then they should take that spot.
So there is still one game to come in the home and away season for Essendon, regardless of what happens tonight. It is against Brisbane away next week, so they'll find themselves in a road game, but there is the possibility that he will run out for Essendon at least one more time. What do we make of that, Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse, of Brad Scott's take?
Well, that's and I wouldn't expect anything else from Dyson Heppel, by the way, with what he's clearly told Brad. He said if somebody is in my spot and is as good, if not better, at that spot right now, pick him. But that's Dyson Heppel to a T, mind you.
Yeah, ripping bloke. Isn't he just
a terrific person? Yeah. And he's gone through an awful patch at the club, and him and a lot of the players were screwed over, and you know, the club let them down, and he had to fight through that and had to work back, and then became captain, and he held his head up high through that entire time and played some great footy, and hopefully he does get another chance. But Mick's also made the point that you've got to pick the team to win while you're still a chance to play finals.
Absolutely.
The Essendon fans want this team playing finals. Essendon fans want this team winning finals. So get on with it.
Yeah, Jack Rewalt's comments the other night on Fox Footy, where he spoke about when Chris Newman retired, and basically said we felt so much guilt as a playing group that there's this guy that's ending his career without a finals win. So he's given so much of himself to the footy club, and he contributed so much to obviously the success that followed, but he ultimately didn't get to enjoy it as part of the playing group himself. I mean,
Corby, one of the things in life is, I think the Olympics have been such a wake-up call to anyone. It's the story behind the story that has really captured me. I know that, you know, the injuries, the things they've gone through, the doubt they've gone through, the family circumstances, some of those injuries that we spoke about off air. It's the same. There's a young bloke, I think it might be, who's finishing now. He's off the list. He's going back to Perth. 2 reconstructions, knee reconstructions. Just when he's getting back, hurts his back, has another operation. He's 22 years of age. We'll never see. You know, Dyson Heppel, just remember he's had 10 to 12 years or more of playing AFL football, which was his dream. It may not finish the way he wants to finish, but he's done it. There's a lot of players out there that get called, but very few are chosen. Those that are lucky enough to get chosen, you've got to take it.
Simon at Largs Bay off the SMS 0437 774 774. Really disappointed with the Bombers regarding Heppel. It's not just his service to the club, but he is so much better than at least 5 players in the team tonight. Chris supports your take, Cameron Ling, a little earlier. If you weren't with us, Cameron Ling calling for the evidence into the Essendon 34 to be retested with the Court of Arbitration for Sport. It was so mishandled. That's from Chris. Thank you, Lingy, as an old Dons supporter and family relo of old Dons player. Dyson Heppel's loyalty is much appreciated from Anne. From Brett in Canberra, hi Corby, completely agree with Cameron Ling regarding the testing of the Bombers players, great point. And from, we've heard from Simon as well of the SMS a little earlier, so that's just a little taste of that. 0437 774 0437 774 774, the SMS number. Now, the game tonight, and there will be a moment to acknowledge Dyson Heppel before the bounce here in front of Essendon's home crowd. The Swans, are they still the yardstick in the competition? Did they get their best footy back last week in that final quarter surge against the Pies?
Well, their last quarter was outstanding.
But why did it take that long, though?
Yeah.
That's the thing that I'm not convinced, Lingy. I'm not convinced they're over the line yet.
No, I agree with you. What I always suspected with their lull, before we got to the Port Adelaide debacle, in the earlier part of their lull was hard training block. They've got the wins on the board. They're setting themselves up to be able to taper late. They'll be able to hit finals cherry ripe. Now, I had no knowledge of whether they were doing that. That's just what I suspected. They seemed flat. They seemed to have lacked a bit of run, so maybe they'd tried that. It's extended beyond the period of time that I thought it would. They had the horror of Port Adelaide. And now my biggest concern, Mick, is the injuries that appear to have come around that. So Chad Warner's not playing tonight. Tom Papley's still out. There's just always been a few players going down. Another injury. How healthy are they going to hit September, and how in form are they going to hit September?
Well, as you know, Lingy, the side that win the premiership, well, those that will get there will be the side that's got the deepest depth available. Not you can have 30 players, but like Carlton, if 15 are out, bad luck. You know, you're in trouble. So the most available and the form. And I reckon that there's this thing about overtraining to get them up and this sort of stuff. Yeah, I've been through that and all that. But what you've got to be very careful about is losing momentum and losing a bit of faith in players around you, and also that confidence that goes hand in hand with it. So if you then get beaten a couple of times, you start to doubt things. And I reckon the Swans, in the losing games, They lost by a kick by 2. I think McDonald had a shot in 2 and missed both. Not his. Well, it was his fault. He missed them, but then again, you can't blame that one kick. That was okay because they weren't far off. But then they started to look slow. Heaney went off the boil. So totally relying on Papley. No longer Papley. Backline looked dreadfully slow. They made sure that Blakey wasn't the release player. Grundy went off the boil. Grundy went from being a very, very good player to an ordinary ruckman.
Yep.
The thing for me is, do they come back from that? Because that'll be the test tonight. I reckon if Essendon are on the money, they can test those little things.
The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse alongside Cameron Ling. There's no late change for Friday night footy. Menzies and Corey Warner are the subs for the Bombers and the Swans respectively. The air horns going off, which means the countdown is on. Tim Hodges is the 5th member of our team. He's between the benches. Good evening, Hodgie.
Hi, Corbin. Nice to have you back. Jason Johnson, the Premiership Bomber, airing the siren for the Bombers to get them up and about. Callum Mills winning the toss. The Swans will kick to the Footscray end of the Docklands Stadium. That's left of screen if you're at home watching on the telly, listening to us. The roof is shut. We have a great crowd. Earlier in the week, the Bombers were quite concerned about what sort of turnout they would have tonight after the horrors of last Saturday night's post-siren loss to the Suns. But Bombers fans, they've got to be given credit. They keep turning up. They're expecting around 38 to 40,000 people tonight, so it will be an awesome atmosphere under the lid. Just repeating, no late changes. The subs for the Swans, it's Corey Warner. For the Bombers, it's Jai Menzies. It does seem such a shame it's not Dyson Heppel in that subs vest. What a lift he would have had at some point in this match when he would have come onto the ground. But, unfortunately, not to be.
And doesn't look like, at least anyway, anything pre-bounce for Dyson Heppel, so perhaps a little later in the game. Jake Stringer starting on the bench. High stakes for both these teams. The Swans can lock up the minor premiership. The Bombers must win to keep their 2024 campaign alive. On ABC Sport, you're with Kelly Underwood.
And it's Nick Bryan in his 18th game who goes head-to-head with Grundy, and he takes it and he kicks it long right to the top of the goal square. But Blakey's there at the back of the pack to mop up. Looking out there for Florent, and it beats him, so it'll be a boundary throw-in.
Perfect start by Nick Bryan. That's what Essendon fans want. They wanted him to play.
Yeah, that's what we were looking at just before. We saw Draper go to full forward. We're thinking, okay, this is interesting.
And Rowbottom into the midfield, joining Goulden and Heaney. Of course, no Chad Warner tonight. He's out with a sore calf.
I think Rowbottom will probably go to Zach Merritt. Or free kick's been picked out here.
It has. The boundary throw-in, it's gone to Caldwell, whose muscles are very oiled. They're shining under the closed roof as he delivers to the top of the goal square where Big Draper's standing. He can't get anywhere near it, and Lloyd just squeezes the kick down the line. And taking the mark is the usual full forward, McDonald. Logan McDonald for the Swans.
Goes short to Mills. Mills kicks out to half-back and Lloyd takes the mark. I'm sure he won't mind me saying he's a former teammate, Jai Caldwell, at Brett Delidio, and that's straight out of the Brett Delidio playbook, I think, with the oil. The oil.
Well, it's hard to get grabbed, that's how they say. bad luck if the ball hits and the ball gets really greasy.
Shout out to our man Leeds. He's sunning himself in Bali at the moment, so
I'm sure he's got the oil.
He's got the oil out there.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Hayward heads down to half forward. Mackay takes the intercept mark for Essendon. So the Bombers on the counter attack. Short kick finds Durham, who marks back edge of the centre square. He goes wide, and a good mark from Caddy. The one-on-one with Blakey, and young Caddy wins that. The rising star nom from last week goes short, looking for the skipper, just over the head of Merritt. Got Jordan right there with him and gives James Jordan a shove out of bounds. We'll have a throw-in. That's 65 metres out from the Essendon goal at left half forward. Scores level after the opening 2 minutes.
That's his tag.
Yeah, it's Jordan.
Jordan's his tag.
I thought Rowbottom might have gone as that in and under at the contest, but Jordan's the other one they can use.
So flick back in, Grundy in front position. This is the ball on the City side. Caldwell's been able to get it to Parrish. Wedges the kick into the pocket, looking for Draper. He might have caught one high. Umpire says play on. Caddy's there. So too is Perkins. Kicks it up in the air, and then it lands in exactly the same spot at the top of the goal square. And it's knuckled over the boundary line through for another boundary throw-in.
Lingy, I'd like to see Perkins be just a little bit more aggressive at the footy.
Yep.
He's just waited for the easier one.
It's very fair.
Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling for Friday night footy. Boundary throw-in. Forward pocket for the Bombers. Grundy palms it down straight to Mills. He's gang tackled straight away and a ball up.
This would be a good move if then Draper goes on to the second ruckman or a tie Grundy. Very good move.
Bryan hooks it back into a dangerous spot, but straight to Florent. Kicks out of the defensive 50 for the Swans. Chasing out after it. Hayward bounces in front of him and Roberts. That's Archie for the Bombers. Hayward clever, sockers it down the wing. McGrath changes direction of the footy. Just knocks it out in front of Kelly. Kelly paddles to the advantage of Caddy. His hand pass knocked down. Great follow-up, Hayward. Forces it out of bounds and will have a throw-in right in front of the benches. 2 Roberts playing tonight. Of course, Matt Roberts there for the Sydney Swans and Archie Roberts in his 3rd game for the Bombers.
It's pretty much one-on-one right across. I can't see any loose play. Yes, there is. There's one loose play.
So twirling ball back into play. Grundy and Bryan. Grundy palms it down. Mills was there. He's got Durham for company. Got the quick hands out. Now Lloyd just bangs it. Rockets it just inside 50. It's a Marty and Mackay. Mackay first to meet it and dabs it down over the boundary. So inside 50 for the Swannies here. First one, and it'll be a boundary throw in 45 around. They're kicking to the northern end of Dockland Stadium.
Quiet start. A few empty seats. I know there were some forecasting a sellout tonight, and yet there may have been a few that have not rolled up, at least early in the pieces. Heaney's bowled over, spills down towards Merritt. Hand pass to Durham. His handball to centre half back, broken up. Durham a second time, knocks it away to Kelly, who was held without it, in fact.
Yeah, it's going to be a free kick. Zach Merritt was tripped off the ball by James Jordan. It'll go back to where Durham had the footy.
Good call, Lingy. Good spot that as Durham comes wide to Archie Roberts, the 3rd gamer, and the lefty swings his kick out here onto the chest of Parrish, who takes the mark. Right in front of the benches and in front of Jake Stringer, who started on the bench after his 3 behinds in the final term last week. Kicks down to half forward. What a Draper. Blakey spoils straight into the path of Caldwell. Puts on the Jets. Kicks to full forward. Not a great kick. And Florent takes an intercept mark. Fullback for Sydney. No score through the first 5 minutes. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, he just went straight to where the ball was going to go. That was not a great kick. He put the ball on the ground.
Shorts it to McCartan and then to Rampy and over to Florent, who kept running. Now the penetrating kick off half-back. It was a bit of a wobbler, but it lands in the hands of Jordan. He'd get the little give-off to Gordon, who fumbles it, regathers, but the kick under pressure. He invited that pressure because of the fumble has been taken uncontested by Laverty.
There's 2 Essendon players standing next to each other, holding hands. Either one of them could have taken that.
Shorts to McGrath and then back to Laverty. So they're mucking around with it. Defensive side of the City wing. Not a lot of movement forward. So he goes for safety down the line, working his way in front, unable to take it. Really slipped through his fingers was McCarthan. And another boundary throw in. It's a slow stop-start to this contest.
If I was Essendon, no, I'd be, I know it's very early days, I'd be quite comfortable that I'm winning enough through the middle and repelling a lot of from the back line.
Well, contested possessions 10-4.
This is their letdown, though.
Bryan palms it down to Shield, just turns it over cold inside the forward 50, and Mills takes the intercept mark. He moves it quickly out into the open side wing, looking for McDonald, swats it down, but straight into the path of Archie Roberts. Hand pass out in front of him. It's picked off by Melican, coming back the other way for the Swans. Handball to Lloyd. He's kicked down to half forward. That's a turnover too. Turnover city at the moment. Laverty gives it to McGrath. Guess what? He turned it over. Down to Blakey. Swings his kick back the other way. Down to half forward for Hayward. Short kick finds a Marty. Right on the attacking 50. He goes long. Goalward. There's no one back. Charging back for the Bombers. Redmond takes the saving mark on the behind line. There is no score and a heap of turnovers through the first 7 minutes.
And Joel Amari thought he could kick the ball 85 metres then.
Can we stop this and start again?
Actually, you know what? I'm enjoying the game outside of the finishing in the 50s.
You always have to disagree with me, Mick. It's been a shocker to start. Here's another turnover. Campbell stabs it inside. Wants to go the corridor, and Hayward had to wear the hit from Merritt. Gives it off to Blakey, and he pokes it out in the front of the run of his teammate in Cleary, and that was better. Yeah. Caden Cleary has taken the mark on the end of a long lead, and he'll have a shot 50 out, slidey shangle.
That's the good thing about Nick Blakey is he can shape to kick long if he wants to, but he's got enough vision, enough skill to just be able to pull the kick late. Nice kick.
So Caden Cleary, just his 4th AFL game. He was the sub last week, only played 7% of the game time, and he wobbled that kick and hung it out to the left. It was low, it was wobbly, and he kicked it like a nervous youngster, which he probably is. Swans by a point, because they've got a point on the board. Essendon yet to score after nearly 8 minutes of tennis, really. Bit of table tennis, back and forward.
It's my sort of tennis, though, the way I play.
Corby thinks he's still in Paris.
Out it comes to Shield, and Shield marks the kick out, goes short to centre half back and finds Mackay. Some indecision, goes across the half back line and finds Laverty. Caden Cleary, the only teenager out there tonight for the Swans. 2 for the Bombers. They play on by Handy to McGrath. Gives it to Wiedemann. That's a feel-good story. Back in the team. A hand pass back to McGrath. Hands it away to Caldwell. Kicks down the wing. To Caddy the target. What a matchup this is against Blakey. Caddy fighting for it up his backside. Got a hand pass away. Straight to Melican. He's tackled, dispossessed. Up lets them roll. No clean pick up there from Adams. Eventually gets it a second time. Hand pass out finds Mills. Handball to Gordon. Kicks down the wing. Here's Cleary again on the hop. Hand pass goes back to Tay Adams. His kick out on the full. Free kick for the Bombers. Defensive side of the wing. We are 9 minutes in. Sydney with the only score, which is 1 behind. The Bombers all in black with the red sash and the black shorts. Sydney wearing their South Melbourne jumper, so all in white with the red V and the red shorts.
Laverty's kick goes to 60 out. He put plenty of air in it. Hobbs comes through. He got a handball away, and the rushed kick there by Nick Bryan, the young ruck.
That's where they're breaking.
Straight into the hands of the Swans, and the Swans now flick the switch, and they've gone round the City side. That's a beautiful kick. Lands in the hands of Jordan, James Jordan. He's got it on the attacking side of that City wing. He just wedges the kick over the top to Cunningham.
Oh, Marty had to be used.
He goes high. Jones is down there. Thumps it in the Amati direction. He couldn't mop it up and control it. Charging through was Caldwell. That was good. Gives it off to Martin. Here's Redmond. All by hand. They're looking to get out of the defensive 50 to Shield. He can draw the defender in Adams and then loop it over the top, which he did to Kelly. Kelly's kick was smothered, but still the Bombers are there in numbers.
High up and under from Gresham into the centre square. It's going to turn out okay. Durham takes the mark. The Bombers now with the long kick inside the forward 50. Langford has 2 to beat. Swats it to ground. Blakey at the drop. He's onto it in a flash. Hooks a kick out of defence for Sydney. Bouncing off the chest of Cleary. Jones takes it for Essendon. Kicks to full forward over the head of Martin. Oh, the clangers keep on coming. Spills through towards Gresham. He cleans it up. Back to Martin. And there's the game's first goal. It's taken 11 minutes, but Nick Martin's kicked the opener. After a comedy of errors, at last, the game has its first goal. 11 minutes in, Essendon 1 straight, Sydney 1 behind. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Lee.
Well, Corby, I wanted to see how you called that attempted mark by Martin. It was a beautiful kick.
Oh, it was.
The only thing that's Essendon got the goal was the fact that Sydney players are getting in a better position, as are Essendon defenders, for the last kick that goes in the 50. The forwards, they look for the most impossible kick, hugging the boundary or 20 metres off where it's going to go.
Yeah, it's baffling, isn't it? Even earlier when I said got to use Amati, there was a giant hole. Amati had the
lead up
8 metres break on his opponent. A simple little kick over on the lead. They're just not seeing it at the moment, Nick.
No, not seeing the holes there that fill up either.
So it took 10 minutes for the first goal. Now Grundy and Draper. And at ground level, swooping his Shield. Burst of pace. Parrish back to Shield. On his left. Can he hit up a target? He can. It's Hobbs. Too far out to score. Keeps it low. Too low for Stringer. Didn't get it anywhere near him. And McCartan, the repelling kick, has been picked off by Archie Roberts for the Bombers. His kick inside 50. Can it hit a target? You bet it can. Rising high, putting his body on the line was Caldwell, and he has taken the mark.
Yeah, well done by Roberts. Intercept mark and then did not hesitate. Played on straight away and a beautiful kick inside. We've been saying that last kick inside forward 50 for both teams has been pretty ordinary tonight. Not on this occasion. Perfect kick. Jai Caldwell just slotted into a little bit of space, as midfielders like to do.
Well, he's had a brilliant week, Jai Caldwell. The 23-year-old signed a new 4-year deal to the end of 2028. He's been a breakout star for the Bombers this year. But he can't break this low-scoring start to this contest, and he's missed it from 40 metres out. Not much angle to speak of. 1-1-7 the Bombers. Sydney just one behind.
Just watching Heaney, he's had one touch, which is quite amazing. Look, his last quarter last week, he had the ball on a string, just can't get near it. It's a good play by Essendon, keeping him away from the footy. That's why they're staying well and truly in the game, the Bombers.
Parrish alongside him in the middle of the ground at the moment.
Blakey on the kick out, goes wide to Cunningham, marks back pocket, long kick down the wing. Kelly flies, had a fresh air shot trying to spoil. Spills down to Hayward of the Swans. Hand pass to Florent. He's been pinged. Florent caught, holding the ball. Didn't get a hand pass away, said the umpire, and free kick for Langford. And can reload for the Bombers. 17 clangers early in this game. 10 for Essendon, 7 for the Swans as Langford kicks inside the forward 50 here. Draper the target, no mark, falls down to Blakey. Somehow got a hand pass away to Jordan. A handball away to Grundy to the back flank for Adams. Spun around, shoots a hand pass back in defence to Cunningham again. Now the exiting kick, close to the boundary line. Bounces on its point. It'll sit for Shield, who grabs it. Somehow got a kick away. Martin scoops it up for Essendon. Handball from Jones. Misses Caldwell, his intended target. Still alive footy. 60 out from the Bombers' goal, and now a pack forms. And umpire Andrew Stevens says, I'll have it. The ball up. 14 minutes in. Essendon by 6 points. The Bombers 1-1. Sydney yet to score. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Draper pushes Grundy aside and then takes the footy and handballs it off to Martin, who goes long and strong. He's got his second, Nick Martin. At least someone out there has remembered how to play footy. I reckon all the other players have been watching the Olympics for the last 3 weeks. It's been a scrappy old start to this contest. And Nick Martin, with a big smile on his face, lands a bomb from 50. Right place, right time for the first 2 goals. 2 goals, 1-13 Essendon. The Swans just one behind after 15 minutes of play. Mick Malthouse on ABC Radio.
Well, with Draper in the forward pocket or full forward for the first 5 or 6 minutes, freshening himself up, goes on the ball and absolutely just ragdolls Grundy straight out of the wall. I'm sure it was Grundy at the time.
Yep.
And easy takes possession, easy gives the ball off, easy for Martin to run his 5 or 6 metres. The Swans are right off at the moment, and the Bombers are right on.
Essendon by 2 goals, and as Kel said, Nick Martin has both of those out of the middle. Adams hand pass away to McLean for the Swans. Kicks inside 50. Cleary got a hand on it. Follows up. Caden Cleary hooks it through on the run. And the young man has Sydney's first. The teenager Caden Cleary, who'd kicked one previously in his first 3 games of AFL footy, now has a second. He'd had their opening score from a set shot, and now he's drilled a goal on the run. A 6-point game again. Essendon 2-1-13. The Swans 1-1-7. And a goal from the centre bounce, Cameron Ling. 16 minutes into the opening term, the Bombers by 6.
Yeah, it was just good by Cleary. He just followed on. He got a little hand in at first. His opponent just gave him a couple of metre break there, Mick. I don't think that would make Brad Scott a happy camper in the coach's box, because Cleary had plenty of room inside that forward 50, but a beautiful finish too. Sam Draper actually won the hit, but Taylor Adams with some really good body work on Darcy Parish. Swans get the clearance, and unfortunately it was Archie Roberts, Mick, another young player. Just gave him too much room.
Well, this time in the ruck, Draper won it easy, but he smacked it down to McLean. A little fumble. It was stolen by Parish over the head of Stringer, and it's rolling through for a goal.
Push in the back, Kel, against Stringer.
So Stringer was the target. It went over his head, and he's been pinged for a push into the back of Melican, his direct opponent. Melican's taken the free for the Swans, and you can hear the jeers. They're a little disgruntled, the Bombers fans, with that decision.
The push was probably there, but I've seen a hell of a lot worse let go. 2 hands in the back, you seem to be able to get away with these days.
He just nudged him, didn't he?
Yeah.
Cunningham short to Florent. Florent swings it from one back flank to the other, and now Mills kicks down the wing. Here's McDonald marks. Hand pass away to Campbell. He's off and running. The lefty back to centre half forward with a kick. Bounces off the chest to Hayward. No mark. Archie Roberts. Slick hands for the Bombers. Got it away to Shield. Clever. Along the ground. Finds Hobbs. He kicks wide. Hobbs trying to link up with Wiedemann. No mark. Wiedemann goes to ground. Jones cleans it up. Gives it back to Wiedemann. Short kick. Back to Roberts.
Wiedemann playing that defensive role. Obviously trying to learn a whole new role throughout this season, playing on a combination of McDonald and Hayden McLean.
Archie Roberts, the 18-year-old, goes long down to half forward, slides off hands through to Stringer, pushes off one, breaks a tackle, now kicks back inboard. It's a dangerous kick. Swans win it back momentarily. Hayward's hand passed out in front of McLean. He gets it away to Cleary.
Cleary then dabs it up and under, and caught underneath it was Luke Parker, reaching up over the top. Laverty with the defensive mark. Squirts it wide to Mackay, who goes wider still with his handball to young Archie Roberts, long down the line.
Yeah,
Harry Jones wins the free kick.
Yeah, that's a good decision.
Yeah, Tom McCartan just blocked him out of the marking contest. Didn't have eyes on the footy.
2-on-1, 2 Swans up against Harry Jones, the only Bomber, so he does well to get it here. And some hard running from Parrish. He loops his kick over the top, and then Parrish takes off. He's going to kick it into the right forward pocket. Caddy was there in a one-on-one with Melican, and Melican spoils over the boundary line. 2-1-13 Essendon, 1-1-7 the Swans. It's a lead of 6 points after nearly 19 minutes gone under the closed roof on Friday night footy. The penultimate round of season 2024 in this home and away season.
Boundary umpire spins it in. Hot spot for the Bombers. McLean palms it down. Gresham bowled over. Spills through to Adams. Hand pass away to Matt Roberts for the Swans. Kicks down the broadcast wing. Amati the target. Falls through to Laverty. Tries to tap it back to Mackay's advantage. He's onto it now. Hand pass to McGrath. His handball. Eventually gets to Perkins. Back on his right peg. Sends it down to half forward. And at the back, Blakey spills the mark. There's a free here and a legal Shepherd. And it's going to go Essendon's way, so Langford to get it. Happy with that, Lingy?
He was there.
He played for it, didn't he?
Well,
he played for it, but
he blocked off, though. You've got to have a run at football.
Bombers by 6. Approaching time on here in this opening quarter. Crowded forward 50. Langford just lays it up to Draper. The big Dom. And Sammy Draper's got his mitts around it. He marks it full forward for Essendon.
Great kick. Good holding his ground, Draper. Other players led away, took a couple of Sydney players away, and he was able to run onto the football. If he had stood there, it would have been smashed away. He was able to move forward 2 or 3 metres and just do enough.
Oh, my God. He's kicking around the body.
He's joining the Around the Corner club after missing some shots last week. One against Adelaide late. Hooks it across the body. That's the way home. Draper jams it through, and Essendon lead by 2 goals. Sammy Draper. You don't have to draw pictures. That'll do. 3-1 to 1-1. The Bombers by 12 points. Time on opening term ahead of Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling downstairs to Tim Hodges.
Just watching Will Hayward, guys, you can see him down here. He's got a right knee heavily strapped, and I think he's come into this game ill. He's come off the ground, and the physio went straight to him. And then he's actually pushed the physio away, and he's thrown up a number of times. So I don't think he's well heading into this game to be as sick as he is right now. Like, totally disgusting. They've got
what's come up, Tim?
They've got it's all sorts. They've got the buckets of water to try and actually wash. It's right at the interchange gate as players come on and off, and there is vomit everywhere, unfortunately. So I'm not sure how Will Hayward's going to get through the next 2 hours of this match.
Apologies to those who might be eating at the moment. Back underway in the centre. The Bombers have got it. Parry tried to get it to Durham. There's a crucial little handball in there for the Swans, but it ricochets the way of Merritt. He's so good on that left. He flicks it wide to the City wing, and the mark taken by Martin. He's kicked 2 of their 3 goals. He handballs to McGrath. Wasn't a great handball. Got him into trouble. Forced to just bomb it long in the Draper direction. McCartan launches himself up over the top, but doesn't find the boundary line. Stringer's there. Keeps it in place. Centering kick. Perkins, the meat and the sandwich. Perkins goes again. He's got Parrish. Parrish with space. Jones stripped of the footy. He tried the side step, and it doesn't come off. Still they go. Perkins has got it. Laverty trying the don't argue was Caldwell. Going back to Laverty. They're going backwards. Handballs to Mackay. 70 metres out. He floats along one towards Draper. They're under the pump here. The Swans' defence. Campbell had it. Lost it. Goes to ground. They pile on. Draper's given a handball straight to Golden. Throws it on his boot. And they'll go again, the Bombers, because Merritt marks uncontested.
Caddy in the goal square.
So Merritt kicks in that direction, and it's going to get out the back. Off hands, Draper palms it down, trying to find Stringer. He becomes tackler. And then locks up The Sydney player on the bottom of all of that, which is Tom McCartman, will have a ball up in front of the behind post for the Bombers.
Caddy didn't actually need to come at that. He needed to trust that Merritt's that good a kick, he was going to get it to him.
Yeah, exactly.
Deep forward for the Dons. Grundy hooks it back towards Rowbottom's advantage for Sydney. Takes on the tackle. Hand pass through to Cunningham. He can clear the defensive 50. Out towards half-back for Sydney. Bounce favours the Bombers. Wiedemann. Hand pass away to McGrath. He gives it to Redmond. Short kick. Finds Caldwell. Attacking edge of the centre square and just about every player on the ground in front of him.
Yeah, Sydney got, 16 back.
Yeah. So Caldwell comes wide with the kick. Up is Jones. Can't complete the mark. Florent did enough to break it up. They both hit the deck. Paddles it away to Redmond. He tucks it under his arm. Runs to the junction of the 50 in the boundary line. Hooks a kick for the Bombers to full forward. Stringer clever. Punches it away. Close to the boundary line. Martin scoops it up. Handball comes back in to Durham. He's tackled and umpire says, I'll have it. And a ball up 30 metres out from the Bombers' goal at left half forward. Dons by 12. Time out opening quarter.
So the inside 50 count is 19-7.
Yeah, they've got to make it count, the Bombers.
Don't they? The Swans just keep repelling and repelling. The defence is under siege. Grundy in the ruck. His handball was smothered. Second handball goes to Stringer. His kick was smothered. He's surrounded by Swans. Now Durham tries to break his way through. Tackle goes to ground. Bombers fans wanted a call. Whistle not coming. Well done by Parrish. He gave it to Hobbs. Hobbs is gone, though.
It'll be quicker.
He stopped, didn't he? He looked, and by the time he had a look, Ben Hobbsy was gone. Florent got him.
Well, now they're on the Swans. They can go.
To Blakey, who's got it at centre half back. Fake the handball. Takes off. Has a dash. Delivers beautifully on the chest of Logan McDonald, who's got it on centre wing on the Docklands side.
Essendon have worked back pretty well there.
Yeah, they
Swans
have.
were out and they've slowed it up.
McDonald flares it wide to Mills, who takes the mark, running back with the flight uncontested.
This is the one that they've got to start to fill the gaps in for the leading player coming up the ground. If they do that, they'll get away with a hoik into the air.
Left half forward, he's got it. Stabs the pass, barely goes the required distance to Goulden. Now, Goulden is a thumping kick, but Jones is about 60 metres out. Goulden into the pocket. Look at that. That is exquisite. That is as good as delivery as you would ever hope to see. And it's Campbell who's on the end of it. Just a little dart of a lead into that left forward pocket. And Braden Campbell took the mark.
Just a piggyback Mick's point. To stop that first short kick, especially to certain kickers. Don't let it get in Errol Goulden's hands.
Now he's a left footer, Braden Campbell. And he has struck that to perfection. He worked it back. It had the beautiful spin on it. The left forward in the left forward pocket. And it took something special for these Swannies to break through for their second major. 2-1-13, Essendon 3-1-19. It's the Bombers by 6 points. We've got just under 2 minutes to go before quarter time, and still that inside 50 count, 19-8 Essendon's way.
So when it's as slower play as that, I understand that Essendon getting back into a zone type defence, but you need to have accountability. If a player comes into your area who's going to allow the Swans to advance the ball 15 or 20 metres, don't let them take it. Don't just go, I'm guarding some grass and he can take a mark in front of me. No, he's in my area. I will take him. And especially, again, I've got to say, Mick, don't let it be Goulden who gets it. Don't let it be Heaney who gets it, or Braden Campbell.
Bombers by 6, back in the middle. Grundy palms it down for Sydney. Goulden left it behind. Shield collects it. Still inside the centre square. Has it for Essendon. Hand pass to Caldwell. Kicks wide. And Caddy takes the mark. Hayward back on the ground after being ill on the bench for Sydney. Kicks inside the forward 50. Draper shoved out of the way, leading up from the goal square. Getting back Cleary. Hand pass away. It was Melican, and he's going to get the free. After disposing of the footy, so it goes against Jones, and Melican to take it in the back pocket.
This is where they let themselves down, the Bombers. They're just not hitting the targets, nor are they getting numbers back. Sydney just all over them when the ball hits the deck.
Melican goes long up to the wing, and here's McLean works his way to the front, takes the mark. Almost at half back as he kicks inboard to McDonald. Marks wants to move it on quickly. He's held up by Durham. That's illegal. And the ump says you can't do it that way as Durham just grabbed his arm to try and stop him. Hand passing the footy to a runner on the way by. And now it will bring Logan McDonald within goal-kicking range. The man on the mark to stand about 45 metres out from the Sydney goal line.
All that hard work for it just, and that was inevitable. That ball was going to come through the corridor. You just got block the corridor up. Sydney love going through there because they'd hate going flanks.
That's hard on Durham, that, isn't it, though?
I don't reckon it is 50.
McDonald goes to handball. Your natural reaction is to try and do something.
Sure, you've got to give something. Play on from that.
Logan McDonald directly in front. Right-footed drop punt. Misses just to the left. Behind 3-1 to 2-2. A 5-point lead for the Bombers. So despite the 20 inside 50s, they lead it by just 5 points. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just an update. Will Hayward is back on the ground after being sick. They actually seated him away on the plastic chairs away from the main bench. So I think he's clearly not well and they want to keep him away from the main group. But he's courageously going back on. It's got the real realms of the Michael Jordan flu game out there, hasn't it?
Courageous mark by McCartan, who had Draper for company as a result of the kick in. He sends it back inside 50. It was deep and it rolled off the Pack's hands and over. So boundary throw in 10 metres around northern end of the stadium where the Swans are kicking in this opening term. It's Essendon by 5.
This is where they're going to be absolutely switched on, the Bombers. Sydney got an opportunity here.
Brady
player at the back,
At the back.
Out the back, yep. This is the feed off.
So it's Grundy and Bryan. Grundy goes at it with both hands. The left footer, Golden in the left forward pocket. He can't work it back. He goes unselfishly to the top of the square, straight through the legs of the player in
Shield.
Dylan Shield. Had a mental blank there for a moment, so flicked through Dylan Shield's legs, opened the door for a moment for Sydney, but they couldn't score. And it's Essendon by 5 points at quarter time. 3-1-19. The Swans 2-2-14. The goal kickers, the first two of the game went to Nick Martin for the Bombers, and a set shot from Draper. And then for the Swans, it was Cleary and Campbell. So Essendon by 5 at quarter time.
Final quarter last week for the Bombers against the Gold Coast. They kicked 1 goal 9 from 18 inside 50s, which returns 15 total points. Tonight they've had 20 inside 50s in the opening quarter for 3 goals 1, which returns 19 points. Feels like it's not enough for the amount of entries that they've had. The Bombers ranked third last in the competition for goals per inside 50. They kicked 3 in that quarter for their 20 entries. The Bombers by 5 points. The breakdown from Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling coming up in just a moment. One for you, Mick, off the SMS. Question for Mick. What do you make of Nick Cox for the Bombers? Where is he at? Seems like he's a little in limbo for me.
Well, he is. He's a bit caught in between. He's got no doubt the ability, no doubt size. Has he got the grunt?
He's out with concussion at the moment.
Yeah. But has he got the grunt? Has he got the... I guess the word would be, is he as desperate as the most desperate player in the side? So that's what you've got to start weighing yourself up against. It's no use being, I want to be the 5th best or the 7th best. I want to be the best. And what makes up a player? And if you divide it up into the skill component and the want component and that's component, where do I sit and where do I need to get better? So, but he's not old. He's a young player.
0437 774 774, the SMS number. Keep them coming. The thoughts of Mick and Lingy in just a moment. You are listening to Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Here's my top footy tip for the season. You can get your games live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. I know, right? AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever footy you're after, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team.
Game, set, bingo.
This season on the home of 100% pure footy, the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Spills through towards Gresham. He cleans it up. Back to Martin. And there's the game's first goal. It's taken 11 minutes, but Nick Martin's kicked the opener.
Draper pushes Grundy aside and then takes the footy and handballs it off to Martin, who goes long and strong. He's got his second, Nick Martin.
Clean for the Swans. Kicks inside 50. Cleary got a hand on it. Follows up. Caden Cleary hooks it through on the run. And the young man has Sydney's first. Crowded forward 50. Langford just lays it up to Draper. The big Don. And Sammy Draper's got his mitts around it. He marks it full forward for Essendon. He's joining the Around the Corner club after missing some shots last week. One against Adelaide late. Hooks it across the body. That's the way home. Draper jams it through.
Braden Campbell. And he has struck that to perfection.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the opening quarter of footy as round 23 is underway, the penultimate round of the home and away season, so just 18 games left. First of them being played tonight and 8 of the 9 games this weekend, all with ramifications on the makeup of the all-important top 8. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood, Tim Hodges on the boundary, the coaching icon Mick Malthouse and the legendary Cat Cameron Ling with their take on this opening term, the Dons by 5 at quarter time.
Well, Lingy, every stat points to a 3 or 4 goal lead.
Yep.
You've got 106 to 79 possessions, let's say 26 possessions there. Inside 50's double. And then you've got contested footy.
Yep.
And Sydney pride themselves in contested footy. Now, am I reading that right?
You are. It's 19.
Difference?
Yep.
Yeah, 19 different.
19. That is massive.
That you'd have that almost in a game and go, oh, well, you know, they're in front. So the only thing that's been mucked up is the final entry into the forward line and the ability to hold the ball in the forward line. So there's the two components. I think they're winning enough. Well, they are clearly winning enough football. And it's not as if it's all higgledy-pickledy, hand pass here and kick there and hand pass there. It's quite...
Some good passages of play.
Really good passage, but it just never... The forwards ran under the football. The forwards ran over the football. They dropped the football. They couldn't keep the football in there. I think it's good signs for the Bombers.
Yeah.
If they can tidy that... Because I don't know where Sydney... I don't get caught up in one quarter of football with Sydney that they took to beat the Pies last week after a very ordinary 3 quarters and a very ordinary 4 or 5 weeks prior to that. I don't think you can just flip the switch and go, well, here we go. There's no indicators to me here that show that Sydney are 3 or 4 games better than Essendon.
I agree with you. That quarter of footy, we weren't watching the best team in the competition.
No way.
There. The Bombers, unfortunately, as all our Essendon fans listening right now know, it's just too familiar. Yeah. Exactly as you described. There's some fantastic ball winning going on. There's some decent and really good at times ball movement across the ground. But the last kick inside forward 50 and the ability to execute in the most important part of the ground is not there and wasn't there. And yep,
that's what I say about Peter Wright. I know I'm harping on it, but you know he's going to pluck those.
Yeah, but again, like Sam Draper takes a good mark, so you think it could work. Or
he took one.
Nate Caddy's looked dangerous, but then he runs under one. It's just that ability to connect between the middle of the ground and the forward line. And unfortunately, that's where the difference is between the really best teams in the competition and a team that might, unfortunately, miss out on finals.
Incredibly, the Swans win tonight. They'll all but lock up the minor premiership, and they've led at quarter time on only 8 occasions all year. They trail again here as we start the second term. Grundy palms it down. Shield first clean touch, though. Hand pass away to Parrish for the Bombers. Kicks inside the forward 50. Ball's allowed to bounce. Hooks its way back towards the corridor. Malikan's onto it. Handball out wide for Lloyd. Paddles it out in front. Martin wins possession. Hand pass away to Langford. Bombers going back inside 50. Gives it to Caldwell. Short kick is a shocker. Turns it over. Heaney to 1-2 coming out of defence. Hand pass out of bounds. Umpire says insufficient intent. Gee, free kick for the Bombers. And Langford's going to get it up against the fence about 60 metres out at right half forward.
It's funny, everything we're talking about the Bombers is they're doing a lot of hard work. They could make it so much easier for themselves.
Even the kick there.
So Langford spots Caldwell all by himself. Closing speed. Heaney was able to dab it down and then flicks it again to his partner in crime, Gordon. Gordon just monsters that kick. It'll land on the City wing. Amadi dropped it under enormous pressure. And then the kick from Wiedemann going backwards to centre-half back. Laverty's got himself in a pickle. He's got McGrath there to help him. McGrath's handball to Redmond. Goes backwards to Laverty. And then he flares the kick wide to Jones. Marks at half back. They brought it the dockside.
Had an opportunity to move that ball. Could move it quicker. Through the defence of the Sydney.
Jones goes towards Caddy. It clears his hand. Waiting at the back was Stringer. Stringer's handball was ricocheted down, and then the handball was Stringer getting involved, picking off Blakey's handball and killing the ball over the boundary line. So boundary throw in half forward here for Essendon to start this second term. Draper back down in the goal square, got McCartan for company. So Bryant's going to tangle with Grundy. Neither winner in the air, charging through his Campbell. Slick hands to Florent, off to Blakey. Has a dash, uses the corridor. Over the head it goes to Parker. Parker meets Laverty heavily. They both go down. Caldwell's there, gets it to Redmond. Redmond tries the sidestep and then kicks backwards just to buy a bit of breathing space to McGrath.
That was brilliant by Laverty.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant, because he had to hit the ball, take the ball and hit the body. Just really tough stuff. Put his body there.
And if you fumble that, that's potentially going the other way a million miles an hour.
Absolutely. And behind him there's no one.
Bombers work it up to the wing through the hands of McGrath, and then Martin, Caldwell back to Martin, and now with Parrish. So kicks from a standing start inside 50. Draper knocks it down to the advantage of Stringer. Jams it on the boot, and Stringer hooks it through for a goal. The Bombers with the first of the second term. And smart work from Sam Draper, flying through the contest, almost just used it like a ruck contest, palmed it down the throat of Jake Stringer, and he was able to do the rest. Essendon by 11 points, 4-1-25, Sydney 2-2-14. 3 gone in the second terms. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Mick Malthouse, Cameron Ling.
Great call, Corbs, on Sam Draper. He was outnumbered. He was in that awkward position, and he just treated it like a ruck contest, got the tap down, and then... Well, Mick, that's a superb finish. Jake Stringer hasn't done much this game, but that was brilliant.
Well, you can put that in 7 other boys' hands.
Yeah.
They're not going to kick a goal. I mean, Jake does some things that keep him in the side, and that's one of them.
What do they do with him? Still without a contract? What would you be offering him?
How much is the minimum? Well, what do you pay a bloke? If you paid him on performance...
Hang on, Mick, let's get back to that, because Grundy's taken it straight out of the ruck, gone inside 50 here for the Swans. Jordan's wrapped up in a tackle by Redmond. Parker goes in hard. Hayward's there, still out there. McDonald gets a kick away, but the only player back in that defensive goal square is Ben Mackay.
Make it incentive-based?
No, it's incentive-based.
Yep.
Yeah, what I was saying there wasn't against him. I think he's a brilliant footballer, but a bloke like that's got to be... And it's not on goals.
I don't mind giving him more money than minimum, but I would do it year by year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Keep him on edge.
Keep him hungry.
Yep.
Essendon working down the wing, but it's picked off here. The Swans win it back. So hand pass from Blakey comes through the hands of Adams. His hand pass a little loose. Mills has to go and clean it up. Off balance, falls to ground. Got a hand pass away to Grundy. Sends it inside 50 for the Swans. Clean bowls a couple. Live footy, 25 out from the Swans goal. Laverty over the top of it. Tackled. His hand pass almost picked off. The tackle slipped. Free kick for Laverty.
One of the out of area umpire nailed that. Yep. I can't believe the one closest didn't pay it. I was about to go on a rant, but it was a clear trip.
Well, he's saved them twice now, Laverty. He's mopping up well, getting the right position, beating his man one-on-one.
Deep inside 50, kicks sideways to Redmond, and then stabs the pass to Merritt, the skipper, who goes back inboard to McGrath. Merritt tried to get the give and go, but McGrath said, no, I'll leave that, because Heaney was there. So he goes long down the line, sets it up for Brian, who's had to slap it clear. Clever by Draper, off to Caddy. In the blink of an eye to Gresham in the left forward pocket, stabs the pass to Langford. Can't hit the final target. It was electric football, but Gresham with that final possession just couldn't find the chest of Langford on a sharp lead in that left forward pocket, and instead it's a boundary throw-in.
And you're going to have Draper without 2 possessions, and both of them could have resulted in goals. Brilliant stuff.
Now he's rucking out right here, trying to grab it out of the ruck, falls over, sockers it back towards full forward. Lloyd off the deck, kicks it out of the defensive arc for Sydney, paddling it to his own advantage. Cleary, nice work, kicks into open space. Amati chasing out after it, has 2 to beat. Mackay trailing, Amati wins it. Centre half forward, hand pass for Sydney away to Parker. He shoots goalward, he's offline, and he misses out to the left. He behind. 4-1 to 2-3. 6 minutes gone in the second term. It is Essendon by 10 points, and this is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Mick Cleary was the only one who wanted that footy.
Absolutely.
Centre forward there for the Bombers. 4 Bombers players just watched him.
Kelly short to Shield. Shield long to Martin. Worked his way in front and has taken a good contested mark.
That's what they wanted from Nick Bryant, just to be able to fly at the ball, go for it. He's athletic, he's big.
So Bryant going to go down the line again, looking for Draper. His ruck partner in crime, off hands Mills to McCartan, who dropped it. He's caught in a tackle by Jones. Up in the air, Rowbottom flicks it. Little fumble by Archie Roberts, but still merits there to Bryan, all by hand, and now Roberts steadies. Down the line, it was short to Jones. Handball over the top to Parrish. Can keep going to Caldwell. Instead ignores him by hand and goes by foot into the pocket where Gresham marks. And can Gresham make amends from exactly the same spot? But instead of the short pass, he's going to wheel around and go for home himself. But he doesn't curl it back enough. And he's pushed that right across the face. So a couple of opportunities missed there for Jade Gresham. Could have hit up a teammate who could have had a set shot. And he's missing that with a minor score. 4-2-26 at Essendon, Sydney 2-3-15.
Rampy marks the kick out, goes short to Cunningham, short to Mills. Still at half back, an 11-point lead for the Bombers. And a boatload of inside 50s. I mean, the better team around the ground and haven't had the same space on the scoreboard tonight. And it reflects that as Sydney switch play. Lloyd up against the boundary line on the outer side of the ground, the City side. Looks for Hayward, spills the mark, follows up. Handball back to Lloyd. Not a heap up ahead. Now they come to close him down. Lloyd trying to step his way around Martin. Just kicks a high up and under. Down towards half forward. Rowbottom touches it on the way through. Spills to McDonald. He's tackled by Archie Roberts. Holding the ball. And the youngest man on the ground wins possession back for the Bombers. The teenager at half back for Essendon will take it. Archie Roberts. Now to Sandringham. Picked up in last year's draft. Essendon's third selection. The Bombers by 11 points, 8 minutes into the second.
And he's a lefty kicking towards Draper. Had to take on a couple of Swans, coming in hard and winning the ball. There was Rampy. He just tried to paddle it to the advantage of Mills. Mills was tackled, which affected the kick. Roberts getting involved again. Well done by the youngster. Off to Parrish, who takes off in one direction, and that's straight ahead. And then a great mark by Caddy.
He's a good place.
Young Caddy. Up over Grundy and Matt Roberts closing down. Brilliant mark. Just inside the 50, 45-degree angle. And then a couple of the young guns for the Bombers combining well there. Archie Roberts with a couple of great efforts. And Caddy with a terrific contested mark.
Well, he gets in the right position. When he gets his hands on, they generally stick. He's one of those young kids that actually demands the football.
So 9 goals, 10. All this year, of course, his 8 career games. Sends it on its way and it's just missing to the left. They almost got hands on it. And a disappointing result after an exciting mark.
They're a 4-goal better side, Lingy, but they just can't double that up. They just the finishing, even that finish there.
Instead, it's a lead by 12 points at the 9-minute mark of the second quarter to the Bombers.
Blakey brings it into Matt Roberts for the Swans. Long kick down the wing, no mark, spills through to Caldwell. Pierces the kick and hits up Langford, who marks centre half forward.
Got to get a result from this for all their dominance, all their work.
He's got to take responsibility here. Don't start looking around. He's a leading goal kicker at the club.
A moment's gone, isn't he? He did the right thing. He got back. He was looking. As soon as there's something wasn't open, go back, slot it.
Slightly right of centre. He'll have to kick it all of 50 metres. Doesn't look confident with the trip. Langford veers out, sends it to the top of the goal square. Spoiled away by the Swans. Down towards Lloyd, last line of defence. Handball to Grundy, handball to Mills. Hand pass finds Florent, back pocket. Kicks outside of the right peg, out towards half back, and Hayward does very well. Wins a one-on-one with Redmond. Redmond is shoved out of the way, and Hayward marks at half back for the Swans. Essendon by 12 points, 11 minutes into the second.
That was disappointing by Redmond. That's a one-on-one that the very best you've got to do, at least bring it to the ground.
The Swans repel again. They've been under siege. They've gone from one side to the other side. Around the dock side, it's Rampy that's got it. No one comes at him. He touches the Sharon on the grass. And then he goes long to a one-on-one. It was Parker in a good contest with Laverty. Now Logan McDonald comes in. Laverty wraps him up. Laverty's been on his game tonight. He's gone.
Wow. Gracious me, he's picked the ball up and got grabbed.
Laverty with a little handball to the run of McGrath. Can they catch the Swans napping? McGrath striding out along the outer wing, but his delivery's gone straight to Rampy. It has been Clanger City to start this game. High pressure, Bombers in control, lead it by 12 points. It's Sydney with possession, and again the switch going from one side to the other.
Florent kicks to Hayward, who marks on the wing.
It's a beautiful kick, that.
Blakey free in the middle.
Hayward Looks inboard now. Blakey the target, crashes into Caldwell and gave away the free.
Well done, Jai Caldwell. Blakey was the free option. It was the right option. He just worked back hard and earned that free kick. Great play.
Stood in the hole, draws the kick. Short pass finds Martin. Bombers going through the corridor here. 12 minutes into the second term. Essendon by 12. It is their game-high biggest lead. They've got here on 3 different occasions, but no further. Turnover there. Sydney win it back. As Rampy goes short to Lloyd. Lloyd comes inboard to Mills. Short kick finds Campbell. Campbell shifts it across the ground to Gordon. Marks still in the front half. Great kick. Straight onto the chest to Heaney. Went straight down the corridor and just spears it onto the chest of their number 5. And Heaney marks about 50 out centre half forward.
Well, that's the first time that the Swans have actually moved the ball with that precision to find a forward leading up. And what they've done, they've just taught Essendon how to do it.
Yeah, but you can't give them that many chances to keep trying to work it out. It's like you keep giving the ball back. Have another go at it.
13 minutes in the second quarter. This is just Heaney's second kick of the night. Right-footed drop punt. It's a good one. He likes it and straight through it goes. Swans back within it. One kick. 13 minutes into the second term. 4-3 to 3-3. Essendon by 6 points. Cameron Ling, Mick Bolthouse on ABC Sport.
Well, Lingy, can I just say, you've got Heaney kicking from 50 metres. Langford didn't want to go for it. I just think you're a forward, you're the leading goal kicker, you're a 50-metre kicker. Your responsibility is to go back and kick that goal. He chose to kick the ball up and hope that this is where Essendon are breaking down. They haven't got a true forward. Now, I know I keep going about right, but you haven't got a true forward that's got the smarts outside of Caddy, who's playing a little bit further up the ground. And Langford is a small forward, and he's got the ball in his hand. There's the difference between the two sides just then. One didn't back themselves, the other one did. And all of a sudden, it's only a goal difference. Sorry, mate.
No, agree with you completely. And Nate Caddy's a 9-game player. So
yeah.
Shouldn't all fall under his shoulders.
Halfway through the second term, and it's Draper straight down the throat of Shield. Shield goes inside 50. Oh, well done by Langford. Picks it up and then goes the kick off the side of the boot. And he had the unkind bounce and it touched the post through for a- score. So it's now 7-point lead.
Swans bring it in hurriedly. Matt Roberts marks. Goes on a run off the back flank, kicks down the wing. Kelly spoils, but straight to Mills. Hand pass back towards Lloyd. Sydney over halfway. Hand pass to McDonald, back to Lloyd. Slick hands back to McDonald. Now kicks down to half forward and Parker marks. He's told to play on now, 55 out. Kicks back to centre half forward. Perkins, great mark. Had to leap over the back of young Cleary and comes down with it. Centre half back for the Bombers.
That's a terrific mark. Important little moments for still a young player who just hasn't had the season he wanted, just to fight his way back into form. To be able to just stand there, take that really strong mark, a couple of strong tackles in the first quarter. You don't just immediately get back into form. You don't just immediately get 30 touches or kick a few goals and have the game of your life. You've got to fight your way back into it. That's excellent from Perkins.
Perkins after that long kick to the wing and Grundy spoils it out of bounds. So boundary throw in right on halfway. Bombers by 7. 15 gone in the second.
Draper out-muscles Grundy and then he grabs it again and he's tackled by Grundy to the ground. So the two bigger men finally get up on their feet. Centre wing, City side. Tossed in the air. Grundy slaps it down towards Heaney. Caldwell tackles him. Still they go. Quick hands, Rowbottom. Just about lost his head in there. The umpire doesn't blow the whistle. Just flicks out the side to Redmond, who dashes away and then delivers looking for Caddy. Jones is there. Handballs over his head straight to Florent. Not around Gresham. Bombs it long on the City wing. And there was a fist in there from Grundy, but Shields able to mop it up and go wide to Redmond. He gives it back to Shield. Very casual, in control here, the Bombers. Caldwell marking uncontested. Just goes the required distance, slow and steady on the approach this time.
This is the test.
Caldwell, the all-important kick inside 50. Is there a target? Langford was the target, and he leapt up into the air, but he had Blakey right next to him, over their heads, out of bounds, boundary throw.
Well, at least it's a half victory, because this is now stoppage time. Haven't had a lot of stoppages down there where they're able to clean it up, and they've got the ruck advantage. I think they have anyway with Draper. Draper's a very aggressive ruckman.
Boundary throw in. Draper works his way to the front here. Palms it down. There's no one at the drop. Draper hunts after it himself. Soccers goalward but misses. Near side. Of course, he's got the soccer background and showing his foot skills there, but just one behind. 17 gone second term. Essendon by 8 points. 4-5. They lead Sydney 3-3. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
They're peppering, aren't they, Corbin? But it's their kicking inside 50 that's sort of letting them down. There's another kick that is letting McCartan down. It flares wide and bounces before it goes over. So it'll be a boundary throw-in right in front of Tim Hodges down there. Hodgie.
Kel, just an observation with Lingy, and he's done the boundary a bit. Zach Merritt has never, he came off in the first term, didn't sit down. He's off in the second quarter, hasn't sat down once, just does not like to stop standing.
Draper pushes aside Grundy and then bombs it long into the right forward pocket where Langford was there with Blakey again. That intriguing matchup.
Every player's got their own little quirky ways of doing things. Some don't like to sit down because you get cool. Some sit down and really relax into it and just take it easy. But Zach Merritt just wants to be in this game. He's just going to run out there if no one comes to the bench. He just wants to play.
Essendon creeping closer towards goal. Boundary throw in 15 around from their goals, but Grundy wins it in the ruck. Gives it off to a teammate. The long kick came. Ben Mackay has it, and his kick was smothered.
I couldn't believe that, Kel. I know I'm going to jump in here. I couldn't believe that stoppage there. Essendon and Sydney both tapped the ball forward. There wasn't one Essendon player in the vicinity in the forward line. There's an opportunity to latch onto something, have a ping at goals. But no, it was just cleared too easily by the Sydney side.
Boundary throw in here, half forward for the Bombers. Draper threw his boot at it, couldn't quite get it down. Grundy traps it, hand pass, turnover. Martin for the Bombers, hand pass to Caldwell. His hand pass ends up out of play. He's been tackled, so we'll do it again. Another stoppage. Same spot, 52 metres out from the Essendon goal. Kicking to the Lockett end in this second term, 19 minutes played. The Bombers never led by more than 12 points, having led for most of the night and dominated large periods. Draper swats it forward. Hobbs had it, lost it. Ball comes back towards Caldwell. He too tackled, dispossessed. Now Durham takes his turn on the bottom of all that, and he's wrapped up in a multi-man tackle. We'll have a ball up here 60 metres out from the Bombers goal, right half forward.
Since Hodgie brought it up, I've not stopped watching Zach Merritt. He's desperate to be out there.
Well, I think they need him out there, Lincoln.
Yeah.
Look, even if they pop it into a forward pocket, I mean, there's no. If you're going to, you might as well sit in the forward pocket and sit here.
Again, there's another stoppage. Again, it's thrown up in the air. This time, Rowbottom wins it. Turns around, kicks, bouncing ball. And half-back here for Mackay. Mackay has got Hayward. Hayward was a clever kick to Jordan and then brings it back inside from Hayward. Is that a free kick to Campbell? And Swans fans wanted it. The umpire says no. And now Shield takes the mark in front of Grundy. So Essendon reload and go again. They've had so much of the ball. They just haven't been able to be efficient working their way back inside 50. Swans are able to pick it off with possession now. Blakey's got it. Handball's over the top. They've got the numbers. This is the young gun in Cleary, and he kicks to a one-on-one inside 50. Cleary was there. He couldn't pick it up. Campbell with a fierce tackle. Umpire says that's holding the ball. Campbell will be rewarded, and there's a bit of argy-bargy afterwards.
But there's no one there protecting the ball getter. They peel off. I don't know if it's a free kick or
I've
not.
got to ask, there's no prior opportunity, and Kelly's tried to handball the ball. That's all you need to do if there's no prior opportunity. The ball can spill free from there, and it's not a free kick.
But go back half a second, Lingy. There's two Essendon players watching. One should be receiving, the other one should be shepherding.
So Braden Campbell in the left forward pocket, the left foot banana, and he has just scraped that in for a minor score. That is Bronx jeers from the Bombers fans, because they think it deserved what it warranted in the end. It's Essendon by 7 points.
Kicked a rip hit, didn't he, Cal, in that opening quarter from the same pocket? It's the other end of the ground, but left forward pocket from Braden Campbell. As you said, Dons by 7, 21 gone, second term. Ball return to Mackay, shocking disposal. Missed Archie Roberts, he cleans it up. Hand pass to Shield, handball to Parrish, comes wide with the kick, and his Merritt. He's found his way on the ground, he's still on his feet. And he's off and running here, Zach Merritt, the skipper. Sends it down to half forward, and here's Hobbs.
Give it back to him.
Had Merritt running alongside him, didn't use him, so Hobbs has got it. The man on the mark stands right on the 50. So take his best kick. Powerhouse Hobbs kicks to the top of the goal square. They come from all directions. Punched away. Blakey swats it down. Picked up there by Merritt again. Hand pass out to Gresham. Handball got it to Martin. Hooks the kick back to the goal square. Here's Merritt. Jumps on top of it. Shoots goalward. Misses everything. Out on the full. 7 points the lead for Essendon. Feels like they should be in front by a lot more. 22 gone second term.
Well, both ends of the ground lack key forwards who are in position to take the marks, to demand the football. At the moment, it's just kick the ball in and hope someone marks it.
Good point, Mick. You have a look at their leading goal kickers. We're in round 23. It's Amati with 35, Hayward with 35, and then for the Bombers, Stringer and Langford with 39 apiece. And the kick in from the Swans, or rather the free kick from the Swans, has been chopped off by Redmond.
Bombers again, 14 inside 50s for 1 goal, 4 in the quarter.
He goes short to Dylan Shield. Had plenty of the footy tonight. Wheels around. He's a couple of kicks out. Puts plenty of air in it. Draper's the big man down there. Off hands, Matt Roberts was there to gather. And then bang it on the boot. Hayward's in a bit of a tussle. Coming in and helping him out was McDonald. Quick hands, Rowbottom, Lloyd, and then Rampy. Kicks around the corner, down the line. 2 a 1-on-1. Amati it is and Wiedemann. It clean bowls both of them. Trying to control it and keep it in play is Campbell, but he can't as he paddles it out to his own advantage and dribbles over the line in front of McGrath. Essendon by 7 points, 23 gone in the second half. Swans have not been good, but maybe a little bit more accurate and elite with their kicking. The likes of Gordon and that keeping them in this contest. Essendon has dominated but can't on the scoreboard.
Can you get your thoughts, Nick and Lingy, on the Sydney performance? They are 6 quarters away from a minor premiership, you'd think, and this is what we're getting from them. From the restart comes down to Gordon. He kicks towards full forward. Wanted McDonald, no mark. McDonald still tracking the footy. He's onto it here. Hand pass back inboard. Rowbottom trying to get it out to Campbell. Hand pass touched on the way through. Campbell locked up and tackled. And a ball up centre half forward for the Swans.
You talk about Sydney.
Yep.
Well, Sydney a mile off being the best side right now, right this very minute. They just don't look like that.
They go forward again. Rowbottom, a kick from centre half forward. He threw it on his boot, so it was a wobbly one, landed in the right forward pocket and bounced over.
The best sides have someone to go to, reliable. And if it's not one, it might be a tall, it might be a small. Well, Papley's missing, so we know that he is an absolute jet of a player.
Tossed back in. It's McLean and Bryan in the ruck. Bryan wins it down to Durham. Handball to the standing Parrish, who was quick to get it to Redmond. He was under the pump and handballs towards the boundary line. And again, another stoppage and another boundary throw in.
I do agree with Mick that right now Sydney don't look the best team in it. They are minus Papley and Warner, which are 2 incredibly important players.
Absolutely. But the way that
they're not playing well. They are not playing well right now. I agree with that.
Well, they've only did inside 50, I think about 20 times for it. That's not a lot for a number one side.
Bryan wins the hit out down to Parrish. Hand pass to Perkins. Kicks down the wing for Essendon, but Sydney win it back. McCartan, hand pass missed Cunningham. McCartan's got to go get it. Now defensive side of the wing. Runs out of room. Tried to get a kick away. Runs into his teammate. And almost kicked Harry Cunningham, who was standing right in his path. Ball goes out of bounds. A throw-in. 70 out from the Bombers' goal.
Is that a professional getting it out of bounds?
Well, I just think it's Stokey play.
Missed his boot.
Well organised, wouldn't it, if it becomes a tactic just to...
You're also missing Justin McInerney, of course. The inside 50 count this quarter alone, 15 to 8 in Essendon's favour. So Bryan down to Shield, to Durham, under pressure, loops it around to Perkins, slews off the outside of the boot, open the door for Wiedemann to come in, and then Martin in the end. Or Redmond thought about the handball was too slow, was met heavily by Campbell in a hip and shoulder, and then the kick inside 50. Florent flicks it over his head, was clever. To Cunningham, the up and under, it'll land just outside 50 here in a one-on-one. It's Bryan and McLean. Bryan tried hard in the air. McLean at ground level. Amati comes in. He tries to control it right next to the boundary line. He's tackled in a 360 by Durham over the line, right in front of the Swans bench where Heaney's barking instructions, desperate to get back on, and now he does come back on. One of the All-Australian favourites, of course, can't win the Brownlow because of suspension. Bombers by 7 points.
Menzies and Corey Warner, the 2 subs. Neither of them used so far. From the boundary throw in, Perkins kicks Essendon inside 50. Draper crashes the pack. Spills down Langford. Clever paddles it to Hobbs. Hand pass to Wiedemann. Handball it further inside 50 to Martin. Had the blinkers on. He's wrapped up by Rampy. Ball comes out on, says play on. Now he says I'll have it as a pack forms behind the pair.
Sydney might be playing great football, but they can close you down so quickly. They close down 4 players in a row.
Draper waiting for it, grabs it out of the ruck now, dispossessed. Mills got it away to Blakey, kicks out of defence. Cleary went without it, comes through to Amati. He's tackled and a ball up between wing and half forward for the Bombers. Essendon by 7, approaching half time.
I'll get you to answer this question, just a basic question at half time, gents, but why aren't they playing well? Is it because of Essendon's pressure, or is this a team desperately out of form? They are missing a couple of injured players, but this is such a different team that we saw in the first half of the season. Final minute before half time, and the umpire's picked out a free, and it'll go the Bombers' way. Ben Mackay will take it.
One shot left, I reckon, the Bombers.
Yep, 4-5-29 Essendon, 3-4-22. They lead by 7 points.
I don't reckon they'll take it, Mick. They're going to get to half-time, take the 7-point lead in.
All they need to do, Lingy, is just get it inside your front 50. You don't know, it's not going to happen now.
Well, it's the teenager Archie Roberts that's got it, and he goes all the way back to McGrath.
Still got 2 kicks to go with that time.
Just a little trot, a little jog by McGrath, and then he goes to the City wing. Stringer, can he start something? Shield handballs out in front of space to Hobbs. And it's Essendon by 7 points in a low-scoring slugfest under the closed roof on Friday night footy in the penultimate round of this AFL season. Essendon 4-5-29, Sydney 3-4-22. The goal kickers, first 2 of the contest went to Nick Martin and then Draper and Stringer. The only goal kicker for the Bombers in that second term. For Sydney, it's Cleary, Campbell and Heaney was the only goal kicker. So a goal apiece in this stop-start second quarter. It's Essendon by 7 points. It's been Clanger City to sum up that opening half, Corbin.
37 inside 50s for the Bombers for 4 goals in a half of footy. This is a team which come under great focus last week, obviously, after having 18 inside 50s in that final term for 1 goal. It's the same old issues for Essendon tonight and their lack of production and that mid-forward connection. 7 points, as Kel mentioned, the lead for the Bombers. Friday night footy, there was no late change coming in. John Menzies and Corey Warner, the 2 subs, both unused to half-time. Dyson Heppel was in the rooms pre-game. He's not suited up. He's not playing for Essendon tonight after announcing his retirement during the week. So no farewell game for him in the last home game that Essendon will play in the regular season. There was a video montage which aired about sort of 5 minutes before the bounce, but no major fanfare, or he wasn't presented in any kind of isolated moment the same way we saw with Adam Simpson when he departed West Coast, obviously, as senior coach earlier this year. There was nothing like that pre-game, at least, as we hit half-time. The Bombers on top by 7 points. The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling as we get to the half.
Let's start glass half full. Just for a second for the Essendon fans out there. They have dominated contested possessions, Mick. They are winning the ball, and at different times throughout different parts of the ground, they've used the ball well and got some flow going. Obviously, their work going inside forward 50 needs a hell of a lot of work. 37 inside 50s, as Corbin said, and they just haven't got the reward for it. On the flip side too, Mick, they've kept the top team on the ladder to only 18 inside 50s up the other end of the ground. That's a really good achievement. I want to start with the positives because they're in front and they are playing the top team on the ladder, so they are doing certain things well. Unfortunately, and Essendon fans are probably yelling at me right now, none of that matters because we're not finishing our work, which is fair, but they're doing 75, 80% of what they need to do right. Sadly, Mick, they're not finishing off.
Well, they're not finishing off, and quite remarkably, they've had 200-odd possessions to half-time for 4 goals. So divide that up. 12. It's not as if they've gone 4 goals 15, 4 goals 16. They've kicked 4 goals 5. Then you look at Sydney. Sydney have also had a heap of possessions. Let's call it 170 for 3 goals. They're almost going 60 possessions to get a goal. I know this is a very, it's a late statement. Looking at Dyson Heppel, and let's take away his quality and take away the great bloke and this sort of stuff. Look at the player. I have now come to the realisation, and it's taken me a long time, a slow learner here. Essendon are frightfully slow on the back line. I cannot believe how slow, not so much the ball movement, it's the leg speed. So what they don't want to do is complicate that with Dyson, and he knows himself that he's no longer quick. He's never been greatly speedy, but the leg speed. This is where you say a Papley and these sort of players, and that's why Heaney was able to get it. It's only happened once where he's come out of the lead. He just made that the Essendon player on him made him look like he's standing still. So the Bombers' workload in the middle of the ground has saved their back line because of the leg speed, but on the same token, the forward line, they're just not working hard enough. They're simply not, like Stringer, Grecian, these sort of players are not working hard enough to keep the ball in there or create opportunity.
But also skill execution too, Mick. I've got to say. So, mentioned Jade Gresham. He's had a couple of moments where he just had to nail a little kick, and it's a set shot, and it's a reasonably gettable shot. Then his own snap that he misses. That skill execution, you've got to finish the work. You've got to finish the work either with the kick inside forward 50 or ultimately for goals. It's a good point you bring up about Essendon's backline. So
he'd go through.
They've got Wiedemann, Mackay, and Laverde. Now, Laverde, he's had some fantastic moments.
Yeah, one-on-ones.
But Wiedemann's just trailing up his opponent and trying to find a new role in the team. Mackay's slow and he's obviously there to play on the big guys. You're relying on Redmond and McGrath to really...
McGrath's got some speed, but not great delivery at this stage.
No.
But that's it, though. Their pace is gone. And Kelly's slow.
Yes.
Kelly's horribly slow.
So you're relying on your midfielders to really take control. Now, the midfielders are winning plenty of the footy. Dylan Shields had 20 disposals.
How many inside 50, Lingy, from that?
I'm going to have to check that one for you, Mick. They have had three inside 50 from his 20 disposals.
20 disposals, 3 inside, that's not enough.
And there's times where he's kicked it up a chimney. It's gone really high. And so Jai Caldwell's worked really hard, found plenty of the footy. He's had the 16 disposals. But through the middle of the ground, you're relying on them really damaging with their ball use. Now, Zach Merritt, who's their star and their captain and the best player in the team, he's been reasonably well held. 10 disposals, James Jordan's on him. But a couple of times they've had the chance to give the ball to him, running past, and decided, no, I'll kick. Bomber Thompson used to teach this to all of us. Hey, if you've got one of our best kickers, best decision makers in the team coming past, give it to them. I don't care how good you think you are. There's certain players in the team who are elite with their ball use and their decision making. Zach Merritt falls into that category. Give him a couple more. Let him kick the ball inside forward 50 for you, Mick, because chances are Zach will hit a target.
Lingy, let's assume there's a few Sydney people listening to us. In New South Wales, which they will be. Last week we had Heaney get 15 or something.
14 in the last.
14 in the last. He's had 5 to half time. That's a blessing for Essendon because he can tear you apart. There's a couple of worries for Sydney. This one, I am such a great believer in Taylor Adams. I'm looking for his stats here.
He's had 8, 1 kick.
But he's had 1 kick. And he's a grunt player. He's one of those players I loved, and I'm so disappointed for him last year not being able to play in that premiership. But it gets to the stage where if you're not contributing there, he's going to have to find another spot or.
Well, I would say in their best football at the start of the year, he was the forward. And not necessarily midfield. He might come up a little bit, but he was a forward hunting after it. It feels like Luke Parker is now that.
Yes, that's
James Rodbottom was elite around the ball, complementing the superstars, and Adams is kind of lost in a little bit of no man's land there. Sorry, Cobbs.
In their last month of footy, goals to half time for the Swans. 2 goals, 1 goal, 6 goals, 3 goals tonight.
Well, there you go.
So they're not scoring in the way that we're used to, obviously, from the Sydney team. But they have been slow starters first quarters, yes. But, gee, this is a trend again. So, 22 points in a half of footy for Sydney. We'll pick up on some of the Swans in just a moment. Sydney trailing by 7 points at half-time. So, Essendon, 4-5-29. They lead the Swans 3-4-22. More from Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling in just a moment. Plus more from you off the SMS. And the Sunday teams are in as well. So, we'll bring you up to date with those. And one key cat is done, at least for the end of the home and away season. I'll tell you more about that in just a moment, but for now, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. Gaza's ceasefire and hostage release talks in Qatar are entering their second day as mediators work to prevent the Hamas-Israeli war from spreading into a wider regional conflict. Hamas is not directly participating, but representatives from Qatar and Egypt are engaged on their behalf. Meanwhile, Israel's foreign minister will meet with his counterparts from the UK and France to discuss the prevention of a regional escalation. The new push for an end to the war comes as the Palestinian death toll climbed past 40,000. New Zealand and Australia will agree to disagree on Australia's criminal deportation policy following a meeting between the two countries' prime ministers. Wellington has long been angered by Australia's stance to deport convicted criminals with New Zealand citizenship once they've served their sentence, even if they've lived in Australia for most of their life. New Zealand Prime Minister Christopher Luxon says the policy isn't fair, but Anthony Albanese says Australia's job is to look after its national interests and the safety of its citizens.
What we have is an understanding that whilst we have a common purpose, we don't have a uniform position, but we respect each other's position.
The federal government's likened a deal lifting strict rules on the export of American weapons to Australia to a defence free trade zone. Under the AUKUS agreement, Australia, the United States and the United Kingdom have finalised plans to remove permits on defence industry exports. The Defence Minister, Richard Marles, says it will allow more innovation and technology to flow.
We do about $9 billion worth of defence industry exports every year. $5 billion of that $9 goes to the US or the UK. So this is most of our defence exports.
An Adelaide man who possessed a guide to assassinating suggested targets like magistrates, politicians and media personalities who'd criticised white supremacist ideals has learned he'll serve the rest of his sentence on home detention. Anthony Paul Dobson earlier pleaded guilty to a series of terrorist offences. He was charged after police found numerous items of extremist material, including books on how to make a time bomb and books about preserving the white race. Dobson's been handed a jail term of over 3.5 years, but due to the time he's already spent, he'll be allowed to see out the rest of his sentence on home detention with 6 months remaining. The Essential Services Commission in Victoria has approved an increase for the maximum fare payable for taxis. Unbooked trips will increase by 5.5%, bringing the total cost of a 3-kilometre journey to $17.70. The Commission says its decision's been influenced by a rise in the minimum wage. It covers trips when a taxi's hailed from the street or at a rank in Melbourne and larger regional centres. Leading human rights organisations say the Northern Territory's election could be a litmus test on political support for raising the age of criminal responsibility. The Territory Labor government became Australia's first to raise the age of criminal responsibility from 10 to 12 this term. The CLP's promise to reverse that pledge if elected. Palawa elder Uncle Rodney Dillon from Amnesty International says interstate governments will be watching the results closely.
Certainly, I think that's a very clear indication. Look at Western Australia, Victoria, Queensland. This is a very clear indication that they will go back to 10 as well. This is a really troublesome time for our people.
The Danish biotech company Bavarian says it's submitted data to the European Union's drug regulator for approval to extend the use of its Mpox and smallpox vaccines to 12 to 17-year-olds. There's been an Mpox declaration from the World Health Organization that it's a global public health emergency. At least 450 people died during an initial outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the disease has since spread to other nations. Bavarian says children and adolescents are disproportionately affected in the ongoing outbreak in Africa, highlighting the urgency to broaden access to vaccines and therapies. And PNG's Prime Minister remains gravely concerned with power operations, but is committed to reforming it. James Marape's comments come as his country continues to grapple with an energy crisis that's forced domestic flights to be grounded and caused widespread power outages. He says a recent board reshuffle will help put PNG Power back on track.
Part of his work would be complete audit and look into how PNG Power has come in the last 5, 6, 10 years going forward. And hopefully, and I have absolute trust in Mr. Lewis.
That is the latest from ABC News. And just a reminder that you are able to get more news at any time by downloading the ABC Listen app.
WORDGURU. Out of Tim Minchin, Zoe Coombsmar and Tom Gleeson, who's best at spelling?
Does anyone really give a hoot about spelling anymore?
Based on the international hit series, join Guy Montgomery and Aaron Chen, challenging Australia's top comedians in a brand new contest of skill.
It's like mixed martial arts, but with words.
And no martial arts.
Guy Montgomery's Guy Mont Spelling Bee.
Watch them squirm.
Stream all episodes free on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Draper knocks it down to the advantage of Stringer. Jams it on the boot. Stringer hooks it through for a goal. The Bombers with the first of the second term. 13 minutes into the second quarter. This is just Heaney's second kick of the night. Right-footed drop punt. It's a good one. He likes it. Straight through it goes. Swans back within it. One kick.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second quarter. Just a goal each in the term after Essendon led by 5 at quarter time. They lead by 7 at the half. Corbin Middlemass alongside Kelly Underwood. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Mick Moldhouse, the coaching icon, and the legendary cat Cameron Ling with you in commentary here on ABC Sport as we start round 23, or as we in the sports broadcasting game like to call the penultimate round of the AFL season. It is the second last from the end of the regular season, and then of course it's all finals from there. The last 9 games to decide it all. At halftime, the Bombers, with all their inside 50s, they've had 36 to 18, so quite literally twice as many inside 50s as the Swans, and yet lead it by only 7 points at half-time. That hasn't counted for a whole lot, though. So we talk about the upside-down season and the wild results. It's been wild in play. The last 2 weeks in particular, half of the games, the side trailing at half-time and at three-quarter time has won. So generally, if you lead at three-quarter time, you win 91% of games. That, in the last couple of weeks, has been 50%. From leading at three-quarter time. So it just goes to show the year we've had. And even last week, some of the wild turns late in games where multiple goals kicked in the red time basically to flip outcomes.
Yeah, those huge momentum swings. Teams who train specific scenarios, I reckon they find it harder and harder to do that, realise that you actually need to train where 5 points down with a minute to go, we're 5 points up with 3 minutes to go. We're going to try and keep possession from the back half of the ground. We're in the front half of the ground. How do we lock it in there? All those scenarios need to be trained. And if you don't have that time, you can't fit it into your schedule regularly, then you get these huge swings and it might cost you a game, might pinch you a game if you can do it.
Sunday teams are in, so Carlton have made 6 changes, all of them forced. Saad, Mackay, Martin, Fogarty, Curnow, Boyd, all injured. In comes Lewis Young, Jackson Binns, Corey Durden, Jack Carroll, all return. And 2 on debut. Cooper Lord, who the Blues spotted playing for North in their VFL team. So North Melbourne's VFL mid-season recruited him. Now he's in the lineup. Now the other one is Ashton Moyer, who was drafted last year. They're both going to make their debut for the Blues on Sunday. Harry Edwards back for the Eagles, as is Petruccelli. Ryan Marrick's been omitted, as has Clay Hall. No changes for the Hawks. They're as settled as can be. So same 23 from last week. For the Tigers, Blight, Ross and Coulthard all come in. For Ryan, Smith and Dow, all those 3 omitted. And the early game, the Bulldogs and North Melbourne here at Docklands. Fraser, Gallagher, Jack McRae's back, and O'Donnell, the 4 ins for the Western Bulldogs. Out goes Caulfield, who's been omitted, as has Garcia and Poulter. And English is injured after re-signing his deal during the week. Well, re-signing or signing the deal during the week to stay at the Dogs for another 5 years. Dylan Stevens is back for North Melbourne, as is Fisher, Wardlaw and Callum Dawson. Out goes Sheasel with injury. Zane Dursman's been managed, so he's out of the lineup. Pink and Will Phillips have both been omitted, so they're the Sunday teams. The other bit of information we learned today, Lingy, is your former teammate in Tom Hawkins Chris Scott announcing that he will not play round 24, as was initially hoped, against the West Coast Eagles, which means we won't see him again in the home and away year. The club remains, and I use the word optimistic, that they will see Tom Hawkins again. Obviously, has announced his retirement. He's not going on beyond this year, which would mean they'd have to bring him back in for a big-time final at some stage. Are we likely to see your former teammate Tom Hawkins play again?
I really don't know, because if you give me a hypothetical situation and his footy's 100% and he's taken this time and the running fitness and everything is there, yes, I'd back him in a big game, absolutely. But if he's 80, let's say his foot's good, but he hasn't quite got the running work in and the volume of training, and he's 85%, well, I'd say probably not. So it's hard to know which scenario he's going to face. You would imagine if they get deep into finals, and we're talking about a semi, a prelim, a grand final, that's enough time to get him back. So it's possibly just comes down to how deep the Cats go in.
What do you reckon, Coach? If he comes to you and says, my foot's 100%, I'm ready to go, it's a big-time final, you haven't seen him for 8 to 10 weeks.
Can I jump in, though? It's not just about the foot. You need to have seen him in match scenarios in games. His training volume needs to be absolutely flying. So it's not just about the foot. Sorry, man.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. I mean, we've been around long enough, so we know. Look, he's not in Coleman medal form.
Yep.
He's in good form to keep players honest, which allows other players around him to kick goals. But when you come into finals, if Cameron gets held, he's expected to kick goals. Now, no one's jumped up to replace him to kick 3 or 4 matches. So that's on his side, that they could get through and go, well, we'll put Rowan there. Well, okay, get different sort of speed out of the goal square. Or you can put
Shannon Neal
there, and who's
been good.
He's kicked a couple each week.
Yep.
So I'd be leaning towards one thing you can't do in finals: play unfit players.
Corey Warner's still got the warm-up top on, as does John Menzies, by the way. He's wearing the throwback Essendon bomber jacket. He takes his seat in the back row, and we're ready to go for the second half. The Swans and the Bombers, just 7 goals between them in that first half of footy. The Bombers lead at 4-3, a 7-point advantage. Friday night footy on ABC Sport as Brian wins the opening hit out. And there's a free kick immediately. It's going to go Sydney's way.
Yeah, hold the man.
Parker's going to take it. Alongside the centre circles, drive Sydney inside 50. Amati a running start. No mark, centre half forward. Falls down to Archie Roberts. Hand pass out of the pack, finds McGrath. McGrath from centre half back, kicks wide. Umpire says play on, touched off the boot. Spills down towards Florin. Reloads for the Swans, drives them to full forward. Amati fuss for it, no mark. Out the back waiting is Campbell. Fights through the tackle. Got a hand pass away to McDonald. Short kick to Hayward. He's wrapped up. And turns it over by hand to Laverty. Hand pass to Kelly for Essendon. Handball finds Caldwell, who can run it out of defence. Kicks along the boundary line, and his caddy, who marks defensive side of the wing, broadcast side.
Love that as a young player coming up the ground as a forward. Help out.
Caddy skies that ball. Blakey's camped at the drop. Slips through his fingers and there to pounce is Langford. Handball. Couldn't quite hit the target. Caddy's there to mop up. Now Merritt fires the handball. Oh, quick hands by Durham. Gives it off to Caldwell, but his centering kick isn't great. And reaching down really low was Heaney. Tries to hit up Roberts on the wing, but it's still plenty of Essendon. Durham just picks it up and throws it on the boot in the caddy direction. He got his hands to it and then picks it up off the turf. Outside of the boot, it's going to land at the top of the goal square, where the likes of Lloyd and Blakey are there to fist it through for a minor score. So that margin is Essendon by 8 points. They led by as much as 12. That's been the biggest margin in this game at the 14-minute mark of that second term.
Blakey to centre half back for Florin. Hand pass away to Rowbottom. They're going the short way home. The Swans kicks up the corridor and finds Amati.
Essendon went to sleep at that kick out.
Oh, what's he doing? He's 20 yards behind him.
Amati looks wide to Goulden. He marks, draws the defender in Redmond. Hand pass out to Lloyd. He turns, kicks long, right to the goal line. Getting back is Martin, and he just knocks it through for a rush behind. Punches it into the post, in fact, and we'll have a kick out for the Bombers. Margin back to 7 points. Essendon lead it. 2 minutes into the third. The Bombers have led all game. Never have they led by more than 12 points, though.
Oh, and the kick in was a wobbly one. rather. It was the youngster in Archie Roberts who was trying to hit up Caldwell. Swans player got involved, but Caldwell took the relieving mark in the end. Kelly takes all his time and then kicks straight to Grundy. It goes over his head. Ryan, his direct opponent, was there. Nice little pick up by Stringer. Apart from one goal, he hasn't done too much. But Sydney with the numbers. Gordon, you don't want it in his hands because that left boot is lethal. And it's able to find Parker at centre half forward. His hand goes up straight away, Luke Parker. He says, I'm going for home. Goals have been hard to come by here tonight under a closed roof at Docklands.
I wonder if he's still got the distance from here, though, Luke Parker. He was pretty adamant. You're right, Cal. He said, no, I've got this. He'll try and run around late just to get that extra distance. But
so they've kicked 3 goals in the first half of football, this team that sits on top of the ladder. They desperately need one. The veteran runs around from right on 50. Downtown, says Luke Parker. Finally a highlight in this match tonight. And they close to within 1, the Swans. 4-5-29. They trail Essendon 4-6-30. And Parker provides a rare highlight.
Should never have doubted him. He nailed that one, Luke Parker. That's what in the second quarter, Mick, you were calling Kyle Langford to do exactly the same thing, but he couldn't do it. Luke Parker could. He came just from one little fumble here. I think Stringer tried to feed the ball on the up. Durham, who's had a terrific season, just fumbled. Swans pounced on it, and Goulden just went bang, hit up Parker.
Hasn't done anything today, Durham.
No.
When you look at him, he just looks like he's a young player right at the end of the season. It's caught up with him because he's got no leg speed at the moment. And his touch was gone there too.
Swans kicked the first behind of the game. Essendon the first goal. And since that happened, Sydney have not led. It's a 1-point game. Essendon on top here. Grundy down to Heaney. Sockers inside the forward 50. McDonald can't quite pick it up. Tackled by Wiedemann. Ball spills out. Wiedemann grabs it. The famous number 10 for the Bombers. He's tackled too. Got it out to McGrath. Hand pass to Laverty. Handball to Mackay. Back to Laverty. Geez, tackled straight away by Marty McGrath. And Mackay sold him an absolute lemon.
Ben Mackay didn't want the pressure, Corbs. He just said, I don't want it. You can have it, even though I'm going to sell you into a world of trouble.
Ball ends up out of play. We'll have a throw-in forward pocket for the Swans.
He turns right, though, left leg. He feeds it straight to a free Essendon player.
Oh, free kick, Sydney.
Mason Redmond's just bowled over Tay Adams at the stoppage. There was some sort of contact between them. Adams ends up on his backside, and the umpire comes in and says, you can't do that, Mason. He gives away not just a free kick, but it'll result in a shot at goal from 25 out just left of centre.
I do want to see this again before I comment too much, because Taylor Adams does have a history of
instigating a few of these.
Yeah. And
he bowls him over.
Does he, though? That's a push, isn't it? A pushing the front 2 players. Come on.
Oh, that's dreadful. That is a dreadful free kick.
Stand up.
It's a gift for the Swans. Tay Adams, he shanks the kick goalward. He's missed the whole set wildly across the face and has not scored.
I think he felt sorry.
The ball doesn't lie. The footy gods take care of that. The Bombers trying to work it out of defence. Back to Redmond. He's tackled by Campbell and it's on again. Bit of spice in this game now. Adams hand pass away towards Mackay to McGrath. Now to Laverty who can clear the danger.
Goes up towards Jones and McCartan. McCartan, the more experienced player, takes the chest mark, kicks backwards to Roberts. They've got a lot of movement here, the Swans. Parker takes the mark, handballs over his head to Gordon on the left. He's kicked it straight to a bomber. You don't often say that. Inside 50, even his laser left from Gordon is off. And it's Laverty who had to get right down low to his bootlaces to take that mark.
Well, he's been very good, Laverty.
He's
read the play well. He's not quick, but he's brave.
Yeah, and he's had to make up for Ben Mackay.
Sideways to Wiedemann, who gave it to Caldwell, who's given it straight back to the Swans. Heaney was the Swan that took the intercepting mark, gives it off to Campbell. Braden Campbell runs into goal. He's got his second. And the Swans have come out snarling after half-time. And they hit the front for the first time since the 7-minute mark of this game. 5-5-35. They lead it by 5 points. Essendon 4-6-30. We've gone 7 minutes in the third quarter.
If I was to give just one instruction right now, Lee, this is their season at the more that Essendon stop, prop and kick, they're giving the ball back. Run the ball.
Keep the ball
Run
flowing.
the ball, because Sydney, one thing about Sydney, they set up well, but if you don't give them a target, then they're all over the shop. Because they haven't got a dog, you know, they're okay, but they're still letting the ball get into the back 50. So for one thing, just run the ball. Look, they held the ball up here, so they took the mark, held it up. Took the mark, held it up, gave it back. Took the mark, held it up, gave it back. Move the ball.
13 fewer inside 50s, and yet Sydney are in front as Bryan grabs it out of the right, gives it to Parrish, kicks inside 50. Langford forced from the back. It spills down Sydney's way. Mills, hand pass to Adams, handball out to Campbell. And the left footer off the back flank goes long down the wing. McDonald works his way in front and wins the one-on-one with Wiedemann.
I'm not sure that Wiedemann experiment's a good one.
He goes short across the ground to Matt Roberts. Hand pass away to Campbell to send him inside 50 again. Kick comes out wide and Hayward marks.
It's a good play, Campbell. He's just really grabbed the game by the scruff of the neck.
And he's just slicing them up now.
Well, that left foot, and he's got speed.
Yeah.
There's no Warner, but he looks a bit like Warner, doesn't he, on that left?
He's pick 5. It was a high pick out of Eastern Suburbs, which is a Aussie rules team, and it quite literally in the eastern suburbs of Sydney, not far from the SCG. So proper homegrown Sydney ladders.
That is terrible.
Hayward goes short to Heaney. He was left unmarked, Mick, and has got it now a little closer to goal and a better angle.
Zach Merritt is fuming, Mick.
Well, there's 17 Essendon players in the back 50, and they can't take the channel. The channel is, for those that, if we wanted my word, is from the kicker to the goal line. And find that hole, and if there's a space anywhere, fill the space.
Quiet night by his standards. His standards being in Brownlow medal contention. Isaac Heaney with his second set shot of the night, and he's buried both of them. The Swans with a hot start after half-time. And the Bombers have been caught flat-footed. Same old story for Essendon. 6-5-41 Sydney. The Bombers 4-6-30. Sydney by 11 points. 10 damaging minutes after half-time.
Yeah, Mick, Zach Merritt's a lot more composed a captain than what I was, because that would have been a conversation with your defenders and your mids.
Absolutely.
About that setup that you're exactly talking about. Basically, 16 players just went and stood back, a full kick and a half away, and said, no, I'm kind of down here. I'm sort of doing my job. Isaac Heaney had that entire channel that you described to lead into. Mason Redmond did not want a bar of it. Darcy Parish did not want a bar of it. Just watched Isaac Heaney lead on Zach Merritt. That is shocking football.
Bryan wins it over Grundy, but he palms it straight down to Rowbottom, to Heaney. Heaney gets the kick away. It's a high ball. Nick Martin was there. So too Lloyd goes to ground. She'll ask the question as he jumps on and tackles him.
Langford's got to get mobile in that forward line, because he's going to be their only hope.
Ball up on the wing on the City side. Grundy puts it out in front of Heaney. He's got it. He's tackled. He's so strong he gets a kick away, but Martin marks it. Play on, says the umpire. Parrish. Back to Martin, who goes by foot, and that's a strong mark out wide. Has it been paid? It has. Going the way of Redmond.
Sydney all get behind the ball here. I'm not saying brave. I don't like the word using brave. I just be smart. Run the ball on, play on, and open the ground up.
They're going to go backwards, the Bombers.
And watch Sydney will squeeze up on this.
To Ben Mackay.
He's just too slow.
Yeah.
Sydney kicked 3 goals in the first half. They've kicked 3 goals in the first 11 minutes of this third term. They've exploded since half-time. And Essendon now on the back foot. It's a low kick from McGrath. Really put Caldwell under the pump. Back to McGrath. They're over-possessing it. Now they need some help. Laverty comes in and his kick was smothered over the boundary. The hustle is up by the Swans. It's a different-looking team. They look hungry.
Yeah, but you're inviting it too, Kel, though. That backwards kick, slow backwards kick, meant the Swans just squeezed up, and they're feeling it. They're thinking, hey, we're going to turn one over here. We got goals. We're going to pile them on. They are hunting right now, but Essendon are playing into their hands.
12 minutes into the third. After trailing by 7 at half-time, Sydney lead it by 11. Boundary throw-in. No clean possession as yet. Matt Roberts now. Hand pass away to Florent. Handball to Rowbottom. Handball in the centre square. Finds Mills. He links up with Adams. Kicks inside 50 for Sydney. No mark. Mackay hits up. Grabs it for Essendon. Handball missed Hobbs. Sydney back with it. Grundy to Mills by hand. Now to Florent. Drills a kick into the forward pocket. Caldwell scrapping for it. Forced to tackle. Heaney does well. Essendon win it back. Shield hand pass to Martin. Floats a kick down the boundary line and out on the full. Couldn't get it to Caddy. And Sydney keep it in their front half. Swans by 11, 13 gone in the third.
Melican takes the free kick, goes to Florent short. He's got an attacking side of the broadcast wing or the dockside wing. Wants to centre it. He's got a player all by himself there in Matt Roberts. Marks inside the centre square. Puts it on the left, just skirting the perimeter. To Florent, marking uncontested, and then the all-important one inside 50. The target was Heaney. It went over his head. He wins a free kick against Caldwell. And Isaac Heaney, who was on a short, sharp lead, was interfered with and will win the free kick and line up for his third goal. He kicked the last of this contest, and he's trying to break this game apart.
But he's got a leading lane to lead into every single time. And when he takes that front position with his leap, he's a threat. He's either going to mark it or on that occasion drew the free kick for high contact. You can't let him have that lane to lead into.
What a season he's having. The number 5 for the Swans, Isaac Heaney. He was quiet in the opening half, but this for his third, it just pushes across to the right-hand side, across the face, and just a miss. So he's got 2 goals, 1 to his name. Swans by 11 points. 6-6-42 Essendon, 4-6-30.
McGrath with the kick-out duties. Essendon's number 1. He's off and running. Long kick up to the wing. Draper gets himself to the front, takes the mark. And Essendon desperately need a spark halfway through this third term. Sydney by 12. They've kicked the only 3 goals of the quarter. Down to Caddy, runs underneath it, spills out the back. Matt Roberts for the Swans. Handball to Grundy, handball to Parker. He's under pressure. Lost it. Stringer passes through a couple. Grabs the footy, hands it to McGrath, kicks it deep. Gresham the target. Swans with numbers back, and Matt Roberts punches it out of bounds. A throw in forward pocket for the Dons. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Well, Corbin, you say they need a spark. Imagine, and I don't want to back over old ground, but if Dyson Heppel was the sub and he was injected into this game, the emotional uplift, not only in the 22 Bombers out there on the field, but the 40,000 people here at the Docklands, what it would mean if he was the sub coming into this game.
That's a good point, Hodgie. As it's tossed back in. Stringer, top of the goal square, almost the miracle.
Yep, needed a miracle.
They need a miracle, don't they?
Well, they do. They just need to settle now. If they can just settle a goal. And I'm not trying to barrack. I just like to think that you get a good contest out of this. And Essendon have been so dominant with the ball, but...
Swans away from the kick out. Lloyd marks it. Off and running. Hand pass to Melican. Short kick to Campbell, who's been good. Sends it towards his mate Gordon. Heads over his scone, though, and out into Birdie's path. Hand pass away to Durham. His kick one side of the centre square to the other. Gresham marks. Florent drags him to ground. Gresham gets up, keeps it moving. Hand pass away to Langford. Still at right half forward. Does a full U-turn. Kicks back inboard. That'll work out. And mark taken by Jones.
Yeah, that's the one they needed. They were able to change the angle, change the direction with the football, number 1, and 2 with a bit more speed on the ball. Not necessarily leg speed, but speed on the ball. And then they found Sydney all over the place, and
a bit of composure from Langford.
From Langford,
he was trying to draw the handball and go to Perkins. It was the right idea, but the moment that broke down, he didn't then just blaze away. He found the kick on the left foot to Jones. Well played.
Now this, without saying it, this is back in the game.
Harry Jones, true centre half forward, 40 metres out. He's got it. One the Bombers desperately needed. A 7-point halftime lead is long gone. They fell behind by 12 points. They're now back within 5. It is Sydney 6-6-42. Essendon on that goal to Harry Jones moved to 5-7-37. 17 gone in the third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
And Mick, it came from the type of play that you talked about 5 or 6 minutes ago, about keeping the ball flowing.
Yeah.
Not take the mark from the short kick, stop, prop, go back, and then look for another perfect kick. Actually get some flow to it and catch those Swans defenders and slow transitioning midfielders out.
And you just go back for the listeners again, what we spoke about before and you spoke about. If you keep going back, what does Sydney do? March on you.
Yep. They'll squeeze. They'll create
they can't squeeze if you run the ball.
Yep, exactly.
Margin is 5 points. Swans lead it. Draper and Grundy. Let's give it to Draper. Slaps it out in front of Merritt. And then a clever little handball over the top to Martin. He's given it straight back to the opposition in Roberts. A give and go. They've got it in the centre, the Swans. Parker's involved. Goulden went the left, then thought it better of it and turns and goes right out to Taylor Adams. Marks uncontested on the City wing. Dabs the pass to a leading Logan McDonald. It was lovely. He's too far out to score. He's got it at half forward, right half forward, McDonald. The West Australian yet to kick a goal so far this evening. He goes into the right forward pocket. The target was McLean. He got up high, got his hands to it, and then fumbled it under pressure. Nick Martin's going to give it back, and Logan McDonald's given away a free, and there's a bit of a push and shove on afterwards.
He might get 50 out of this.
Yeah.
I don't think he should.
Laverty standing still. Laverty was the target, and McDonald closing late, and Dylan Shield, Andy McGrath and Merritt didn't like it.
Why isn't Logan McDonald entitled to contest the ball? I know it's a free kick.
It happens too often, Lee, where they get 50 for this. I just read it because that's the way they do it. Because it almost says you can't spoil the football.
So Laverty standing still, jumps upright and closing late.
Yeah, but at the same time, the ball that arrived, and it clearly, even if Laverty had dropped the mark, it was a free kick. I'm not denying that, but that's not a 50.
He leapt up into his back and the umpires deemed it was. So
this is where they break down the Bombers. The next one has got to be play on at every cost, get the ball moving.
Parrish has got it on the wing. He sends it long and high off hands. Here's a chance. Langford to Merritt. The captain's goal. No, across the face. He kept it low.
But they're moving the ball.
Would have been a low blow if they got it, Mick, but it was just a point. 4 points, Swans lead.
Yeah.
That's what you called for, Mick?
Well, look, as I say, I'm not barracking, but you'd like to see a good game, and for Brad's sake, I want to see Essendon do what they should do, and that is play on. Don't be so proppy. Sydney the same.
Blakey from the kick out, takes some ground, goes long to McLean, who marks on the wing.
I'd be kicking it to whoever Sam Wiedemann's opponent is every single time.
It's sad. It's sad to say that, but the experience not working.
That's harsh what I'm saying, but you need to exploit a matchup that's in your favour.
You're spot on, Lee. I'm not doubting that one little bit.
First game for Wiedemann since the final round last year against the Pies, but his first one in defence at AFL level. He goes short. McLean to Parker. Long kick down to half forward. Spills up the pack to Laverty, and he's tackled high.
He's
Marty.
He's holding them together.
He's been their best player, hasn't he? About.
Well, what he's been is solid. He's not quick. He's not. He just puts his body in the position where you'd like it to be.
So Laverty's kick was good, dropping an absolute sitter at Durham, and it trickles over the boundary line right in front of the Swans bench. Oh, Heaney's gone up and said that he was a bit frightened.
Yeah, he did.
I think he went up with the hands, the Luke Parker style. Oh, he jumped at the last minute.
He did do that, and you know what? You got to take that because that was there to be marked. You cannot drop that football at this level.
He's told the youngster all about it. Earlier in the season, he would have gobbled that up. Durham, he was in a rich vein of form. So boundary throw in. It's all Swans now at ground level. They're flicking around like a training drill out there by hand before. Eventually, Robert says, OK, I'll bang it long, and a wonderful mark. How well was that judged by the veteran in Luke Parker? It was a 2-on-2, a Marty and Mackay, and it was Parker and Archie Roberts. And Parker, with just all the experience in the world, was able to flick around in the air and take the mark.
Amadi did a lot of work for him too, though, because Mackay was the one who had to come over the top and help
the hell of it.
But Amadi, if you watch this, just takes Mackay's body enough to let Parker take the mark. Well done.
45-degree angle, 40 metres out, on the right boot, the straightest shooter of all. Parker with his second. And they skip out to their biggest lead of the night, the Swannies. They lead it by 10 points. They're eyeing the minor premiership here this evening, and Essendon is coming unstuck rapidly. 7-6-48. The Bombers 5-8-38. Have they got a rally left in them with 5 minutes to play in this third term?
Well, they need to, Kel, because they've got an opportunity to score a goal to bring this game back into a last quarter effort. 4 goals to one. 4 goals to one is not, it doesn't spell right. But you've led by a goal at half time. You've won nearly everything from contested football inside 50s. So you can do it. It's the ball movement that will determine where Essendon finish.
There's been a bit of bad blood between these two teams. We had the Tom Papley comments and the fake toughness at Essendon earlier in the year in that spiteful affair, and now another chapter in it perhaps here again tonight. Parker out of the middle, up the goal kicker, kicks to centre half forward, spills down to Rowbottom, hand pass to Cleary, handball to Hayward, snaps it goalward, another one for the Swans. And all of a sudden we're out to the widest margin of the night. It is Sydney by 16 points at the 23-minute mark of the third term. The Swans 8-6-54, Essendon 5-8-38. And they serve up a centre bounce goal to the Bombers. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you're right. They were on the back foot straight away, the Bombers, because it was a good quality centre clearance and then movement in the forward line. There were players buzzing around everywhere, and ultimately Hayward took the handball, finished the work, but there were options everywhere. And that sort of movement, when you get a great centre clearance, it was Luke Parker who got it forward. Unfortunately, we've been singing the praises of Laverde. He dropped the mark he probably should have taken. And once it hit the deck, it was just players everywhere. Rowbottom was strong, some good quick hands, and well finished.
5 of the last 6 goals now to the Swans. They've got the momentum after they had no spark and no run early. And another brilliant smother. It's the 1%ers. Well done by Florent. Turned what was an Essendon ball into a Swans ball. He kept running. He might finish off with a goal here. Ollie Florent, you little ripper! That was absolutely brilliant by Florent. Provided the smother that sparked the run from the Swans in the middle. And Essendon fans can barely watch. They had their opportunity to put the Swans away in the opening half. Sydney was unusually sloppy, but they've kicked
6 goals.
6 goals. They kicked 3 goals up into half-time. They've kicked 6 goals in 20-odd minutes, and they lead it by 22, 9-6-60 to 5-8-38, the Bombers.
The mix in the centre now, Lingy, really has to be the one that's either draws another contest or draws a clearance. Can't just go shuffle and play Russian roulette. You've got to get your really heavy hitters in there. Draper, for a starter, should be in the ruck. Put your best players in there just to halt this and see if you can pinch one back.
Brad Scott's whole head's looking particularly shiny in the coach's box as he's perspiring a little. He's side up by 7 at half-time. Now down by 22. Out of the middle, the Swans go forward again. Goulden, hand pass away to Blakey. Got a kick away as he was almost mowed down. Ball spills out to the wing. Parrish for the Bombers. Hand pass to Hobbs. He fumbles it. Rowbottom soccers it forward, and here's Amati. Marks up left half forward for the Swans.
Numbers everywhere. The Bombers still couldn't clear it.
He's 55 metres out, left half forward, 4 minutes before three-quarter time. Swans by 22. Kicks to full forward. McLean flies, no mark. Martin, hand pass away for Essendon to Redmond. Handball to Archie Roberts in the back pocket. Kicks up the wing. Draper the target, got rid of his direct opponent. Draper soccers to his own advantage twice, 3 times. Bounces off the head of Matt Roberts. Spills out towards Gresham. Handball to Caldwell, he's tackled. Superb tackle. Caden Cleary. He got him, spun him around, wins possession for the Swans. And the youngest Sydney player out there, Cleary, is going to get it against the boundary line on the City side for the Swans.
And off a step, he casually delivers to Heaney, who had a step on Parrish.
It's a brilliant tackle. That is a brilliant ball turning over tackle.
Heaney keeps it low, looking for Parker, got a palm to it. Now at ground level. Spinning out of trouble there was the youngster Archie Roach, but he's handballed to his teammate, who's then tackled by 2 Sydney players. Gordon's given away a free. It was Parrish. Hobbs, rather.
Hobbs, yeah. They can't move, the Bombers. They can't run it. They can't move. The Sydney sort of really switched the switch.
Hobbs wants to go around the City side. Off hands, it's all Sydney. McLean's there. Now Mills. He gets the kick and up and under to Goulden. All their stars are finding space. Left foot delivers to Florent right on 50.
So that's poor marking.
Oh, Hayward and Heaney free inside 50.
Yeah, that went over two Essendon players who were just not concentrating enough.
He's going to try and kick it from here. So the man on the mark is Parrish, standing 50.5 metres out. And Florent, who kicked the last goal to make it 3 in a row, would need an absolute monster from 55 and offline.
Got a distance.
He did just. Hooks it to the left late. And it's a minor score. Swans by 23 points. They've kicked the last 3 goals of this contest.
The Bombers had 36 inside 50s to 18. Twice as many inside 50s in the first half. Led by only 7 points. As Archie Roberts' kick out of defence is broken up. Goulden got a fist in there. Forces it away to Hayward. Hand pass out wide, wanted Cleary. Missed him. It ends up out of bounds. 50 out from the Swans goal.
That's well and truly flipped this quarter, Corbs. 19-6. Sydney's way, the inside 50 count.
6 goals, 3 to 1 goal, 3 in the
How
quarter.
does it do that? I mean, how can a game go like that when you've dominated possession? Like, okay, you haven't dominated a scoreboard.
Boundary throw in. McLean punches it down for the Swans. Heaney at the drop. Got a hand pass back to McLean. Handball away to Goulden. Hand pass to Cleary. His kick smothered. Nice work. McGrath forces it out of play, and a boundary throw in similar spot. 55 out from the Sydney goal. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Kelly Underwood. Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges on the boundary. Neither of the subs made as yet. John Menzies for Essendon and Corey Warner for Sydney.
Boundary throw in. Off hands, it's Caldwell. Handballing to Roberts. Gives it off to his teammate with a long kick down the line. Draper was there. He's been quiet this half. Barges his way through and then throws the ball on his boot. They fly. One-on-one contest in the centre of the ground. It was Martin and Logan McDonald. Neither win it. Rowbottom is tackled. It breaks clear. Picking it up is Langford. He's got it close to 40. Keep it low and miss.
Oh, Braden Campbell. Great
Open
job.
goal square. And he missed because of the pressure applied by a couple of Swannies, including Braden Campbell. It went offline for a minor score. Sydney by 22.
Brilliant chase and tackle. Campbell's speed has been so important this quarter. His kicking, his finishing work, but that saved a goal as well.
Mills into McCartan. McCartan goes long up to the wing for the Swans. No mark. Spills out the back though towards Heaney. Paddles it in front of himself. Caldwell right there with him. Heaney gets a hand pass back to Jordan. Steps around Parrish in front of him. Hand pass up to McLean. Pokes it inside 50. Bypasses Cleary, intended target. Slips through to Parker. He's tackled, dispossessed. Rowbottom soccers it back to a dangerous spot. Essendon with the numbers. Hobbs, hand pass to Archie Roberts. Hand pass away to Durham. Off centre half back. Kicks Essendon straight down the corridor. Gresham, good use of the body. Got rid of Melican. He's off and running. Slips the Florent tackle. Hooks the kick back inboard and Stringer marks. 25 out directly in front as the seconds will tick down on the third quarter. And he'll have the last kick of it.
Well, he needs to kick this. This is what I say you get paid for, because that's the wrong terminology. This is what you trained for. This is what you expected to do, is to knock this over. That was a good kick by Gresham.
Yeah, and great strength through the hips from Gresham, wasn't it? Because
Gresham.
Florent had him. He was chasing him down, had him cooked, and he just stayed strong and squared up the kick.
It's been Sydney's quarter after the three-quarter time siren. It's a must-have. Stringer's drop punt misses.
Look at all his teammates were at centre-half forward and they just slowly swarmed and they were ready to rush and they were ready to be energised.
Why do we run that close to the man on the mark?
Oh, I don't know, Mick. I don't know.
And this is out to the right. It's the same old story for the Bombers. 5 goals, 10, 40. Sydney, 9-7, 61 as we hit three-quarter time. The inside 50 count for the game has got a little closer, but Essendon still lead that by 6, 44-38. And in that quarter alone, the question was asked, I think leading into the round, as to whether the Swans can just flip a switch and bring their best footy out when it's required. And can they do that leading into September? Well, they might have just done it in play. They kicked 6 goals to 1 in that third quarter and turn around a 7-point half-time deficit to lead by 21 at three-quarter time. 2 goals for Heaney, for Campbell and for Parker. 1 each for Hayward, Florent and for Cleary. Meanwhile, for the Bombers, 2 for Nick Martin, 1 for Jones, 1 for Stringer and 1 for Draper. A little sample off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Chris, a Bombers supporter, who says it's so disappointing statistically, owning a game of footy and a poor scoreline every time. It is most frustrating. From Rich, from Ocean Grove, enjoying the call. Funny, earlier this evening, as the rain bucketed down, I was thinking, thank goodness this game is under a roof. We won't have a scrappy, low-scoring affair. Hasn't quite worked out that way. Certainly wasn't the case to half-time. Razor in Rockingham. Why can't Essendon players hit targets? With the amount of inside 50s, the only thing missing is hitting targets. Thanks, Razor. And from Riley, way too many fumbles in modern footy.
Yep.
Is the ball more slippery or is it the sponsor graffiti from Riley?
Riley, neither.
It's
The
touch.
ball's-
It's putting your head over the football, eyes on it, and taking the football and taking what's coming.
I'm keen to hear more from Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling in just a moment as to what they made of that. The quarter from the Bombers, and perhaps more impressively, the quarter from the Swans. 21 points they lead it by. A huge swing in the game. They kicked 6-1 in the premiership quarter. The thoughts of Mick and Lingy coming up in 30 seconds. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Tune your mood with the ABC Listen app. Get swept away in a podcast.
Do you do that?
Oh, Richard, of course.
Choose the news that suits you.
I'm Sabra Lane and you're listening to AM.
Call live radio shows.
So you were terrified?
I don't know. Listening to your show got me through it.
And find a playlist that moves you. Anytime, anywhere, every day. Life sounds better with the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
They desperately need one. The veteran runs around from right on 50. Downtown, says Luke Parker. Heaney was the Swan that took the intercepting mark. Gives it off to Campbell. Braden Campbell runs into goal. He's got his second. And the Swans have come out snarling after half-time. And they hit the front for the first time since the 7-minute mark of this game.
Isaac Heaney with his second set shot of the night, and he's buried both of them. The Swans with a hot start after half-time.
They are hunting right now, but Essendon are playing into their hands.
Harry Jones, true centre-half forward, 40 metres out. He's got it. One the Bombers desperately needed.
45-degree angle, 40 metres out, on the right boot, the straightest shooter of all. Parker with his second. And they skip out to their biggest lead of the night, the Swannies.
Hits the centre-half forward, spills down to Rowbottom, hand pass to Cleary, handball to Hayward, snaps it goalward. Another one for the Swans.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Same old story for the Bombers, dominating inside 50s in that first half of footy, and yet they left the door ajar and Sydney just kicked it in the third term, kicking 6-1. The thoughts of Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling on ABC Sport.
The Swans did what we kind of expected they would do earlier in this game. Once they got after the footy, they hunted the footy, they won some contests. Their squeeze and their frontal pressure was much better. They created some turnovers, and then some of their skills started flowing a little bit. And they have the quarter they wanted to have. But, Mick, funnily enough, Essendon still had a chance or two, and I know that Jake Stringer goal at the end, or shot at goal, sorry, was one of those chances. But they had one or two more, Essendon, to maybe make what was a bit of a horror quarter into a just a bad quarter.
Yeah.
Not an absolute disaster, and they're still within range. Instead, now they find themselves 21 points down. They could have been, let's call it 12 to 15 points down.
I agree.
And maybe, but they were outplayed in that quarter. Swans were good.
No, I take nothing away from the Swans. I thought they just put the foot on the accelerator, but the other thing they did too, Lingy, was run the football. And I know I harp on this, but in today's football, when you've got a 6-6-6 and everyone wants to play 6-6-6, there's only one way you can break through that thing. Unless you've got 6 players that can beat their individual opponents, which is rare, you might get 2 or 3, then you've got to make it as haphazard for the defence as you can by putting them under pressure, not knowing which angle the ball's going to come in from. But if you are so predictable, you can peel off, you can fill up the holes, you can and then you can just run the ball out.
Might just get down to Tim Hodgie. Hodgie, I was watching Brad Scrott at that huddle. I thought, he'll be ranting and raving and furious. Their season's on the line. What are they going to do? But he was pretty methodical, wasn't he?
He's so composed, Kelly, and he doesn't like to go down through the crowd, so he has to come down through the interchange benches, so it took him extra long time to get down here. And he only spoke to the team for about 60 seconds. I was hoping for a real berserk sort of Mick Malthouse, sit them down on Anzac Day and spray them after that 30 minutes. But it was anything but, unfortunately, I think, for a few Bombers supporters around where I'm sitting that wanted to see him unleash all sorts of fury.
He did give a little nod to Jai Menzies, who started as the sub. He's still the sub, to say, get ready, you're far off. So keep an eye on that one. It's free to start this last quarter out of the centre. It goes to Brian, the ruckman for Essendon. They drive it inside 50. Durham got a real leap on him. Caddy with the handball over the top. Here's a chance for Langford. Doesn't have the snap. He goes back to Hobbs. Back to Nick Martin, and Caldwell marks.
Oh, should be 50.
Oh, he's been taken late by Heaney. He goes to ground, and that's more of a 50 than the late one we saw in the third term.
Yeah, if he's pushed him, if he's only just touched him.
Well, Caldwell's got it anyway, and he's within range. He's going to have a set shot, 25 metres out, 45-degree angle.
Well, now I cannot work out why. If the other one was 50 on the other side in that third quarter, that's the same. But anyway, let's put it down to you're allowed to have a little bit of leeway. But
I'll come back to that centre bounce free kick in a second too.
Yep. So their season is fading fast. The Red and Black Army has maintained the faith. They're here under the closed roof, and Caldwell closes. Back within 15 points. Swans lead at 9-7-61. Essendon 6-10-46. But there's still a bit of belief hovering around the stadium here. Cameron Lang.
The centre bounce, the free kick at the centre bounce that went to Nick Bryan was because the umpire called for the ball up, and the Swans player, just a reactionary, threw it to another teammate. And it was for that one that we saw penalised for time wasting.
Yep.
I know it's there, and now we know more about it. It's clearly there. But it was just a reflex thing. The Swans player just flicked it to a teammate instead of going directly to the umpire. The penalty occurs, and the Bombers get a goal.
Of course, it was the Lockie Sullivan one, wasn't it, against Fremantle, and we know that how that game ended in the draw and the points being split. Huge stage of the game cost the Pies a goal that night. Here's Goulden out of the middle. Hurried kick forward for the Swans. McDonald grabs it, kicks in the same motion to fall forward. McLean and Mackay wrestle for it. McLean wins it for Sydney. Hand pass to Campbell, forward pocket. Hooks a kick back inboard, and Wiedemann marks. Fullback for the Bombers. Short to Parrish, and he shifts his kick out wide to Perkins on the back flank for the Bombers. 15-point lead for the Swans, 2.5 gone, final 10.
I was going to say, I'm a bit critical again. That kick, they had the second kick, Essendon had the second kick 40 metres out.
Oh, they've mucked around with it here. They've got themselves in trouble. It was McGrath and Perkins. Perkins, a little reprieve. He wins a free kick.
High contact at the tackle.
But what happened? They went lateral.
Yes.
And
instead of going forward.
And Sydney closed it up on them again. You've got to learn the lesson.
Now they're suffocating again. Forced to go the high ball. Perkins right where Grundy is. Brian was on the ground. He got a handball away. It landed in his lap. Aggression was involved, but Sydney with the numbers again. Classy Heaney. Handballing up to Jordan. Goes down the line. Oh, that's a big crunch from Perkins into the back of McDonald. McDonald's going to sit on that, and the umpire says, no, it'll be a ball up right in front of the Bombers bench, just a metre in. Swans by 15 points after Essendon led it by 5 at quarter time and by 7 at half time. Gordon with a beautiful and-the-ground handball from that stoppage to McDonald. And on his knees at the top of the goal square is Parker. Talk about right time and the right place. He was in a bit of a tussle with Laverde, spun at the last minute and took the mark just as he was falling to his knees.
Well, Luke Parker's certainly making a statement tonight saying, I want to be part of the finals. When it comes to a squeeze and Papley's back and Warner's back and all McInerney's back, Luke Parker definitely putting his hand up to say, I'm there in September.
He's got a September body though. He's strong, hard at it.
31 years of age, playing game number 289. More importantly, lining up for his third of the night. And he delivers. And the quick reply comes from the Swans, and it's back out to 21 points. 10-7-67 Sydney. They've got the edge on Essendon. 6-10-46. The opening couple of minutes of this final term.
Yeah. I know this is having another crack, but not only are they going to slow back line, they're going to slow forward line.
The Bombers.
They can't chase the ball out. They can't come up and stay engaged for a second and third effort. I'm not saying it's fitness. I'm just saying I think it's personnel. They just don't have that sharpness that when you see Sydney open up, they open up, and they open up with speed.
So Sydney's so bumbly and fumbly in that first half. They kicked 3 majors in half of football. It's been the slick Swans since then. Parker's kicked 3 since half-time.
Back in the middle, Amati pumps it down, but straight to Caldwell. He's carried in the tackle by Rowbottom, somehow got it out. And now Merritt with it for the Bombers. Kicks to centre half forward. Gresham pulls it to ground, but stolen away by the Swans. Mills, hand pass out to Florent, kicks to the wing. One-on-one, Cleary and Redmond. They both leave the footy behind. Mark goes and gets it. Takes on the tackle. Hand pass to Archie Roberts. Handball out wide to Shield. Feeds it further forward to Redmond. Still at left half forward. Handball over the top to Nick Martin. Short kick, lateral, finds Stringer, told to play on. Not 15. He's off and moving. Stringer tries to get boot to ball. Does so now. Flying for Langford. Clever, knocks it down to Gresham. Handball misses Hobbs. He cleans it up to Caddy. Extra handball. Still no one kicks goalward. Ball spills down to the Swans. Heavy tackle. Hobbs on Mills. And a ball up next to the goal square. Full forward for Essendon. 21 points the Swans lead. 6 into the last.
Ample opportunity.
Oh, young Caddy. He'll be thinking, what have I done?
Amati straight down the throat of Heaney, who throws it on the boot. Big ball to be won here. Still inside 50. Rowbottom got it and he was tackled.
You can hear the frustration for the Bombers fans and how restless they are in the stands.
Hobbs with the tackle. Umpire says, give it to me. Throws it up in the air. Bryan and Amati goes at it. Amati down to Florent. Bobbles around. It's picked off here by the Bombers. And then Caldwell, snap, blazes. And it's just touched on the line. It slewed off the side of his left boot.
So since half-time, when the Whips have got cracking and Swans have got going, Dylan Shields had 2 touches.
Yeah.
What do you have, about 20 in the first half?
Yeah, in the first half.
Yeah.
It's what happens to them too, though, Brad. Lingy there. I think I was just looking at Brad Scott.
So back into play, inside 50, but they're mucking around with it. Essendon, Stringer's over it. He can't pick it up. So too is Rampy. Rowbottom applying a tackle on Shield. And another stoppage. You can have it, Corbin, but first of all, let's go down to Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Lingy, what are Sam Durham's stats? He must be injured. He's barely gone into the midfield all night. He's basically been stuck in that forward line. And I can't remember him really touching or doing anything influential.
Hodgie, he's had 11 touches, and we've all thought, I reckon, that he just looks off tonight. His touch hasn't been there. He's fumbled a little bit. His legs, he hasn't quite got the run that we've expected from him. I think he's just finding a long season, still an inexperienced player. So he's just battling a little bit to the finish line.
Boundary throw into Marty, grabs it out of the ruck, long kick down the wing. Laverty spoils, down in front of Kelly. A hand pass away to Mackay, gives it to Redmond, so the Bombers with it, but often moving. Through centre half back, short kick finds Laverty. A little bit of an insight to the Hall of Fame coach Mick Malthouse too. Of course, Brad Scott was his assistant in one period of time, and here he is just trying to be telepathically linked and try and get a message across to Brad from up in our box.
I've had a couple of little messages for him. They just encourage him, and I saw him on the screen there, and my heart aches for him because I just know how much effort he puts in.
The Bombers with it, short kicking game here as Shield pokes the pass over the top to Stringer. Now the long kick down to half forward. Draper in the pack. Again, spills down towards Langford. He keeps it alive. Left forward pocket. Hooks a kick back to full forward. In the box seat, Lloyd. No mark. Spills down to Matt Roberts. Hand pass back to Lloyd. Here go the Swans out of defence. The 1-2 with Rowbottom. Lloyd gets it again. Hand pass to Mills. Bangs it up to the wing. And McLean should take the mark and does.
Top one from Stringer, a frustrated Stringer across his head as well. Now goes the corridor to Adams. Adams doesn't want to turn around and see what's in the middle. Instead, he handballs wide to Jordan, and he's going to kick back to McLean, who started this.
They're constantly exploring it, though, the Swans. The handball's on, the run, the carry, and then when it's not, that's okay. I'll slow it down. We can re-look at this situation.
Pushing and penetrating and poking around before McLean now. Awkward little half volley, but Heaney picks it up, turns and dabs. Oh, it skittles through 3 Bombers players, and Amati might get onto the end of it. Oh, well done by Nick Martin. He wanted it more than Amati, but then he's caught in a tackle, and the umpire says holding the ball.
Errol Goulden just made that his own.
Goulden monstered Martin, and he might have hurt him in that as well. And let's just keep an eye on Errol Gordon. This is one of the best scenes in footy at the moment. The number 21 for the Swans, who's got a beautiful left boot. He's 70 out. Can he find someone? I bet he does. Yep, he certainly does. And guess who? The superstar. The blonde-headed Heaney has marked in the right forward pocket. You could have bet your house on that happening.
It was well set up, Kel. That is an absolute dart, wasn't it?
That is one of my favourite things in footy at the moment.
Yeah, he took off to his left and took it across his body to the right, where Heaney was leading to. Beautiful.
Give them a couple of All-Australian blazers, I reckon, Gordon and Heaney. So he's in the right forward pocket. He's lining up for the set snap, off 2 steps, on the left. That's too easy. That is too easy for the champ. Heaney's got 3. And that might just be the final hammer blow on Essendon's season. 27 points, 11,773, Essendon 6,1046. Hodgie with some news down on the bench.
Oh, both subs are being made. I think the story here is Sydney, and it's not good. And this is something that the boys spoke about in the second term, is Taylor Adams actually in Sydney's best team. He's been the man who's subbed out. But 20 seconds after he's been subbed out, Will Hayward limped off the ground, grabbed the doctor, and he's gone straight down to the rooms. We spoke about him in the first quarter. He just looked off. He was ill on the bench when he came off. But I think he might have done something there. So Hayward, concerningly grabbed the doctor and said, "I've got to go down to the rooms."
So was his knee strapped? Because he hurt his ankle a couple of weeks ago, didn't he, at the Gabba?
It was the right knee strapped before the game. That's when he came off in the first quarter. I think the physio thought he'd done something to it, and that's when he was actually ill. So, he will be a real watch right now. After going down to the rooms for the Swans.
We'll get back to you on the Bombers in just a moment as Shield out of the middle. Long kick to full forward. Langford takes the mark, plays on and dribbles it through. It's a goal for Essendon. And they got a bit of ground to make up.
There's not much cheering in the background, is it? I think a lot of Essendon fans might be leaving.
7-10-52 Essendon. Sydney 11-7-73. Swans by 21. A dozen minutes gone in the last. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
And Essendon sub has been made as well. Corbin Jai Menzies comes into the game. Big Nick Bryan is the man out.
Well, a good centre clearance, good deep centre clearance, and then Kyle Langford did what he's been able to do most of the season. Hasn't been his night tonight at all. Hasn't had a great night, Kyle Langford, but good mark play on, quick reply to the Isaac Heaney goal. Dylan Shield, who got the good deep inside 50. We mentioned the fact that he struggled in this second half big time when the Swans mids got going. But a good bit of play there.
It's only 21 points the margin, and there's still 12 minutes to play. Crooked bounce, but it's play on in the centre. It favours Grundy. Down to Rowbottom. Skies the ball. Amati's up after it. He's got it. Well done. There were bombers coming from all directions, including Laverty, who turned around and was coming at him face on. And Amati, who hasn't seen too much of it tonight, takes a wonderful athletic mark.
Yeah, he kept his eyes on the footy well then. That's a tough one to take. Ultimately, you need to mark those if you're going to be a good key forward, and he does it. But they're still tough to take because the ball's high. You know somebody's coming at you. Yeah. You're not sure you're going to be wiped out.
Yep.
Or
Who was on him?
Ben Mackay.
Well, after this kick, just going to go through.
Slidey Shangle, 35 out. No real angle, no real problem. Amati joins the goal list, and it's back out by 27 again. 12-7-79, Essendon 7-10-52. And unless they are beaten by Adelaide at home next week by a lot, they are closing in on the minor premiership for 2024.
I'll just go through that scenario. There was a long kick in. There were an Essendon and a Sydney player in line with the football. Marty ran slightly around to his right around the pack. Mackay, who's on him, didn't go with him, went around the other side of the pack and, of course, missed by a metre for the contest.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Good news, I think, for Sydney. Will Hayward is back from the rooms. The strapping we spoke about before that was on his right knee and it's been on there all night has actually been taken off. But he does look right to return. I'd also love to ask the boys, I mean, we know who Sydney has to come back into this 22. Like, how nervous the times over the next few weeks would be for Taylor Adams, especially what he lived last September when he was a Magpie and missed out on the Holy Grail.
I think that's a very, very good assessment, Timmy, because his form in the last Well, his form hasn't been really good at all. And
So-
Parker's jumped up and taken right over.
So if Papley, McInerney, Warner all come back in, is he still in their best?
Well, he's not.
22?
No, he's not. Not by a long shot. Because Parker has jumped up, kicked goals, did his tagging role on the forward line, and is a proven player.
What do you reckon, Lingy?
No, definitely not.
Yep.
You can't have all of them in the team.
No, not at all.
You've got to have two of Parker, Rowbottom and Adams, and clearly Parker and Rowbottom are much better at the roles right now.
Boundary throw in, Draper palms it down, Shield, hand pass trying to get it back to Draper, stolen by Matt Roberts, so from the wing, kicks Sydney back down to half forward. Wiedemann there with McLean. McLean turns him inside out. Got boot the ball. Kicks inside the forward 50. Lands on the bounce in front of Amati. Amati hand pass away to Campbell. Handball to Gordon. Kicks inside 50. Reaching up, McGrath spills the mark. Sydney by 27 points. McGrath has time to steady, clear the defensive arc, and hits Parrish at centre half back.
Short sideways kick to Durham, who flares it wider still. This is the youngster in Archie Roberts. Has a bounce. Dashing down the wing and kicks straight to the opposition. His target down there was Menzies, the sub, but it was Rowbottom that chopped it off. And then a quick couple of possessions and Campbell's got it and they flick the switch. Long kick out wide. Lloyd's got it on the city wing this time. All uncontested kicks and marks.
One of the old things from the 1950s, 60s, 70s, if you run and carry the ball and bounce it, you've got to hit a target.
Yeah.
And it's got to be a teammate, believe it or not.
Cleary had it and he kicked backwards to McCartan. And McCartan's awkward-looking kick, waiting for it to bounce. It's Melican that takes it. There's no pressure here whatsoever. And Melican's kick to Jordan. In front of the Swans bench, he's got it. Sting well and truly gone out of this contest. Even though, 27 points, 9 minutes to play. Jordan to a one-on-one. He's looking for Hayden McLean and he outmarks Wiedemann. And a frustrated Wiedemann playing his first game for the season. His first game as a defender. His first game since late last year. Loses out to McLean, who bombs it long. Amati's there, and he's just been slung in a tackle through the Sharon on the boot, and it went through for a goal. And he enjoyed that celebration. 2 in a couple of minutes for Joel Amati. A little lucky, a little bit of a smarty. But Amati will enjoy that one.
Don't think of it.
33 points is the lead now. 13-7-85, Essendon 7-10-52. And after a real grind in that opening half, everything's falling their way at the moment.
It is, because they've just forced it their way, though, Cal. Good footy. They've won the contests that have mattered. They put good pressure on. And, yeah, this was just an opportunist goal from Amati, but there's a beauty. Didn't find that in my highlight reel.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Corbin, I know you're one of them and you probably want to do the same, but I don't think I've ever seen, and I feel sorry for them because they had the high hopes coming tonight and I admire them for still coming, but I don't think I've ever seen so many fans leave after one passage of play. That was the last straw, I think, for Essendon fans and their season. They have left en masse.
Grundy palms it down to Parker, kicks inside the forward 50. Redmond first one there. He's under pressure though. The tackle from Heaney. Hand pass out in front of Haywood, and in the end McGrath just rushes it through from behind. So 34 points the Swans lead. Biggest lead of the night, 19 minutes gone, final term. Of course, just to recap, Sydney were playing to lock up the minor premiership. All but, as Kelly said, it would need to be a dramatic sort of loss next week to Adelaide, while the Bombers were playing to keep their season alive, and that flame is almost out.
Yep. Won the minor premiership. The Swans, that's a strong mark. Down in the back line by Cleary. Sharing it around. This is Golden. But they won the minor premiership. 2016 lost that granny. They won it in 2014, lost the granny. They won it in 1996 and lost the granny. So I'm not sure it's a good omen. Of course, John Longmire has coached 4 grand finals for 1 win and 3 losses. But it looks like the minor premiership is theirs. Still, they've got possession, and now Blakey's got it at half-back. On the defensive side of the City wing. Still 7.5 minutes to go in this contest. The margin has blown out to 34 points as the Swans look to blow the Bombers off the park, and that kick's gone straight to the opposition and Draper as easy as you like. Do you think, Mick, you said you're trying to got a bit of a good relationship with Brad Scott. Do you think he's a fan of Draper? Has he still got some work to do with Draper as we just watch this passage of play by the Swans? Because they're hungry for more. Hayward from 50, open goal square. Who said he was sick? Who said he was injured? He's getting in on the party as well. And the margin now 40 points as Hayward delivers his second goal of the night. 14-8-92 Essendon, 7-10-52.
Oh, he loved Draper. There's no question. He has a crack. He's different. Didn't start playing football until an older age than most. Soccer background. He's loved by his teammates. You can see that. But he needs a lot of friends. And I'm not going to put too many aspersions on other players, but you're loved by your teammates in degrees of your efforts. No question.
Luca from Adelaide off the SMS. Bombers fans leaving the stadium and the broadcast. We've had enough. 0437 774 774. A 40-point deficit now. A game the Bombers led by 7 at half-time, having had twice as many inside 50s. And it's been all Sydney after half-time as the quick kick forward finds Corey Warner. Hand pass to McLean, gets it to Gordon, puts Sydney back inside the forward 50 again. And Amadi and Mackay see it tumble out of bounds, left forward pocket for the Swans.
No, Corby, you've got to stay. You're employed by the ABC. You must stay. You cannot. He's on his way getting out.
I know
stay
you
here.
didn't have much sleep over the last couple of weeks because of the Olympics calls, but we're going to keep you awake for this one because there's lots of questions to be answered about the Bombers. Sydney maybe in this second half have answered a couple of their questions about turning their form around slowly towards September.
Boundary throw in, down towards Parker, trying to get a kick away, spills to Corey Warner, he's tackled. Ball comes out. Parrish at fullback for Essendon. Got a hand pass away to Merritt, now to Martin. Handball to McGrath, hand pass out to Archie Roberts, who runs and carries and turns it over. Long kick up to the wing and Malikan takes the intercept mark for Sydney, looks inboard, and there's Gordon who marks outer edge of the centre square. Sydney by 40, time on final term.
Here he goes, my favourite one, Gordon, top of the goal square. There are a couple of players there. Amadi might have hurt himself actually, but rare occasion that Gordon can't find a target, but that's okay. The umpire's picked out a free. Lingy, what was it for?
Yeah, holding the ball. Darcy Parish took the tackler on. It looked for a moment like he'd got a handball, but he didn't. He incorrect disposal, one-handed. Great tackle. This second half, Sydney have done everything that we kind of expected they would do coming into this game.
Well, should do.
We're a little bit baffled in that first half about what was going on, but they've got back to their basics of their game. High pressure, high energy, great work around the contest, and then their skills are starting to flow off the back of all of that work. And now they're just piling on the hurt for the Bombers.
And it disheartened the Essendon side.
So Hayward, after coming to the bench in the opening quarter to be physically ill and looking sore with a knee injury, he's been in the rooms. He's come back out. What a comeback. He's booked 2 goals to make it 3 for the night. He was never going to miss directly in front. And an avalanche of goals in this second half. The margin blowing out to 46 points. 15-8-98 to Essendon, 7-10-52. Essendon led by 7 points at half-time. Since then, it's 12 goals to 3.
Yeah, 12 to 3 half-time.
12 goals to 3 after Sydney just kicked 3 in that first half. Crowd posted at 33,830, but they are fast leaving.
And again, we talk about this all the time with the Bombers. When things are going against them, who's standing up? Who's taking control? Who's directing? Who's encouraging? Who's winning the footy? Zach Merritt, clearly, yes. He's done it so often throughout the season, but who else? The response has been nothing.
It'll be a limp way for them to go out, the Bombers, and their season on the line tonight, and to have so much of the footy in that first half, leading by 7 at half-time and completely overrun as Nick Martin hands it to Durham, kicks an absolute helicopter, and Hobbs, down on his knees, takes the sprawling mark, centre-half forward for the Bombers.
I will quickly clarify what I said. I've seen Jai Caldwell tonight try around the contest to lift this team, to get them going. he's still a young man and has got a lot to learn, but he's at least put in that effort.
Ben Hobbs, drop punt, sails goalward, misses out to the left. 20-year-old who is contracted for next year. I know there's been a bit of talk this week about interest from clubs like Collingwood and Richmond and young Ben Hobbs, but it's got a year to run, so he'll be one to watch over the summer. 25 minutes gone, final term. Swans in their defensive arc, and short kick finds Jordan, who says just pump the brakes and let's peel a few more seconds off the clock. He kicks wide to Rampy. And now the Swans work it up the boundary line. Short kick finds Rowbottom.
A good subject tomorrow when we get together at 12 o'clock, Corby. I'd love to ask questions about contracted players wanting to leave or sign a contract in the next fixture. A good conversation, I reckon.
Well, I'm keen to ask you about Alistair Clarkson's comments today too. He just listed a bunch of players that would be of interest to him that have contracted with other clubs.
So the Swans just mucking around with it here. Short, sharp kicks. They've got it really deep. Now the long kick flying will be Logan McDonald in front. That's a nice mark taken to Durham. Tough night for him. He's had an excellent season. He's been a real breakout star, but it's faded late.
I thought you guys had a coach's code where you didn't talk about those kind of things.
Well, that's right.
It's gone.
Durham long and strong off the hands of the pack. Matt Roberts fumble under pressure. Goes close to the boundary line and it goes over as Gresham charges after it and nearly lands in the front row.
Had some interesting players sitting at my table at home.
Yes.
I can say that now.
Oh, give us a list.
Oh, no, there's a couple of rippers. But
What? Brendan Goddard in your living room at one point?
Yes, that means.
No.
There's a
No, we
pause.
saw him. We saw him at Barmy's place, I think.
Barmy's living room.
I'll Barmy.
McGrath goes inside 50. The Swans' defence all over them with the numbers, and Mills hacks it out of there. Almost touches the roof. That's so high. And Ben Mackay floats through and takes a mark. With 2.5 minutes to play, it's the Swans by 45 points. And Mackay is able to pick out a player inside 50, and it's Nick Martin, who really started this, ignited the Bombers in the first half with the first 2 goals of the night. Going back for his third, directly in front, 45 metres out, as the crowd really flocks out of the stadium at a furious rate. Just the red and white left.
There's not much left, is there? This is damning. I don't think I've
emptied
ever
out
seen this before.
very quickly indeed, as Hodgie told us. Nick Martin to salvage something late. He puts it through the middle. His third for the night. Their 8th for the evening. 8:11:59 Essendon, Sydney 15, 8:98. And it is the Swans by 39 points. So we sat here on a Friday night at the MCG going about 6 weeks ago. We interviewed the president, David Barham, and it was going to be sort of finals or bust. They beat Collingwood and everyone left the MCG that night convinced this was the year they were going to play finals. And they've lost 5 of their last 6 games, including ones to the Suns and to the Saints, and then really just have barely given a yelp in his second half against the Swans when they're fighting for their season, Lingy.
And Kel, it felt like then that we finally had a different Essendon, a mature Essendon, a hungry, a driven, just a better Essendon, and this was the year, and it's completely fallen away, and this second half has been exactly that.
Draper whacks it forward to Shield, hand pass away to Caldwell, handball to Martin, hand pass inside 50 to Stringer, snaps a kick goalward, doesn't have the trip, dropped in the defensive goal square by Rampy, coughs it up, Essendon back with it, Martin, hand pass to Stringer, fumbles, regathers, but he's under pressure, 2 Bombers trying to share it. Now it comes down to Durham. Hand pass away towards Menzies. Shoots goalward. He's missed everything. Out on the full. 29 gone final term. There's about 90 seconds left on the game clock. The Bombers with Brisbane up at the Gabba next Saturday night. And for Sydney, they're also on the Saturday night time slot. They have the Adelaide Crows, as we've touched on a couple of times. If it's just need to avoid a heavy defeat there, they'll have the minor premiership.
So Swans through Roberts, bring it out of the defensive 50, and McLean's taken it. And a worry for Essendon heading to the Gabba next week when Brisbane will be playing for percentage.
Probably for second spot, won't they? Yeah.
Yep. Given what that happened to them last year. Ben Mackay takes the mark in front of the Bombers bench.
It's funny how Ben Mackay's taken 2 good marks
Yes.
late in this game when the pressure is completely off the game.
Yeah, but what's he done with that kick, though? It's gone backwards,
Yep.
30 metres.
Backwards to Dylan Shield. 20 disposals in the first half he had. He set it up for Stringer. Trying to go at it with one hand. Apart from one brilliant goal, we haven't seen too much of Jake Stringer. And then Caldwell. Menzies, who was the sub, to the top of the goal square, and Callum Mills, the captain for the Swans, says that's just easy pickings, and he takes the mark. He pokes the kick into the back pocket where Cunningham's got it.
Mills is another one who, out for so long, adds value, but would have taken 4 or 5 weeks to find that little niche, and he's I didn't think he did well early, but he's starting to get back.
Swans by 39 points. Fighting back from 7 down at half-time. With a big win over the Crows next week, they're going to claim their first minor premiership in 8 years. Season done and dusted for the Bombers. Another opportunity goes begging. Frustrations will be a boiling point for Essendon fans after they led by 5 at quarter time, 7 at half time. It was a second half avalanche where the Swans kicked 12 goals, a dozen goals to just 4 to Essendon. So they're going to limp out of the season. One more game to come for the Bombers against the Lions at the Gabba next week.
Cheer the red and the white, honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high, shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
Probably close to another 3 Brownlow votes for poor old Isaac Heaney. He finished with 22 disposals and his 3 goals. Hayward, who was physically sick and also looked proppy, he finished with 3 goals. And Luke Parker, 3 for the Essendon team. It was 3 to Nick Martin. All over and done with halfway through the final term. Sydney by 39 points.
They still got it. The Sydney Swans, top of the tree. They're all but assured the minor premiership while they put Essendon fans out of their misery. 39 points, the final margin, as Cal mentioned. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The full wash-up. We're on air for another 3/4 of an hour. Your thoughts off the SMS, 0437 774 774, as the Bombers will make their way down towards the race. For the few fans that have stuck around, I'm just trying to catch a glimpse of Dyson Heppel, of course, who this will be Essendon's last home fixture of the year. He's not playing in it. He's been in and around the group so far tonight, but for the Bombers, they'll only have one more run of the year, and that will be up in Brisbane next Friday night. I'll keep an eye out for that. I'll get the immediate reactions of the legendary Cat, Cameron Ling, and the coaching icon, Mick Moldhouse.
Well, a pretty complete performance in the second half by the Swans. First half, they were scratchy and struggled a little bit, but their second half was very impressive. Big shout out. We probably didn't mention him enough times during the game. James Jordan did a great job on Zach Merritt, kept him to only 17 touches and didn't have any impact. Heaney got going. Hayward was dangerous up forward. Goulden's ball use was impressive. Braden Campbell was the one that really sparked them in that third quarter. Yeah, and the ball use combined with speed of pressure, all of that. Rowbottom really worked hard as well. And the second half, Mick, was the Swans we thought would probably be here tonight, but it was after a pretty rough first half. The Bombers, just really disappointing the way they finished off the game, completely fell away. And when the whips were cracking, there's a few players in that stat sheet I don't want to take any real notice of. There was a few 28, 30 touches. I think Dylan Shield had 30, Andy McGrath had 29, Darcy Parish had 26. To me, they were just irrelevant players on the game. You can all get a whole bunch of possessions, but when you're not having impact with it and you're when the game's on the line, you can't stop the quality of the opposition. All those possessions are kind of pointless.
Yeah. Well, I come here, honestly, I trying to get a gauge on where Sydney were, and they played one quarter of football last week to get over Collingwood. And I thought, well, that's not enough to convince me that they're out of their rut, given that their real effervescence is Papley. And they just flipped it over at half-time. Essendon had every opportunity in the first quarter and a lot of the second quarter, but their wastage in the forward line, I'm not going to call it overuse, because if you get the football inside your front 50, then that's better than... I'll go back to, say, GWS a couple of years ago, where they had 400 possessions and they might have gone in 30 times inside front 50. They didn't know where the goals were. Now, I'm only using those as an example, but Essendon knew where the goals were. They got it in there, but they haven't got a forward of note that can demand the football. Yes, Draper took a big mark, and Stringer's going to promise this, and they've got other younger players around, but no one can go out there and go, right, I can catch this football. And having said that, it's not... Sydney aren't exactly got to plug a locket down there either.
No.
But what they've got is a Hayward will kick goals. Heaney can jump up and kick goals. You've got Luke Parker's kicked another forward. 3 goals. Yep. Amati's kicked 2, and quite frankly, the late goals. They're both fourth, and you wouldn't be relying on him on winning your premierships. He'll be part of it, but he's not going to be the one that's going to stand up and win a premiership.
Logan McDonald and Hayden McLean work hard to provide a contest.
That's it. But you've got Campbell, who can run off the line through here and knock them over from 50. You've got the other... Who else was on?
Well, Chad Warner, when he's back, can do exactly the same. Break those lines.
Florent can kick it.
Yep.
We've said about Campbell. Goulden can kick them. Blakey can kick them. I was just... Look, I've seen Essendon play a few times. I've got to say that, because they've been on Friday nights when we've had games. But I've never really thought that they were that slow. But I've watched them over the last few weeks and thought, I'm going to have a real close look at... It's not a matter of ball movement. Ball movement is something different than leg speed. But their leg speed is atrocious. They have no one there that can actually line up like the Campbell just cut through them like a hot knife through butter. He was that quick and just beautifully balanced. So he runs the ball 25 metres, 30 metres, one bounce, and kicks the ball 60 metres. You get half the ground from one play from one player.
Yeah, and when they're playing well, the Swans, they've got leg speed that you're describing, and they've also got ball speed.
Yes, that's you got to have both.
Yeah, you can. Their ability to flick the ball around, keep it moving, keep it flowing, combined with some real leg speed means, as you said, you get those runners through midfield, half forward, who can run and kick goals, and you're not reliant on the key forwards kicking the entirety of the score.
The Swans have all but assured themselves the minor premiership. I keep just leaving myself a little out, given the fact that they did lose by 112 points a couple of weeks ago, the Sydney Swans. So anything is possible in season 2020.
To Port Adelaide over there. They'd have to lose that much at home to Adelaide.
To the Crows.
Yeah.
But they're pretty much there. They are there tonight at least. A 39-point win over the Bombers. Let's get into winners' rooms with Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
What a wild roller coaster of a month it's been for this team. The last of Will Hayward's the last in the song. We'll talk to him after this. I'll talk to you about that after this, but here's the song. Pretty happy mob down here in the Swans rooms. The rooms are packed. And as I said, Will Hayward will join us in just a few moments. And if you think I'm not going to ask him about the greatest power spew I've ever seen in that first term, then look forward to that coming very soon.
Might just have to get your mask on for that interview. Hopefully Will Hayward's okay. We'll get an update from Hodgie shortly. Back-to-back wins for the Swans for the first time since June.
Wow.
So it's been a minute since they were able to string them together, the Sydney Swans. They beat Essendon by 39 points. They are top of the tree. They're on their way to the minor premiership and all the benefits that come with it. Pole position leading into the greatest race of them all in September. Let's go straight back into the winners' rooms. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, and here's Tim Hodges.
Corbin, we appreciate Will Hayward coming straight over from the Song to join us. Half-time, were you concerned, or did you know that what was coming in that second half, which was some of your best footy for a number of months?
Yeah, I think I had a lot of confidence in the boys. We were in it at half-time. We've been there a lot like that this year, and super confident after bouncing back last week. The boys would run and keep going.
I'll let Mick and Lingy talk footy with you. Can I just ask you, the scare in the last quarter when you came off? I saw you grab the doctor, like you were pretty concerned, and then you came back and the strapping on your knee was off. What was the problem there?
No, I wasn't concerned at all. Actually, I got a message from one of our water girls to tell the top to just get ready. I'm coming down, and we'll it's routine procedure over the last few weeks, so it's nothing to worry about.
Yeah, so they took the strapping off your knee. Is there anything behind that?
I just got a little jab and couldn't feel anything, so didn't need the strapping.
So it's okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's something that's been around for a while, so it's all good.
And the first 30 minutes of the match, you came off the ground and you looked ill, and then the physio came over to check on you. You pushed him away, and then it was one of the great power spews I've ever seen, Will.
Yeah, I think Jake Kelly got me a beauty. I landed on the ball and just, winded, couldn't stop spewing, and I knew I was fine, but I couldn't speak, and the physios were just like, what's going on? I said, just give me 5 and I'll tell you. But that was unpleasant for everyone to see.
It was wild. All right, had to get that out of the way. Thank you, Will. I'll send you upstairs. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling have... Will's got the cans on.
Well done, Will, on the win and the performance tonight. No more questions about spew, but the footy tonight, first half versus second half.
Are they on?
What's your best footy look like from tonight? Was it the third quarter? Is it when you're playing with that speed and with that run? Is that what you were trying to recapture, or is it the hard stuff first?
I only got the last half of that question. Sorry, lads. The mic was a bit dodgy.
Not a problem, Will. I was just asking, when we think of your best footy and what you're trying to return back to, is it about the speed and the ball movement and the play, or is it the defensive work, the hard stuff, the contested ball? Which one have you been locking into?
Honestly, it's a bit of both. We get a lot of energy from big defensive acts, and that feeds our attack. Obviously front half turnovers are what we want, but nothing ignites our back line, and guys like Lizard and Ollie off half back with a big spoil down there, and then we can get our ball movement going from there.
And it feels like the forward line too. Obviously, you're an important part of that. Is working really well now with Luke Parker being back in the team. He can obviously play a big role in the midfield when needed, but as a forward, a genuine threat, and you're isolating really well.
Yeah, he's been doing it for 15 years. You don't lose your forward craft, and that's a weapon we've got. And it's an awesome thing for him to come in, and he's been so good for us the last 2 weeks, especially. It's it's a breath of fresh air seeing him down there for sure.
Well, it looks very much like you're going to finish on top of the ladder, which with 6 losses. And those 6 losses come about. I know you got beaten by Richmond early in the piece, but over that period, it just looked like you lost a couple of close ones, then you lost faith in each other, then all of a sudden it just fell apart. Tell us a bit about what was going on through those moments, particularly the close ones, and then of course the Port Adelaide one.
Yeah, I think the close ones, we played actually really good footy in a lot of those games, and had a few moments that we lapsed that cost us games, so we didn't let that affect our confidence too much. But there was still a lot of good footy being played in those games, and the few weeks we had before, excuse me, where we got beaten quite convincingly. We went away from Swans footy. We weren't energy was low. So after the Port game, we sort of discussed next steps, and the best thing was just have a few days, reset, and that's what we did. We came back full of energy, and it was actually a really, really good decision, I think, from the coaching staff and the leaders of the club to do that.
Did you have a heavy training session at all, or a period through that time, or was it just coincidental that you just had a bad run?
No, I think it was just coincidental, to be honest. It's a super tough time of the year this time. I think the last 6 rounds of the year, everyone's everyone's a bit sore. It's a long season, long games, and sometimes a couple of days off really helps. Just get that energy, and even going into the club, just the energy and focus.
I'm going to ask you a question. It's out of left field a little bit. You have started the season a long time ago. The zero round and this sort of stuff, and then everyone went to Adelaide for the gather round, and it just seems like the season it's just going on and going on. What is the most appropriate thing? Is it one bye, do you think? And I'll add on, we've got a bye coming up before the finals. And I know you guys are sitting on top of the ladder, so it depends on how you feel, whether you have a bye before this finals or do you have a bye before the grand final. What do you reckon is the best case for you?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think, no one's ever going to. I don't think anyone's going to be mad if you throw a week off in there just to freshen up. But I'll leave that to the guys in the suits to sort out.
Yeah, no, I just thought it might. You're saying it's a long season. I thought that there may be a pivotal moment where you say, look, we all need to freshen up, whether it be a industry break or whether it be just a break before like it is. But yeah, I guess it's everyone's the way it does it. But and what about you though? You say you're feeling a bit tired. Are you sort of now with the finals coming up, with the break coming up, probably the best thing? Get away, you guys.
Yeah, I'm not feeling tired, so it's just a good freshen up for the body. It's as I said, it's a long year, but
yeah.
The pre-finals bye definitely comes at a good time.
Right.
Get away or not, just a good few days to reset.
Will Hayward with us on ABC Sport. Will, it's Corbin Middlemass here. Just before you get out of here, so you've had the last quarter last week against Collingwood, and clearly the second half here tonight absolutely lights out. How confident are you that your best footy that we saw, particularly in the first 14 weeks of the season, that is sort of ready to go and in good order with the biggest games just around the corner?
Yeah, very confident. We know what we need to do. We know our process, and we know what wins us games of footy.
Well, Kelly Underwood up here. I might sneak in with a late one here. Just on yourself personally, you re-signed for another 5 years, going back a couple of months ago. How has that affected your footy? Are you glad that you did it mid-season? Is it something you wish you'd sort of put off for a bit longer? Or, how sort of distracting and how does it feel now that it's been done?
Oh, it's great that it's done. Super happy that it's done. It's it's just a matter of getting it done, and once the timing was wasn't really up to me. When both parties were happy, it was let's get it done. There was never any. I never wanted to go to another club, and it was always a Swan. So yeah, super happy.
So you weren't tempted? I think the Blues put 6 years to you, and the Crows and Port Adelaide. Were you tempted at all to go home?
My heart was always here, and then, with these contracts, you just need to. It takes a while to agree on both parties. So my heart's always been in Sydney.
We'll let you run. Good luck for the rest of the way.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Will Hayward inside the Swans' rooms, winners by 39 points. We'll get Hodgie to head across to next door, and we'll get some fallout from the Bombers. There's been a bit of bad blood between these two teams. It's all good bloods, though, just to emphasise that. Obviously, Sydney winning again tonight. We had Papley's comments last time they met.
Yep.
We had Papley accusing Essendon of fake toughness. We had Luke Parker's taunt to Dylan Shield going back to 2022. Tonight we saw that replicated again. Isaac Heaney to Sam Durham, just basically saying, hey, I think you flinched there. We obviously had the thrilling finish with Gary Rowan taking the mark and kicking the goal late on that Friday night a couple of years ago. Courtney Dempsey here played on after the siren.
That's right, yes.
They had the opportunity, Essendon, to win the game after the bell. He played on, siren went, rest is history. Obviously, if you want to go all the way back, Pluggers behind, which really started these sort of wacky affairs between Sydney and Essendon, a lot of them on Friday night. And the one that we haven't mentioned throughout the night, which always deserves a mention, was Dane Rampey climbing the goalpost when David Myers had his long-range shot. And for whatever reason, he thought that was a good idea, which actually, if the umpires had have adjudicated it at the time, he's actually not allowed on a free
Illegal.
kick. And it could have cost them a 50-metre in the game.
Was there an... I'm racking my brain. Was there an Adam Goods missed after the siren as well?
There was. Yep, that was here.
Yeah.
Was it? And there was a Gary Rowan mark right on the goal line?
Yeah, that's the one at SCG. Yeah.
And that was an incredible comeback too. The Bombers were well and truly in control of that game.
I was working as part of the TV broadcast that night, and a lot of Sydney supporters had left the ground.
Yes.
And it happened so late and such a crazy comeback that a whole bunch missed it because they were already outside the ground.
Amazing. So that's just another chapter in all of that tonight, and many of them have gone Sydney's way. In fact, that's another win for the Swans tonight in this recent run against the Bombers.
Once upon a time, ABC Sport would take callers.
Yep.
Talk back. I'm glad the next half an hour we're not taking callers because...
would we be quick enough on the dump button?
I don't know, but I
Like
reckon
a
the
few
dump button
words.
would get a lot of work. In fact, we could just open it up for the next half an hour, Corby. We wouldn't have to talk. Just Bombers fans after Bombers fans. How long you've been waiting now for finals or to win a final? It's over
20 years this year.
It's going to, given the off-season, it's going to blow out over 8,000 days since that last one. Sorry, Corbs, to bring that one up. A lot of questions.
Yeah.
A lot of questions out of this season. Who's improved? Who's part of that team that's actually going to take them somewhere? You know, certainly Merritt, certainly Caldwell, Sam Draper, definitely. Jordan Ridley, if he gets his body right, absolutely. Who's
Caddy,
absolutely, 100%. I think Harry Jones has shown glimpses, but obviously searching for more consistency. I think some of the slightly more experienced players should have questions thrown at them more so than that super young batch of players. I mean, you think of game-breaking, absolutely dynamic, superb players, and often, more often than not, it is players who land in the top 5 and top 10 in the draft. They come in and they are just wow players. And obviously a high Zach Heaney. I know these are academy players, but they would be classed as top-end picks. Braden Campbell even a little bit tonight. Obviously Harley Reid at West Coast. These just potential superstars, and some of them have turned into superstars. Andy McGrath, for me, doesn't pop as, wow, that's a number one pick who blows our minds and is that next level type player. Darcy Parish, again, high draft pick, really well played. Doesn't pop to me and say, wow, that's our Isaac Heaney or that's our Errol Goulden and can completely take over a game. So those types of players who are super high-end draft picks and are in the absolute prime of their careers, 26 years of age, that sort of range, lots of games under their belt, they're the ones who should be the Heaneys and Gouldens or the Lockie Neals or think of all the really good teams, Paddy Dangerfield at his peak, the top of the competition, Paddy Cripps at Carlton, those types of players, and they're not. So to me, that's where it's got to land a little bit more than landing it at the feet of, Ben Hobbs and Archie Perkins haven't kicked on as much as I thought.
Yep. I think the conversation around those three in particular is interesting. The Cox, Reid, Perkins year. I mean, they're fourth-year players now. But more in particular, it all gets back to those guys. So that many recruiters can't be wrong. Everybody that looked at that draft, it's like the Jack Watts thing going back all those years ago, where they all had a consensus that these guys are top kids, right? So it's not as if Essendon's just completely struck out. But for whatever reason, once they get inside the football club, they aren't developing and coming on the same way. Whereas you can put someone like Lawson Humphreys into Geelong, and all of a sudden he spits out a high-quality AFL footballer or Ollie Dempsey. So something happens once they're inside that environment. What is that? Is that on-field leadership? Is there not enough guys in the locker room that are standard setters that you look at and you think he's the guy? So I know it is. It's easy to point to these kids and say, they should have picked someone else. But maybe if you picked that person, they wouldn't have become the player that they have since become inside that environment. And it's 20 years now that they haven't been able to, even though they've had access to high-end talent, it hasn't seemed to develop as quick as other clubs.
Yeah,
what's the reason
It's
for
a
that?
great point you make, and the answer is going to be to the points you made, all of the above, plus a couple more. So it is learning the standards and the behaviours off others. Now, Zach Merritt's one they can certainly look to, and they do. But who else? Is there others in there who are driving those standards? Now, Essendon will say yes. They'll say, this guy trains hard, this guy. But, I mean, really? Really, I'm talking like the most high end in preparation. You hear the stories of Marcus Bontempelli at the Bulldogs. I saw firsthand the story Joel Selwood doing it and multiple players doing it. So that's how they learn those behaviours. Then you have the coaches that focused on really specific craft work? Are they getting taught contested ball technique, marking technique, footwork, kicking under pressure, this one, that, at a really high-end level, high-intensity stuff? Are they learning game craft? Are they learning game sense? Are they learning situational football, what to do? Is their attitude to recover and live a lifestyle absolutely at the highest end? Now, I'm sorry, but there are players there who are leaders within this who don't answer that. So Jake Stringer, you can't tell me over the last 5-6 years he's been teaching others the right way to be a true professional, a true professional. So, unfortunately, everything you're asking is little elements of, no, that needs to be better, that needs to be better, that needs to be better, that needs to be better in order to get an entire result.
Without wasting another whole generation of high-end kids that they've got in, if you haven't got it, what do you do then?
If you haven't got
those senior leaders in the playing group.
Okay, you put in your resources into your development coaching.
Yep.
That is where you dump everything into. Yes, it's important to have high-quality line coaches. It is certainly important to have great medical staff and fitness staff. Absolutely, I'm not denying that for a second. But pump in your development coaching and your...
I'll just add one thing. I think you're spot on, Lee. There's no question about that. But, sometimes history is a painful teacher. The side of the 1980s and 90s had massive number of tall players everywhere. It almost become the feature of Essendon. We have to have tall players that can play flank. And if they're 195, 196, doesn't matter if they're not a ruckman, not a key forward, they'll be our winger and this sort of stuff. If you have a look at the Essendon recruitment over the journey, I'm saying 20 or 30 years, it's always first pick is going to be someone who's tall. And we can make him, it doesn't matter, he's a beautiful kick, and he might be playing centre forward for the reserves, the under-19s, but we will whack him on the wing, whack him as a high half forward. Today's footballers, basically it starts and finishes in the middle of the ground. Nearly every best and fairest comes from there. Nearly every Brownlow medalist comes from there. I'm against it because you've got to have a broader view of it. But the facts are that if you can get the right place, I question their recruitment. It's okay to have some 6'3", 6'4" blokes that can run around the wings, but don't overload your flanks with that. You've got to win the ball on top of exactly what you said about the leadership. And sometimes you've got to hunt that leader in the under-18s. You've got to weigh up, this kid's a brilliant player. He's been dominant all the way through. Okay, let's eat into it. Was he a school captain? Was he a school academic captain? Does he lead and look over his shoulder and find that there's people following him? If he hasn't got followers, he's not a leader. He's a very good footballer. So sometimes you've got to hunt leaders. And that then adds to the merits. So he's not then left alone. There's players underneath him that go, straight away we identified that Paddy Cripps was going to be a great leader. Nick Maxwell walked into our football club. The first thing he did, he was a rookie. He took the name then Harry O'Brien and took him down to the beach every morning. Both rookies. And you go, wow, he's doing this. He's teaching him how to eat properly. He's teaching him how to conduct himself. It wasn't long after, 6 or 7 years after that, he's captain.
Yep. Oh, I couldn't agree more, by the way. And that's that ability to recruit for talent as well as values and the qualities that you possess. Archie Perkins is an interesting one with that. Because do you remember, Cobbs, when he drafted, famously, I think he was telling clubs,
I'm not going.
Don't bother drafting me because I'm just staying in Melbourne.
Yeah.
And
that's tampering with the draft for a start off. But, the league let him get away with that. Yeah. You got to knock that straight in the head.
But is that, some people might look at that and perhaps Essendon thinking, he is completely committed to being Melbourne. He's got confidence, belief, a bit of bravado in himself. Others might look at it and think, oh, hang on, is this someone who's prepared to do whatever it takes to be an AFL player wherever he ends up? So there is kind of what you're saying. You need to
spot on, Lee. That's a very good pick, that one. That's you've got to have people who will walk over hot coals, crawl over glass. And you know what? It's like if you want a good dog, go to the dog's home. You'll find one because you know that the dogs seem to know tomorrow I mightn't be here. You pick up a rookie. Rookies have got one last chance. They've been overlooked and you go, son, do I need to tell you how to train hard? No, sir, because I know that I'm not that good. I haven't been picked. I'm going to train my backside off. You know, that Collingwood side had 7 or 8 rookies in it.
Yep.
Do you reckon I have to tell them to go hard? No way.
I'm still more in the class that it's more development than it is that they've completely struck out on all 3 of those guys. But just as another rider to that was the COVID year as well. So it was a bit of an oddity as a year to have 3 picks in the top 10, where you'd seen less of those guys at underage level than what perhaps you would in any other year.
It's hard to judge.
You see them from 14, though. You see them from 14.
Yeah. Are they is the club in a better place this time this year compared to last?
I mean, they finished last year so disastrously.
Yeah.
Those last 2 games were horrific.
They could still this year.
True.
They've capitulated in the second half where they've conceded, 12 goals.
True. It would be nasty for Essendon fans if going up to the Gabba next week, playing against a Brisbane team who's trying to lock away second spot on the ladder to get the Gabba final in the first week of finals, if they get blown off the park and it's just all the memories of last year flooding back. No, I do find it difficult, Cal, to say that they're in a better position. Only because I'm breaking it down to individuals now about who's individually improved. Yes, they've got games into certain players which are important, but again, I want to focus back on the so-called quality players in the prime of. Now, McGrath's had 29 touches tonight, and Parrish has had 26. I don't care. So what? Number 1 draft pick, number 5 draft pick. Throw Jake Stringer in there as well. Like these guys who are supposed to be the ones who can change a game. Yep. Take over a game, own a game. I don't care if I'm comparing it to the best in the business. Those guys, where they were drafted, are supposed to be the Marcus Bontempellis of your team. You've thrown money at them and you took them in the top 5 in the draft. They're supposed to be Bont. They're supposed to be Scott Pendlebury in his prime. They're supposed to be at that level, and they're not.
So they've committed to Parrish long-term. They've committed to McGrath long-term. They haven't yet committed to Jake Stringer.
No, well, and I wouldn't at long-term. It's 1 year at a time.
So he's holding out. You said it beautifully. I mean, I couldn't agree more, and not being clearly a football person, but he wants 2 years. So he's holding out for 2 years. But why would you give him 2 years? Sure, he is an explosive player, and he can be a match winner for you. No worries. But
Cal, who's going to give him 2 years?
Yeah.
Grong Matong? No, they might.
Yeah.
But that's all.
Wouldn't you just keep him hungry year by year by year?
And he might turn around and say, "Oh, you're not showing faith in me. You're not trusting me." Do you know what? You haven't shown that you've earned the trust because of the way you prepare and your lifestyle. Long term to the other two, it sounds like I don't rate them at all. No, I think they're good, solid players, but they've got to be better. They've got to be better than those guys because of where they were picked and the money you pay them. They've got to be better than good, solid players. They've got to be great players.
It's going to be a fascinating off-season again for the Bombers, and they carry with them this burden as well of 20 years without a finals victory, and they've got a massive supporter base who are extremely impatient, the same way the Carlton fans are. And that's something they'll have to contend with, and Brad Scott will have to try and deal with as best he can.
You sorry to jump in. You can't overpay for great, but you can overpay for good by a long, long way. And I reckon that's exactly what's happened to the Bombers.
Sydney by 39 points. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Let's go into the Bombers' rooms with Ben Cameron.
Well, Jai Caldwell, it's been a disappointing season. How do you put it all into words?
Yeah, it has been. Obviously, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, up and down. Started like we did, and then to play this second half and how that's panned out is pretty disappointing. But I can't dwell on it too much. I think we should regroup and assess where we're at. And obviously, there's a bit of a gap from us to the best, and we'll try and minimise that next year.
Have you had a chance to speak to Brad Scott, or has he had a chance to speak to the group? And if so, what's he said?
No, not yet. We're just digesting it a bit. We'll probably have a meeting shortly. But yeah, they're probably going through their stuff now. And then we'll hear it soon to be.
Where do you think you guys need to improve to be a final side next year?
It's hard to pinpoint one thing. There's probably a lot of things. It's not much either. Like, you look at some teams, and if you're off in the contests or even stoppages, like, it's just little things that if you don't bring your A game, like, you get found out. And I feel like it's a hard one tonight. I think we did well in the clearances, like ground ball, contested ball, like all the KPIs, and you sort of look at those numbers and it should reflect differently to what it has been. But it's pretty obvious the issue is us going forward with the ball, scoring, and yeah, you just look at some other teams where they sort of get in their 50 and then they can score from it. We're trying to find the best mix and how to do that, but that's definitely something that we need to work on.
Yeah, it felt like something we could see and were speaking about right throughout the broadcast. I guess the Essendon fans, we know that they've been starved of a finals win for a long period of time. They don't always get to see the immense hurt that the players feel and the playing group feel when they miss out on finals and suffer these disappointments. How would you explain to Essendon fans what this playing group is feeling right now?
Yeah, it sucks. It hurts. Like, you don't... the amount of work that you put in, it's a 12-month job, I feel, and there's a lot of hard yards that goes into playing AFL football, even just the commitment away from the club and the sport that you need to live by. So it's a full-time job, and we go out there and give our best. It's not like we're not trying, but yeah, it's pretty gut-wrenching. Well, I touched on before how we set our season up very well leading into the bye, and then after that, playing not as good, but it's a glass half full. Like, I feel like that. Yes, we've played that footy, but it's probably just executing that for the second part of the season.
We know last year there was the self-funded training camp, and a lot of players went away to better themselves. There's been reports of a pretty yucky summer coming up for the Essendon Football Club. For a lot of the players to ensure that you can improve next year. What are you expecting that to look like? What does that look like for us that don't know what that looks like?
Yeah, it's going away and working on yourself, whatever that may be. I feel like we're pretty individualised. Some people go off for surgery, whoever's been playing with niggles and stuff, and then we'll have a bit of a break. But then apart from that, it's you're back into it pretty quick. You don't get long off. I feel like you get a couple of weeks off and no running, and then you're sort of back into it. But personally, like, I'll be working on a fair bit of stuff. I feel like that if you don't know or see improvement in your game, you sort of get left behind. So for me, that's probably some stoppage stuff and probably some speed from the contest as well.
If we can finish on a positive note, I know it's been a rough night and you're digesting the end of the season, but we did see you pretty well oiled up earlier today. We work with Brett Delidio. Was that something he taught you or what?
I can't remember. I lived for a couple of years there at the Giants. Did he used to oil up?
I don't know. We were saying that he would have.
He would have. I think he did. He had the pipes for it. That's the one thing I'm going to work on the off-season, my pipes, get a bit bigger. So yeah.
Just hit up Lids. He'll give you some advice. He's big on the battle ropes for it.
Yeah,
I'm sorry the season's ended like it has, but hopefully we see you back bigger and better than ever next year.
That's it. Thank you.
Thanks to Jai Caldwell downstairs with Ben Cameron after Essendon's season came to a close, a 39-point loss to the Sydney Swans tonight. And so the Bombers have one more game in the regular season. They play Brisbane at the Gabba next Saturday night. Does Dyson Heppell play? Do they bring him back for one more game, even if it is on the road?
Got it now.
I think you can now.
Yeah, they're gone. They're gone. So this is the time to do it. Even though it's an away game, still family can go there. He can be with his teammates. You do it now.
Yep. Absolutely.
I mean, there's no lack of spaces for him after tonight.
Yeah. Nah, that's true. There's and
they're not smashing them.
No, he told Brad Scott, from what we heard from Brad Scott pre-match, that Dyson said, if there's a player playing in that spot where you were going to use me who's playing better than me, play him. Well, that's Dyson Heppell being selfless.
Yeah.
I can assure you there's a number of players playing in that game tonight who are not playing better than what Dyson Heppell would put out there.
Talk on other Melbourne radio stations tonight that Peter Wright is open to finding a new home, so he's obviously already at his second club at the Bombers. He was a best and fairest winner a couple of years ago, and he's currently out of this team. He was an emergency again tonight, so that'll be a watch this space for the Essendon Football Club. I mentioned Ben Hobbs during the call has attracted interest from other teams. So, of course, the player movement space rolls on that front. What do you reckon about the Peter Wright situation? You've been calling for him, Mick, to get back in this lineup, and now the fact that he's out of the team.
Just going to see how old he is.
He's
still a very...
He's 27.
Yeah, he's a young man.
Yeah.
He's a young man that can take a mark. He's very mobile. He is a beautifully accurate kick, and he's a long kick. He's not an aggressive player by any stretch of the imagination. I think he got put off because of that report, and I'll stand by that. That'll never be proven. But you've got to get over it. I would be very, very... If I was in Essendon's case, I'd be very loath to take him away because I could see him coming out of a pocket and put Caddy near him, and Caddy could then be not touched by the best key back. They have to play on Peter Wright, and that gives Caddy the opportunity to play. And that's why I'm suggesting another move is that you keep him, and I don't think there's any room for Jake Stringer. And this is, let's get away from personalities. I'm not going to say here that I don't like Jake Stringer. I don't like the way he plays in a side that is desperate to make the 8, because you've got to have everyone desperate to make the 8, not just play the game. So I'd put Peter Wright there, put Caddy near him, let them alternate back and forth, very similar to... Just go and have a look at Geelong, go and have a look at Carlton. They don't get in each other's way. Those two players...
And then that leaves Langford as that really tricky third matchup.
High half forward. He would be absolutely, would tear you apart.
I always say this, and this is obviously the ultimate type of player that is Jack Gunston at his peak at Hawthorn. That's what you would hope he would become. But Langford can be that type of forward. Really difficult
30
matchup.
Odd goals a game.
Yeah, in the air, but really good at ground level as a third with Wright and with Caddy, and then speed, pure speed around it. And if Gresham's not going to step up, but hopefully he does, he finds that form that he had at St Kilda, he can be one of those. Find the other speed to just have them buzzing around, creating all sorts of havoc. I like the look of that. Now, Harry Jones can be a winger who can float forward and hopefully take those marks.
Get out the back, be the wing back. But that's us talking.
Yep.
If Peter Wright wants to go and Brad's not prepared to play him, where does he... Like everyone goes, he goes to the bottom side. No, you got Larkey there. You don't want him mixing up with Larkey because they play the same role. Who's Richmond? Well, you got Lynch.
Well, it depends if Tom Lynch...
But if Lynch is 30 plus and still going to break down, then at 27, you've got 6 years with him because he's not a damaged player.
Yeah.
So, yes, you'd look at him. They might go different directions. Who's next is West Coast. West Coast. No, you've got Oscar Allen. You wouldn't tamper with that. He'd be, and Waterman. So
there'd definitely be clubs though that would be thinking.
Yes, there would.
We can get a guy that can play key forward and he can pinch it in the ruck. Like even Collingwood are always constantly looking for those kind of guys.
You've got the Brisbane boys, McStay. So you've got to be careful there because again, very similar players. So what I say about Caddy,
Melbourne,
Caddy and Wright are different players.
Yep.
Yeah.
Melbourne spot on because you've got Van Ruin and no one, and because Brown, unfortunately for his knees, just about gone. Yes, you can get a really good combination there, and most of the games at the MCG, which is a good ground to play as a key forward.
And as we've seen with Max Gawn in recent weeks, they now haven't got a backup ruck. It's the ironic situation.
Melbourne would be a perfect sit.
We'll watch that space, obviously, as we get a little closer towards the player movement window. We got a heap to chop up tomorrow, Mick, so you'll obviously join me for AFL Saturday alongside Luke Ball. So we're on air from 12 noon tomorrow, so you can catch us for that. We're in the studio, actually. So,
thanks, mate.
I just thought I'd fill in the gaps. Not that it really matters for the audience, but that's where we'll be tomorrow.
You two just having a team meeting.
We are. Lingy, you'll be on, obviously, 12 noon on Sunday, as always, with Matt Clinch. For the rest of our markets tomorrow, of course, you will have SA Grandstand from 11 o'clock in South Australia, so you'll have SA Grandstand with Aaron Bryans there. And from 10 a.m. over in Perth, of course, it will be Sports Talk for those of you out west. The votes coming up in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
Go with the votes first.
Let's
and
do that.
I'll have the last word if that's all right.
You have it first and last. I mean, what's changed, Kel?
Okay, I'll go with the votes very quickly. I refuse to give an Essendon player a vote, even though a couple of them, like Nick Martin and Jai Caldwell, played very well. But when you score 59 points and get a whole heap of inside 50s and a whole heap of disposals, but you can
54.
You can
Inside
only
50s.
score, and you can only score 59 points. Bad luck. You don't get a vote. Ollie Florent gets one vote, though. I thought in the third quarter, him and Campbell on each of the wings changed the tone of the game with the speed. Ollie Florent ended up with 23 disposals, took 10 marks, as always that release kick, kicked a goal as well.
Beautiful goal.
Yeah, great bit of play. Campbell also, the way he ignited them, could have scored a vote. He doesn't, though. Luke Parker, I thought just was excellent. Kicked 3 goals and just strong and tough. When they were getting rolling in the third quarter, he was in the centre bounces.
Yep.
Got some real key clearances. And amazingly, after a pretty quiet first quarter and a scrappy sort of not to his usual standard early on, Isaac Heaney just took the game over. 22 disposals, kicked 3 goals in the end. And just when it was there to be won, Heaney stepped up in a scrappy game. He was, in the second half in particular, just the class that the game needed.
3 for Heaney, 2 for Parker, 1 for Florent from Cameron Ling in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Down by 7 at halftime and having conceded twice as many inside 50s. The Swans kicking 12 goals to 4 after the break to be runaway winners. They record back-to-back victories for the first time since June.
Is it someone's birthday tomorrow?
Well, don't, Mick. Why'd you just look here?
How old, Mick?
Am I right?
I'm 54. I could be.
It was a year ago we brought the cake in.
1 year.
Where's the cake tonight?
Well, because you don't have your birthday. You're like Essendon.
Oh, so I've got to wait up till midnight.
They had their birthday in the first half before their time.
I'll come home with you then. I'll sit up at midnight and Annette can serve us cake.
Yes, I've probably got one there too.
Oh.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I've got to spend tomorrow, of course, with Nick. So
He's the birthday boy tomorrow. 71, by the way.
71, is that right?
Yeah. Look at me. I know.
I'm old.
I'm the
That's
stats
old.
person. I know more about you than you do about yourself.
Is that old?
Well, I would say yes, but my dad's about a year older, so maybe no.
What's your most memorable birthday, Mick? Apart from last year when we brought you the cake, of course.
No, the Collingwood boys took him out last year and he was doing shots.
I got home at some stage.
The Rat Pack had him doing shots.
Well, I can't remember. I've had so many of them there, Corby. They start to mount up.
No, you're a very fit, handsome-looking man
Oh,
for 71.
Thanks, Kel.
I'll let you think about it.
I don't know.
I want an answer tomorrow.
All right.
On that. We'll follow that up.
I might have to ask Nanette because it'll have to include her because otherwise...
The rest of the weekend, of course, the footy's back tomorrow afternoon, so we'll be headed in different directions on the network. So it'll be Gold Coast and Melbourne. Fair to say we'll be talking a little bit of Melbourne tomorrow, Mick, after the week that the D's have had. And then GWS and Fremantle's a juicy game of footy.
Huge game.
Who have you tipped there, Lingy?
GWS.
Yep. Anyone tip the Dockers?
No.
No Darcy.
They need to win the last game. They won't make it.
No Tracy, and that's going to be a
Not
great game
again.
against Port Adelaide. We've got the grand final rematch tomorrow, so Collingwood and the Brisbane Lions. Who'd have thought very different storylines this time around. The Pies seemingly out of it, and the Brisbane Lions, they need to win for positioning. So they dropped that game unexpectedly to the Giants, and they fell from 2nd to 5th on the ladder. So
Yeah, it was how they dropped last week. 11 shots to 1, Corby at quarter time, and get beaten.
Total control, weren't they?
Accuracy at 29% or something for the game. Tomorrow night will be really good. The showdown, obviously, over in South Australia. Wouldn't Adelaide just love to trip
beat 'em.
Port Adelaide up? You reckon they'll win?
They'll beat them.
They've won their last 3?
Yep.
You reckon, Cal?
Yeah, they'll beat them.
Yep.
Crows will.
Jeez.
Crows are dangerous.
Love
I
the
reckon
Crows.
Port win.
Well, the Crows ruined the Essendon
Played
Played
well last week.
Yeah.
And speaking of spoiling the party, the Saints up against Geelong. Saints play the Cats okay here at Docklands.
They do. They certainly
Do the Cats know how to get in? No.
He's still got it.
You mean the only
That's
club
71.
the only club that gets 9 home games at their home ground, not like other clubs.
Happy birthday for tomorrow, Mick. Look forward to spending it with you on AFL Saturday. Thanks to all the crew for tonight. Thanks to Lingy, to Mick, to Kel, to Jonesy back in the studio, of course, and to Lucas, who's in there as well tonight. Thanks to Stu Hollywood Baker, Ben Cameron, Tim Hodges, the whole crew, signing off. The Swans by 30.
ABC Sport doesn't just bring you all the action of the AFL every round. We bring in the experts, like Mick Malthouse.
Geelong have a bad year. I've got Lingy next to me. A couple of years ago, I mean, it was just horrific. They won every game. Lingy's there with a big grin on his face. I love the way he goes about it. I love the way he dissects the game. Terrific bloke.
Join the experts alongside the AFL commentary team each weekend of the 2024 AFL season. Hear it live on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio. Your home of BBC Stumped.
LBW, first ball.
Tremendous catch, tumbling forward. From the BBC World Service, in association with ABC and Akashvani, this is Stumped.
Hello and welcome to Stumped, your intercontinental hit of news, features and debate from the quirky world of cricket. I'm Nikesh Ragani for the BBC. I've spent the last month or so on the road here in England, clocking up more miles than an Indian auto rickshaw, covering the 100. It's been good fun. It's been a lot of travelling, as I mentioned. And we've seen some big moments, including that injury to Ben Stokes, which we will discuss a little bit later on.
Hello, Jim Maxwell from Sydney. I've been watching Australia's gold at the Olympic Games, which has been a lot of fun. And I'm looking forward to, in 4 years' time, of course, cricket coming back into the Olympic Games. So, hello to you all.
Well, I enjoyed the Olympic Games as well. Hello to you both. Before we begin, this is we've just passed India's 78th Independence Day on August 15th. So a very happy Independence Day to every Indian out there. It's a very important day in our modern history. But of course, the Indian cricket team is back home, recovering from the wounds inflicted in Sri Lanka before they play some home series. And I'm home too, which is wonderful news because of the Maharaja Trophy. If I might be allowed to be a little partisan, one of India's finest domestic T20s played in the Karnataka state. And it's named, of course, after the Mysore Maharaja, the late Mysore Maharaja, who was also the president of the Karnataka State Cricket Association. So happy to be home for the next couple of weeks.
Jim, Charu, welcome. And of course, happy Independence Day to everybody in India. Happy Independence Day for everybody in Pakistan as we stand there recording as well. Coming up this week on Stump, we're joined by the Brazil women's captain, Roberta Moretti Avery, who tells us about her journey into cricket and the state of the game in Brazil. First this week on Stump, though, we're going to start with Test match cricket and look ahead to the three-match series between England and Sri Lanka, which starts at Old Trafford on the 21st of August. England will be without their talismanic captain, Ben